676, Chapter 676 The Lion and the Firebird. Just a projection of Godric's Hollow? Harry asked. Dumbledore nodded his head in a cheerful manner. So, the last piece of Voldemort's Horcrux disappeared. Harry mentally sighed with relief. There it is. Dumbledore pointed his finger in a direction and Harry was startled as a baby-like creature covered in crimson hue curled up in the grass, looking horribly hideous. Voldemort's killing curse brought it here with you and I got here before you guys could wander around. It didn't take that long for you both to get here and to be honest, it was screeching a bit loudly, so come on, let's go elsewhere. Dumbledore led the way out of the premises and Harry immediately followed. They walked along a country dirt road, with untended green bushes and wild flowers growing wildly on either side, untended but lush. They walked down from the high ground, the buildings in the village becoming visible. Harry became more and more certain that this place is a fictional scene. All the more modern houses he had seen when he and Sirius had visited the graves are gone now. Dumbledore's finger pointed in one direction and Harry was surprised to find it covered in white light. What is that place? He asked. You know, Dumbledore said with a wide smile, you've seen it many times. Harry couldn't see what lay within the white light, but he could roughly guess it based on the location and his eyes widened. Your home. That's right, that's where we will part. Dumbledore said in a low voice. Parting. Oh, I'm sorry Harry, only one can go back now. My life has come to an end and I think I will move on. Dumbledore said, staring wistfully at the white light in the distance. Harry wondered if he could see something he couldn't. Life has come to an end? You, Professor Dumbledore, you. I'm glad you finally realized that I'm dying, oh, probably already dead. Dumbledore said, smiling faintly as he looked at Harry's wide-eyed expression, don't feel sorry for me Harry, I chose this ending for myself and made it happen one step at a time. I've had a long and wonderful life, especially the last year, which made up many of my regrets. They walked forward some distance, and Harry's mind currently in turmoil, he gathered the courage to ask, is it because of me? To fix the soul fragment in me? Dumbledore stopped and paused, sizing Harry up, of course, that would certainly be included in the cause. I'd rather die alone. Harry muttered. Dumbledore showed great tolerance and understanding as he said persuasively, it just so happens that I feel the same way. And Harry, you're one of the reasons I'm doing this, and I would have made the same decision even without you, but it would have been more cost-effective for me to solve your problem in the process. But what about school? Harry mumbled. Did you forget? I've already handed in my resignation, Dumbledore said with a wink. Minerva and Felix will run the school. I'm sure they can do a better job. Speaking of Professor Hap, one more reason suddenly struck Harry, he thinks the exposure of the wizarding community is inevitable, Sirius and Ms. Bones agree with that, and everyone is preparing for it. You're quite right. Dumbledore said approvingly. Only you can appease everyone when the news is out to the public. Harry said bluntly. I wouldn't dare to claim that I have that level of prestige, Dumbledore shook his head, in fact, I'm just as clueless as you are in the face of that future. Felix, Amelia, and even you would do better than I would. Me? Harry said in shock. Yes. Would you allow wizards to ill-treat muggles? Dumbledore asked. Harry shook his head. What about the opposite, allowing muggles to enslave wizards? Harry shook his head again. You see, wouldn't that be just fine? Dumbledore said with satisfaction, remember the choice you are making at this moment, even if it is not an easy path to take, it will never leave you with regrets, because you are doing the right thing. Harry was a little confused as he followed Dumbledore into the somewhat familiar village. The next thing he noticed is something unusual. Albus. A short, chubby, middle-aged muggle woman in an apron greeted enthusiastically, and Harry thought her eyebrows looked a little like Mrs. Weasley's. Mrs. Brenda. Dumbledore said with a smile as he halted. Little Bart wants to come to your house for dinner, he loves magic so much. The woman said. Well, he is most welcome. Dumbledore said happily, the wrinkles on his forehead stretching, Ariana is very fond of children, she has quite a few things planned for the bonfire. Ugh, I know, she's always so kind, but I think it's too much trouble for you all. Mrs. Brenda said somewhat embarrassed, as she pulled 2 apples from under her apron and slipped them to Dumbledore and Harry. I've baked some honey biscuits and asked little Bart to bring them over tonight. You are too kind, Mrs. Brenda. Dumbledore said politely, and they parted ways as he and Harry continued on their way. Harry found it strange, but Dumbledore was obviously in a very happy mood, and he could feel that overflowing joy from him. He took a bite of his apple and hummed some sort of slightly comical country tune again. A number of people came up to greet him along the way, both wizards and muggles, but what they all had in common was that they were aware of the existence of magic and showed no surprise. On the way, a male wizard dressed like a hippie leaned against a fence and performed magical tricks for a group of children. Professor Dumbledore? Harry inquired impatiently as he put the half-chewed apple down after listening to a full tune. are these people also departed souls? He clearly remembered Dumbledore saying that this is the place where life and death come together, and in theory, only wizards should be able to get here, right? I don't think so. Dumbledore said. Then Harry paused. Did Dumbledore imagine it? When I first got here, there was mist everywhere around me, and it was obviously not the right environment for a conversation, and the moment I had that thought, it just automatically became like this. Dumbledore said, it probably does have something to do with me. They chatted as if they are friends. Dumbledore talked about the prophecy that Grindelwald had shown him. Skeeter played an important role. Then he talked about Felix. I think highly of him, young and talented, not power-hungry, and level-headed to boot. Of course, he's been very self-assertive since he was a kid, and sometimes I think he's too mature. I couldn't educate him the way I did you. I can only use other people to keep him in line, like you, Severus, Miss Granger, that Niffler, Sirius, Remus, Neville. I don't know how many people there are already. Later, Dumbledore mentioned the prophecy he had heard at the Department of Mysteries in the Ministry of Magic. I think I am the lion of the prophecy, brilliant once, but now old. I am a Gryffindor. Why can't you be a Firebird? Harry asked, holding his breath. Phoenixes are immortal, aren't they? And you have Fawkes, maybe the prophecy hinted that you would be like the phoenix and be reborn in the fire. Dumbledore laughed. Oh Harry, you can't expect a dying old man to love the world more than the young men of this era. I did dream of changing it. I left all the passion, vision, fervor and desire in my life back in that summer, back in the time that belonged to me. You have a greater will to make the world a better place than I do, and I look, they're waiting for me. Harry looked up. They had unknowingly walked to where the white light is. He couldn't see anything before, but now his eyes caught some figures. It is Dumbledore's father, mother, and sister. They are holding hands, with gentle eyes. Is this real? Are they real? Harry whispered sharply, trying to remind Dumbledore in this manner. Perhaps his family, like the visions he had seen before, existed because of Dumbledore. I know I will be going alone, but I will not refuse to fill my stomach before embarking on a new adventure. Dumbledore said softly, so Harry knew that Dumbledore is sober and determined, and he watched as Dumbledore walked towards the white light, towards his family. I wish you to be blessed with good fortune, Harry. Dumbledore said at the end, and with that the white light engulfed him. Headmaster's office. In the mirror, Felix saw Harry's eyes open and his face had changed back into his own. Felix let out a soft breath, knowing that Dumbledore had succeeded. Fawkes let out a short, sad clear chirp as Felix stood up, dragging his half-crippled arm over to Dumbledore, who seemed to be asleep, the resurrection stone ring on his hand flickering and seeming to breathe. Click! A clear shattering sound was heard. A crack appeared on the surface of the black resurrection stone, followed by a dense rustling sound. Cracks like a spider's web appeared, and at a certain moment, the resurrection stone turned into fragments. Countless fluorescent dots of light gathered in the air and danced, and Felix seemed to see a blurred figure, but it was fleeting. Dumbledore's hand dropped, and Felix grabbed the cold hand and placed it on Dumbledore's knee. A wand fell from his sleeve. It looked like the Elder Wand. Felix hesitated for a moment and shoved the wand right back into Dumbledore's hand. Harry. He turned to face the mirror and said crisply. At the same time, Fawkes spread his wings, looking back at Dumbledore, who sat silently and flew headlong into the mirror. The sad phoenix cry rang in both Felix's and Harry's ears at the same time, and Harry struggled to sit up, no part of him hurting now, but after hearing the professor's call and Fawkes' cry, he grabbed his glasses, which had crooked to one side, and put them on, gazing up at the Firebird circling overhead. Professor Happ's voice seemed to come from over the sky as well. Harry, Dumbledore left Voldemort to you, you can handle it, can't you? Harry looked not far away, Voldemort's fingers twitched, and he soon would wake up. He grunted, leave it to me. He stayed where he was and watched in silence as Voldemort rose from the ground, watching the expression on his face go from shock to dazedness, hatred, and finally just panic as he noticed his physical state. You disguised yourself as Snape to destroy my last Horcrux. Voldemort said sharply, gripping his wand and looking around nervously as he shouted into the air, Dumbledore. Hap. Where are you? Come out. Harry looked at the hysterical Voldemort and lowered his eyes. Don't shout, I'm the only one here. Only you. Voldemort looked at him in shock, then instantly understood, they sent you to kill me? How dare you, how dare they? He stopped talking abruptly when he saw a hint of pity in Harry's eyes. Voldemort, you are alone, and behind me, there are all those who love me standing. Harry said, but his words only made Voldemort more angry. Harry Potter. Voldemort shouted the name with the greatest resentment. Tom Riddle. Harry said calmly. There was nothing more to say, and by this moment everything became clear. The same thought flashed through their minds, only one could get out of here alive. Red light collided with green light and golden flames shot out from the intersection of the spell as both men fought with all their might. The phoenix let out a high-pitched chirp, like the drumbeat of war, which boosted Harry's confidence. The red light completely overwhelmed the green light, reflecting Voldemort's face in a ghastly green shade, his eyes glowing with dread as the green light was forced back into his wand and Voldemort's body froze, fear coalescing on his face. His wand was tossed into the air and whirled towards Harry, but instead of reaching out to catch it, Harry let it fall to the ground. He stared at Voldemort, knowing that it is over. Felix closed his eyes. Halfway through, he opened his pale blue eyes and said, "You're tired, Harry and Fox will take you to the hospital wing and let Madame Pomfrey examine you." And he hesitated, "Don't tell anyone about Dumbledore's death yet, keep it strictly to yourself. I will find time to explain it to you tomorrow." The mirror image in front of him disappeared and Felix stayed in the darkness, for him the night is far from over. He kept dismantling the magic that belonged to Dumbledore enshrouded within his arm, the charm resisted passively, but could only tremble gently under Felix's suppression. A grey-green hue flashed across the horizon, a sign of the dawn that would come in a few hours. Nermangard Castle. A stiff body was thrown into a cell. Grindelwald hit the floor with a heavy thud like a ragged bag, his body didn't budge a bit. "He's not dead, is he?" A member of the law enforcement team questioned. Then Grindelwald heard the rustle of shoes scraping against the ground, a pair of feet stopped beside him, and then a finger reached under his nose. Grindelwald let out a shallow, even breath. Faint. The footsteps moved away from him completely and Grindelwald waited in silence. The door was locked, then there was a zipping sound, the sound of the cell's defensive magic activating, after that the footsteps and the talking became faint, but he waited, holding his breath for the smallest hint of an audible echo and finally, from a distance there came a sound of the door slamming shut. Grindelwald looked up with hollow eyes. There is no one in front of him. He grinned and laughed silently, then let out a sound that grew louder and louder, echoing in the cramped cell, and finally, he started to dry heave. He coughed and dry heaved with a pained expression and tears flowing uncontrollably from his eyes. Finally, a bloodied sneakoscope was vomited out and bounced around on the floor. "Thank you for your kindness, Longbottom, for not destroying that hair," Grindelwald said in a hoarse voice as he took the book The Tales of Beedle the Bard from his pocket and placed it in the far corner. "Now is not the time to look through it." He returned and picked up the sneakoscope from the floor, wisps of magic poured out of it, then it turned into a blazing blue flame that lit him up like a burning torch. A groan of suppressed pain came from the cell. After an unknown amount of time, a low chanting sound came from the blue flames and a blue bird of fire rose into the air. Tonight is destined to be a long night. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 677, Chapter 677 Fraud, 2 in 1. The wall of the cell in Nermangard Castle is now broken with a gaping hole. Moonlight spilled in, but it was nowhere near as bright as the eerie blue brightness of the room. Grindelwald gazed at the firebird outside the castle. It is a very peculiar bird. Its body is silver-white, as bright as the moonlight, and it looks like a patroness. But its delicate head, slender plumage, the surface of its back, and wings are covered in deep blue flames, which are constantly leaping. Its eyes looked almost identical to Grindelwald's. "Go and bring back my wand, we have much to do after that," he said calmly. The firebird cut through the darkness of the night and flew off into the distance. Grindelwald took a few steps outside as the air from outside blew in. He moved closer to the black wall and stood at the edge of the high tower of Nermangard Castle. At the very far end where the sky met the ground, there is a transition from pure black to deep blue. Grindelwald lowered his head and gazed at his left hand. The curse in his body is extremely stubborn and by no means something that can be dealt with in a short period of time, otherwise he would not have been trapped here for decades. He had previously burned most of the curse in his body with blue flames, but a small portion still remained, making it difficult to eradicate. Grindelwald could clearly sense that they spread all over his body and eating away the little bit of magic he had managed to regain and control, and if nothing is done, it won't be long before they will grow again. The sky is growing lighter. He had to make a decision soon. Grindelwald glanced back at the far corner of the cell. There is no point in hesitating, now is the best chance. Dumbledore or someone else should have appeared to stop him at the first sign of his attempt to break free from his restrictions, but nothing has happened. Well, he had just destroyed the wall in passing, and the magic on the wall had nothing to do with Dumbledore, so maybe the International Confederation of Wizards would get the message and arrive soon. The magic in his body gathered on his left hand and his body became empty, and then the tiny curse seemed to be attracted to it, pouring into his left hand, gathering and merging and becoming whole along the way, but Grindelwald let it happen. At last, the remaining pieces of the curse came together, nimble and greedy as if they were alive, chasing and devouring the magic of his left hand, which glistened and glowed, and grew more complete with each passing second. It was at that moment that Grindelwald seemed to sense something through the curse and he vaguely saw a blurred shadow. The figure seemed to sense something and looked back that way, with a blurry face, and strikingly light blue eyes. Grindelwald's heart sank, the last bit of hope dashed, and he mustered a grim smile. Pang! The violent dark fire flared up intensely, splintering and burning his flesh and blood while destroying the last of the curse completely. After completing all this, he was fully bathed in sweat and trembling. But it was all worth it. A new power had emerged, new, untainted magic from the depths of his soul, and it had merged perfectly with his body, which right now seemed near the end of its life. He was reborn. Hogwarts. Felix glanced out the window and blinked in confusion. He had just seemed to see old man Grindelwald. Was it an illusion? Or was it a new ability brought on by the charm? But he is clearly still a little short of fully mastering the charm. His heart sank. Something couldn't have gone wrong, could it? Half an hour later, Felix appeared at Nurmengard Castle. It is his first time here, and he is not quite used to the damp air and the smell of rotting straw, plus there is a smell of burning mixed in the air. He examined the large hole in the wall where an extra line of black writing read, "All for the greater good." He felt a bit of a headache, and after a while, a dozen figures descended from the sky outside the castle. Felix backed away into the darkness, not wanting to meet up with these enforcers just yet. From Nurmengard Castle he went around to a few more towns nearby. The charm on his arm did not respond one bit. Felix glared at his arm. This thing just became useless, didn't it? He had only just got his hands on it. When Felix returned to the school, the sun was completely up and the school was no different than usual, with some early risers eating at the tables. He found Professor McGonagall, who notably looked more agitated when she saw him, and dragged him to the staff room without saying a word. Aching Bade received a letter from an owl this morning, then turned pale and left in a hurry without even eating breakfast. She spoke quickly. Felix asked thoughtfully, did he mention what it was about? No. But his expression looked alarmed. It must have been something very important. Professor McGonagall guessed. Alas, Grindelwald escaped last night. Professor McGonagall's eyes widened, and she looked very agitated. Felix, you mean, Gellert Grindelwald? Her voice trembled a little, and it dawned on Felix that she too had lived through Grindelwald's most active years and is well aware of his influence. Felix recounted the general story, including information about Grindelwald's disguised identity as a professor at the school. Professor McGonagall gasped for air the whole time, her hand clutching the fabric on her chest in a death grip as her body shook. I totally didn't see this coming. He turned out to be Professor Bagshot, and clearly she paused, her eyes glinting with memories as if finding evidence from past interactions with Grindelwald, such as his superior knowledge of magic, and his hostile attitude towards muggles. Professor McGonagall tried to compose herself. Albus, why did you do that? I think it's because of a prophecy. Felix said softly, holding out his hand to show her the scene of the anti-wizard parade. A year ago, Grindelwald escaped from Nurmengard Castle and made his way over to England. He got his exclusive wand at Future World in Diagon Alley back then. Vetting was not quite as strict as it is now, and after that, perhaps he saw the job posting in the newspaper and asked to teach at the school for a year using the scene you see now as an exchange. The current Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, that is, Aching Bade, was also aware of this, and they sent someone to check Grindelwald's health over the summer last year and determined that he was still bound by magic and his magic was highly tainted and not as strong as it once was, so they finally agreed to allow this. The actual situation is of course more complicated. Felix still doesn't know whether reason prevailed or emotion secured the high ground when Dumbledore agreed to this condition, but in any case, there was a new professor of defense against the dark arts at the school. As far as Felix could tell, Dumbledore was probably under quite a bit of pressure. It must be that the people at the International Confederation of Wizards wouldn't mind trying to goad Grindelwald and figure out what he knew before kicking him back into a cold, damp, dark prison, and Grindelwald certainly knew that well enough, so he found Dumbledore as a voucher. Did the transfer go awry last night? Professor McGonagall asked perceptively. Yes, Dumbledore had a way to monitor Grindelwald's state, probably similar to a double-sided mirror. Felix briefly explained the principle of the same origin of restraining magic and the secret key of surveillance. I guess when he modified this spell, he probably didn't consider the idea of transferring the spell to other people, so there might be a loophole. Of course, it's hard to say for sure, but if Dumbledore hadn't had the key in his hands, Grindelwald might have broken out of prison in his first few years. The process of transferring the secret key to the charm only severed the connection with Grindelwald, but it would not disable the restraining magic, so Felix's words were highly credible. Okay, I roughly understand. Professor McGonagall was slowly coming to terms with this reality. She had been thankful for a while before that the school had been safe and sound this year, but she hadn't expected the darkness to rise up, and she herself had spent a year working with the dark wizard Grindelwald without noticing. She had even snitched on him to Dumbledore. So no one knows where Grindelwald is now. I failed to find him in Nurmengard Castle, but, Felix hesitated, remembering the handwriting he had seen on the wall, and shook his head. He will not be content with hiding. I am rather concerned about another problem. What problem? Professor McGonagall asked, rubbing her forehead in pain. Felix slammed 2 boxes of letters on her desk. we should sort these out and place them in separate boxes. Frankly, there are a bit too many and there are only 2 of us to do it, we can't look for help. Why do we need to get help? Professor McGonagall gave him a cross look and put on her boxed glasses, seemingly prepared to do the job left behind by the previous headmaster even before she officially became headmistress. A slight unnerving feeling crept into Felix's mind. He wondered if these letters would still come in handy since Grindelwald had probably guessed about Dumbledore's death. The question is, would he break the illusion of Dumbledore still being alive? This question had been swirling in his mind since he had come out of Nurmengard Castle, on account of which he had done one thing. Nearly 1/5 of the letters in the box had been addressed to Grindelwald, and Felix had kept that part of the letter. They worked on it for the rest of the day until noon. Grindelwald was nowhere to be found, hiding in some corner, probably nursing his body. Felix had seen how weak Dumbledore had been after the transfer of the charm, and Grindelwald certainly could not be intact, and there is a question mark about how much of his strength he even had left at the moment. If it had happened to him, Felix would have found a picturesque place to recuperate his body in secret. In a few years' time, he believed his strength would be more mature and time would be on his side. Oh yes, Voldemort died last night. He had previously survived by virtue of certain dark magic of the most evil kind and had to be locked up in private. But that all came to an end last night. He's dead for good and forever. In between the work, Felix made another big announcement in waves. In the hospital wing, Felix said pretty much the same thing to Harry. Harry still felt gagged after learning that Dumbledore's body had been properly buried, and the thought of Headmaster Dumbledore lying alone in a coffin, with even his death itself being kept a secret from outsiders, made his heart twinge. He deserves a big funeral, not a silent burial in some corner. Harry said as he stared at the white sheet on the hospital bed where a stain had been left. He thought of Regulus Black. Now everyone knew Regulus had fought alone against the darkness, but how long would it take before anyone knew of the sacrifice Dumbledore had made? What is happening now is what Dumbledore wanted to see. Felix said as he lowered his eyes. After a while, they talked about other topics. Professor Hap, you're saying that Grindelwald regained his consciousness during the transfer? How did he do that? Harry asked in surprise. I'll remember to ask about that the next time I see him. Felix said, trailing his chin with considerable confusion as well, and stared at Valen as she put together a pile of sweets to make a smiley face. Harry stared blankly at the pattern listlessly as he had a flash of clarity and recalled Neville's sneakoscope. Although he and Hermione couldn't find a problem, perhaps the professor could find something suspicious in it. He told the professor his suspicions, to which he got a mediocre response. The sneakoscope is broken, there's no doubt about that, only a few out of a dozen rune circuits are correct, and the thing is, all it takes is one mistake for the sneakoscope as a whole to fail to work, it can't even give a warning. Felix said, and his voice slowed down. Professor? Did you think of something? Harry asked, holding his breath. If so, then that's a clever thought. Felix murmured, his eyes brightening as he thought of a possibility. In fact, there is a better way, but it is not remotely as bright as this, exploiting the blind spots of the human mind. The sneakoscope in Neville's hand might have done a trick. It wasn't meant to warn Neville. The hair that had been put inside the sneakoscope which belonged to Grindelwald is the key. The hair together with the few tattered rune circuits helped another sneakoscope to active. Felix has introduced 7 different kinds of sneakoscope during his classes, one of which will issue a warning when it gets close to the owner of the hair. This type of spotting sneakoscope can usually only be used as a prank toy, but there are times when it could also come in handy. For example, when Sirius was a fugitive, Felix created 3 spotting sneakoscope with his hair hidden in them to keep him away from the castle. Perhaps Grindelwald did the exact opposite. One of the 2 sneakoscope would give a warning when they moved away and beyond a certain distance. Felix did a quick mental simulation and felt he could do exactly that. Thinking deeper, the warning might not necessarily have to be a sound, it could be a vibration or some kind of strong stimulus. So when Grindelwald was forced to move beyond a certain distance from Neville, and in fact from Hogwarts Castle, the sneakoscope would automatically start to function. The above was only a fleeting guess on Felix's part. He was not sure how far Grindelwald's understanding of ancient runes might have reached. Grindelwald had never demonstrated his proficiency in the field of ancient runes, but he had looked through many ancient runes journals, and occasionally took the opportunity to chat with Felix about their contents, but none of it involved any kind of technical expertise in the field. If Grindelwald had thought of this idea since then, he had quite a scary mind. Grindelwald could certainly have just taken another student's hair and created a sneakoscope, which might have been more discreet, but there is a chance that Dumbledore or Felix might have thought of that aspect and conducted a targeted examination. Grindelwald, with limited information, chose the most conservative and what he thought to be the safest option. As it turned out, he succeeded. Felix checked his office, the items he carried with him, and the magic that might be attached to his skin, but overlooked the possibility that he might have swallowed a sneakoscope. As for the truth which even Felix did not know, his stunning spell was indeed strong enough that it would have been an open question whether the sneakoscope alone could awaken Grindelwald from his coma, or at least certainly more later than Grindelwald himself had estimated, but the few stinging jinks from the International Confederation of Wizarding Law Enforcement team weakened the effectiveness of the stunning spell. It was a combination of these reasons that made Grindelwald wake up almost as soon as he got on the wagon. But he was still bound by the spells of the law enforcement team members, unable to move his body, except for the sneakoscope in his stomach that pulsed every so often. He afterward felt the whole thing when Dumbledore and Felix transferred the secret key of the charm. Professor? Professor Hap. Oh, something crossed my mind that I can't be sure of at the moment. Any more questions? Felix asked in return. Well, I was going to ask, why didn't Professor Dumbledore transfer the charm sooner, or postpone fixing the trouble I was in? Harry asked, that way Grindelwald might not have got away with it. He didn't tell me about it straight out, so I'll have to guess. Felix said softly, I presume that Dumbledore had a hard time using magic for the last part of his life and that the transfer of the charm affected him greatly. You know that magic can flow between a wizard's body and soul, right? Harry shook his head in bewilderment, having never heard of it at all. He was tempted to remind the professor that he isn't Hermione. Then you know now, Felix said lightly, Dumbledore has studied the soul extremely profoundly with the help of the resurrection stone as a medium, and was able to actively incorporate most of his magic into his own soul. Just like the night when he had seen Dumbledore use his own soul to illuminate Hogwarts Castle. Why did he do that? Harry asked, swallowing hard, feeling that what he perceived as magic is completely different from what the professor is talking about. Probably to do an experiment. I suspect it's not the first time he's been to that hole in between life and death thing you speak of. Felix said calmly, don't ask me, I can't come up with anything to prove it, but I'm pretty much on the same page as Dumbledore when it comes to solving the problem of the soul fragment in your body, which is to maximize the success rate, preferably to make it foolproof. Success rate? Harry mumbled, repeating with his head down. Exactly. Felix said, we had envisaged possibilities such as having Voldemort ingest your blood and resurrect him. Dumbledore thought that this would allow the protective charm flowing through you that belonged to Lily to appear on Voldemort as well. Well, the power of the charm might then be greatly enhanced. After all, your relationship is similar to that of half-brothers. But that didn't happen, did it? Goosebumps rose inside Harry, and he blurted out hastily, Voldemort used someone else's blood to come back to life. Indeed. I think we have put too much pressure on him, and he couldn't afford to wait. Felix nodded and said, but even if that did happen, it would have created more uncertainty. The bond between you is already unusually strong, and if you add in a shared protection charm, outsiders won't even be able to figure it out. Harry, Dumbledore wants you alive, in the safest way he can think of. Felix left a disoriented Harry to leave. He had asked Madame Pomfrey and there was nothing wrong with Harry's health, and he would be discharged in the afternoon. As Felix left the hospital wing, he happened to run into students who had come to visit Harry, and he called Neville aside and managed to borrow the broken sneakoscope, which Neville had indeed brought with him. What's wrong with it, Professor? Neville asked in a quiet voice. Felix looked at him and shook his head, not voicing the suspicion in his mind, and offered a different excuse. The people from the International Confederation of Wizards need it for evidence. I'll take it first and return it if they don't need it. In the crowd, Ron and Hermione wore worried expressions. There couldn't really be a problem with that sneakoscope, right? Ron shot a wink at Hermione and broke away from the group to walk over. Oh, Professor Hap, I have a question. Felix was in no hurry to leave the school and search the world for Grindelwald. In less than a week, this school year would be over, and then he could free up his hands and try to see if he could obtain Grindelwald's whereabouts from the mouths of some of the acolytes. He was in no hurry these days and assumed that Grindelwald wouldn't jump out any time soon either. But things didn't go as he expected. In the evening, Amelia Bones appeared in a hurry with the bad news that Grindelwald had escaped from Nurmengard Castle, which of course, a fact Felix already knew, but the news in the German-language newspaper she held in her hand really surprised him. A firebird, suspected to be a patroness clad in Grindelwald's trademark blue flames, had broken into the German Gringotts Bank, burned through an underground vault before the goblin guards could react, and then swaggered away. Felix stared at the moving image captured by who knows who, the phoenix-like firebird breaking free of magic chains and holding something in its beak. Is that a wand? The owner of that underground vault has been identified as an acolyte, though he died decades ago. When the Gringotts and the local Aurors questioned the members of his family, none of them knew of the existence of such a facility, which implies that it is a secret vault. And the wand? The first wand Grindelwald ever used? Felix asked in a deep voice. Grindelwald certainly hadn't cast spells with his bare hands before he had acquired the Elder Wand, but when he became famous, and when he fought in a public duel in 1945, it had always been the Elder Wand that he had shown to the public, and no one seemed aware of where the wand from his student days had gone. That's what I thought. Ms. Bones said with a strained smile. Felix's expression turned serious as he looked further ahead. Getting his wand is not a big deal, what really caught his attention is the fact that Grindelwald can't seem to wait even a few days. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 678, Chapter 678 The Re-emergence. Ms. Bones left in a hurry. She had come over this time to tell Felix personally about Grindelwald's escape from prison. Now she had to rush to the headquarters of the International Confederation of Wizards for a meeting to discuss the implications of this event. I checked the information on my way here, she said solemnly before she left. When Grindelwald's influence was at its peak, the Ministries of Magic were forced to form a united force as a way to counter the acolytes who could gather and disperse at random. It was entirely different from the Auror squad that dealt with Voldemort last time. When Felix returned to the Great Hall, he was called away by Professor McGonagall, who, while sorting through Dumbledore's letters, happened to tidy up Dumbledore's desk and came across a written resignation, to be precise. In the resignation letter, he thanked everyone who had worked with him and decided to donate most of his belongings such as his private library, notes on the study of magic, magic tools, and other personal possessions to Hogwarts. For a man who is about to embark on a journey, it would be too much of a burden to carry around any more of these things. Memories are my most valuable asset. Professor McGonagall read it all aloud in front of the entire faculty, with each professor expressing their gratitude and well wishes. At the end of the meeting, Professor McGonagall kept Felix behind and handed him a letter. Again, I found it while sorting through the letters. Felix was quite surprised. He thought that Dumbledore would not write to him at all. After all these letters are an elaborate pack of lies woven by Dumbledore. Only after Felix had inquired with Professor McGonagall did he realize that this letter had got mixed up within many other letters, and Felix, who had focused on singling out the one signed to Gellert Grindelwald before, had overlooked the rest. He left me one too, Professor McGonagall said emotionally, and I read it. He expressed his gratitude for the support I had given him for so long. In fact, he was the one who encouraged me at my toughest time in life, and I will never forget it. Felix opened the envelope. The letter isn't that long and only covers half a sheet of parchment. Once I realized that authority is my weakness, I avoided it as much as possible all my life after that. But one cannot always get what one wants. At certain points in my life, I was forced into important affairs concerning the safety and security of the magical community and was expected to lead some people who trusted me, not knowing that I was deeply afraid. When you try to achieve a grand goal, your heart grows cold and unconsciously weighs the value of people on both ends of the scale, and so neglects the fact that they are also living human beings, and in times of crisis, it is always acceptable to sacrifice. Perhaps one day you will take it upon yourself to carry the fate of countless others, as I am sure you will if necessary, and you will face the same dilemmas I have faced. Perhaps you will be more decisive than I was, but I would never want you to become numb to sacrifice as a result. Have mercy on the living, Felix, even if the sacrifice is unavoidable. Felix slowly closed his eyes, feeling the weight of the letter on him, the way Dumbledore had used his own death to the utmost, not forgetting to add a lesson at the end, to show him what responsibility is and what sacrifice is. Dumbledore had indeed made the sacrifice, sacrificing only himself. Harry glanced at the professors' table. The professors looked unusually silent, as if they had not recovered from the news of Dumbledore's sudden departure. The fact that Professor McGonagall had chosen to sit with Professor Hap rather than in the tall, flamboyant chair that had belonged to Dumbledore caused a strange feeling to well up in Harry's mind, as if Dumbledore hadn't really left and that he might suddenly appear at any moment with a smug look of mischief on his face. I think Professor McGonagall is planning to officially take up the position of headmaster next year. Hermione said softly. That's what I think. Ron snapped to attention. The holidays are coming up soon and the students aren't really in the mood. Waiting until the next school year is indeed much preferable. Do you guys think that Dumbledore is sitting in a tavern by the sea somewhere right now? Harry and Hermione turned their faces to stare at him at the same time. What's wrong? Ron said, puzzled. I've seen the posters, and this is what Muggles are said to do on holiday: wear beach trousers and sunglasses, spend the afternoon on the beach, and when it gets dark run to the nearest pub to watch the gig. Hermione. Tears welled up in Hermione's eyes. Why would you think, given the choice, that Dumbledore would leave the school? It's like you said the holidays are coming up, and he has at least 2 months off. Ron looked at her blankly, but Hermione turned her face sideways, her eyes blurred with tears. Harry felt something lump in his throat and his eyes grew sore. He tried his best not to blink, fearing that it would make the tears squeeze out. Moreover, he was afraid to speak. It was like he was under some curse. If he dared to spit out a single word, or imagine along with Ron that Dumbledore would be celebrating his first day of retirement somewhere in the world at the moment, his whole being would suddenly collapse. Hermione stared at Harry's face, finally sure of something, and she suddenly burst into tears. Don't be like this, Hermione. He would never want. Harry whispered as hoarsely as he could muster. Hermione wiped her eyes on her sleeve. Right, I'm sorry. She said with a sobbing voice. Hermione buried her face in the crook of her arm, one hand covering her stomach in a way that looked like she has a stomach ache, but tears poured out of her eyelashes in drops. No one had noticed her yet. No, Harry felt a sharp look, and he looked up in a hurry. It was Professor Hap. Harry was just about to get a better look, but the professor had already averted his eyes of his own accord. "Harry!" a voice said in a whisper. Harry jolted at the familiar voice and almost jumped up from his seat. He stared at Professor Hap, who had suddenly appeared behind him, and looked incredulously towards the long dining table. There is another Professor Hap who seemed to be talking to Slughorn, and no one seemed to notice anything unusual, as if this conversation only existed in his head. "Weasley, Granger, come along with me." Ron looked dumbfounded as Hermione looked up, her face completely weepy, and Felix handed her a handkerchief. Thanks, what's going on?" She stood up, emotionally drained, and wiped her tears away, only for her to be surprised to find a second Hermione Granger sitting in her seat. Her was stretching out her arm carelessly to bring a plate of buttered and mushy peas to herself. Hermione's eyes widened. Felix explained calmly, "I don't want anyone else to hear this conversation." He headed out of the Great Hall, followed by Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who looked back at every step worrying that they might be discovered, only to realize that they were completely overworried, and when they noticed their other selves were feasting on the dishes instead of themselves, they felt a peculiar emotion. The four of them walked to the stone steps outside the castle, the clouds reflecting a glorious haze of the setting sun. Dumbledore wanted the impact of his departure to be minimal, so over the next few years you may hear of him appearing in some wizarding town, or him writing to a close friend about the sights he saw and the food he tasted on his journey, and then fading away little by little. Felix said faintly. "I guessed that," Hermione said with a small sob, "but I was holding out hope that maybe something had gone wrong with his health or something." Ron's face stiffened as he finally realized what was happening. He looked over at Harry, but Harry gave no response, and he found himself preferring to go back to the Great Hall and listen to his classmates talk about the holidays and about Dumbledore, who is still alive, at least in those people's minds. "You're Harry's best friends," Felix said to Ron and Hermione. "Harry knows, and you can easily guess the truth from his attitude, even if he doesn't say anything. So you want us to keep it a secret?" Ron said slowly. Felix nodded, then shook his head again. "Including this point?" It was Dumbledore's heart's desire, and he made a huge sacrifice, but I'm not sure now that things are going to work out the way he originally thought. Something unexpected happened. In Dumbledore's original plan, me, Professor McGonagall, Harry, and perhaps adding the two of you, would be all that would know about it. An accident? What accident? Ron proactively asked as he looked at an emotionally distraught Harry and Hermione. Grindelwald. Harry, who is sitting on the steps, said coldly. Hermione gave a half-knowing, half-confused look. "You should know who Leonhart Bagshot really is," Felix said, but his tone held certainty, "and know what he has done, or at least something about it. Not long ago, he had a vision aimed at possible unrest that might happen. Me," he gestured to himself, "Dumbledore, and himself, three people working hand in hand to deal with future complications, such as the wizarding community being forced to go public, but Dumbledore rejected it because he knew then this plan would never come to fruition. Not to mention, now Grindelwald is nowhere to be found." "Professor, you think he'll disrupt Dumbledore's plans?" Hermione asked perceptively. Harry pricked up his ears, unsure of the feelings he currently harbored. He wanted Dumbledore's exploits to be known, but at the same time, he didn't want his plans to be disrupted. His mood was very conflicted. "Oh, I know," Ron said with certainty, "he wants to work alone and recreate his past glory." "When Grindelwald was transferred last night, Hermione and I were standing guard outside the headmaster's office and didn't see that scene. I heard Seamus say that he was passed out the whole time, which probably seemed like a betrayal to Grindelwald." Felix glanced at him. It can't be ruled out, but Grindelwald and Dumbledore have a complicated relationship, and no one can say what's really on their minds. Perhaps that book, The Tales of Beedle the Bard, recorded part of Dumbledore's true feelings. If Grindelwald really did see Headmaster Dumbledore as an enemy, Harry mused, there's one thing he would do besides gathering the acolytes, he would publicize Headmaster Dumbledore's death. He finished with a shocked expression. Felix thought silently, he was worried about that too. Moreover, even if Grindelwald understood Dumbledore's plight, would his mind change? From what Felix had learned from all sides, Grindelwald had always been an extremely controlling person, and even with Dumbledore's skepticism of Grindelwald, it was likely that the Grindelwald had been the dominant figure in their younger days of being together. The greatest white wizard in the world could have been the first follower of the dark wizard Grindelwald. The thought would send shivers down one's spine, to say the least. Even if half a century had passed and Grindelwald had managed to refine his mind and become soft? Felix didn't think so. These men who had seen war, or led it, would show no weakness when it came to being ruthless. He hadn't forgotten what Dumbledore had left him in his letter. Felix would rather prefer that Grindelwald hadn't given up on his previous idea. Although one of the three is now lost, his own magic could create a Dumbledore identity that would be enough to pass for the real one, as long as he didn't do anything about it. The real one and Grindelwald can create a balance with each other, outwardly tit for tat, but privately communicating with each other. The peaceful, moderate wizards would support the International Confederation of Wizards and Dumbledore, Felix, who represent the existing order. The radical, ambitious wizards would defect to Grindelwald and eliminate the hidden problems. Felix wouldn't mind supporting him as he forms the new acolytes if a tacit agreement can be reached. Grindelwald had destroyed the restraining charm in his body anyway. So by not leaving the school, Felix had released a signal as well. Now he is waiting for Grindelwald to find him. Harry, you should know that the Slytherin chamber has been transformed into a spacious playground by me, and with nothing going on at school these days, I suggest you form a couple of club activities. Salzburg, Austria. This historic city is located in western Austria, near the German border, and there are ancient Baroque buildings everywhere in this old city with churches and monasteries lined up, gardens and fountains competing, and those who live here can look up and see the beautiful scenery of the Alps. In a spacious theatre, thousands of wizards are gathered in one place, all different in appearance and temperament, but if there is one thing they have in common, it is that they are all old and their faces are wrinkled. They all stared at the man on the stage. My brothers, my sisters, my friends. Grindelwald's low voice echoed through the empty room, the opening words of his speeches from yesteryear, and the words spoken were like words that spanned a long span of time, taking them back to those wild and passionate times. But everyone knew that everything had changed and that the man who had once reigned supreme is now old. Many stayed in tears. I am not sure. I am still worthy to call you all as I once did. You were my most unwavering supporters and trusted me beyond measure, but I failed. The crowd stirred. The future I had promised you is half a century late, and if you have been disappointed, shaken, and changed your minds, I fully understand, for I too have been disappointed, shaken, and changed my mind. Grindelwald held out his hand behind his back. The acolytes let out a gasp and his left hand charred and smoldered. Don't worry about me, Grindelwald whispered, this hand is the price I paid to get out of the cage, and it represents my resolve. From the tip of his wand flew a ball of blue flame that set the entire stage ablaze, a high-pitched phoenix's cry heard from the flames. But if you still hold on to the last shred of hope, then come with me and I will show you that future. The flames obscured his figure, and while the wizards in the crowd remained hesitant, one stepped forward without hesitation, a witch with white hair all over her head. If Felix had been there, he would have recognized her perfectly. She had gone by the name of Nicole Noel. She threw herself into the flames, which did not harm her one bit. Grindelwald welcomed her with his hand, which was intact. Welcome back, Vinda. More and more people approached, and soon the flames became filled with people, even a little crowded. Their figures became blurred in the flames, discernible only by their movements, and they looked in unison at a handful of their peers. From the flames, Grindelwald spoke in a hoarse voice. We were once close, so do me one last favor, tell Felix Hap that we will meet soon, but not in the way he wishes. He bowed slightly after saying this, then straightened his body. He waved his wand so violently that the flames suddenly shrank and turned into nothingness. The stage disappeared completely. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 679, Chapter 679 Fun and Shelter, 2-in-1. Everyone use the bubblehead charm, the supersensory charm, and the levitation rune circuit in quick succession. It might be a few kilometers, I haven't tried this method, but it should work. Harry said with uncertainty, it was Hermione's idea. As he spoke, a transparent, pearly white ghost sized him up curiously. I never thought this would happen. Myrtle said happily, and from the way she was beaming, it looked as if the new year had come early. Believe me, I didn't think I'd be leading a group of people here either. Harry squeezed the words out of his teeth as Myrtle let out a trail of giggles and twirled in the air in a quick circle, the eyes of the members of the Frontline Lookout Club staring blankly at the scene. I swear she wasn't this happy even when Peeves was being fanned all over the castle by Fred and George on an exhibition. Ron whispered to Neville on the side, or even if you add the time when she found out that Hermione's face was covered in cat fur. Hermione gave him a stern cross look. I didn't expect you and Myrtle to have such a good relationship. Luna commented out of the blue, her tone filled with envy. Ron glared at her. Okay, you guys. Harry said, everyone move. I'm not sure if Professor Hap has conveyed this to the other professors in case we get caught. He said uneasily, not half quite happy with them laughing and giggling without any vigilance. He felt annoyed. Myrtle's laughter was also a little jarring, but there was nothing else he could do about it but pretend he couldn't hear it. Who made this abandoned girl's lavatory, Myrtle's territory? He could only send a silent urging with his eyes. The students finally got serious and cast spells on themselves one by one. Pretty soon Harry regretted it. 20 or 30 people crowding into a common lavatory made the scene quite noisy whenever one of them said a word. The scene looked both comical and chaotic, especially when some of the students who seemed overexcited began to float in mid-air without significant weight, dancing and shouting with excitement. Dean was casting a bubblehead charm on himself and the spell had barely taken shape when a foot fell from the sky. Ouch! Who stepped on my head? Oh, sorry, didn't mean to. I couldn't control myself. Seamus stifled a laugh as he acted as if nothing was his fault and said with a straight face, "Please pull me down." Before he could finish his sentence he let out a scream as Dean retaliated by grabbing his ankle and throwing him out with all his might. Seamus crashed towards the wall like a wingless bird. "A good shot." Katie Bell, the Quidditch player, commented. Dean straightened his collar. "Thanks, I always knew I had the hidden talent to play Quidditch. I feel like I can't breathe, sneaking into the girls' lavatory. My dad will send me a howler or two when he finds this out because I have tarnished the reputation of the Macmillan family. I shouldn't even be here." Ernie Macmillan muttered. "So why don't you leave? That would save room for 2 more people." Ginny said with a raised eyebrow. "I'm warning you, stop pointing fingers at my size," Ernie growled in a low voice as he puffed up one of his fat arms. "Then keep your fat mouth shut and cut the sour talk," Ginny said nonchalantly. Ron stood next to Ginny with a bubble that resembled a fishbowl, his whole face looking swollen. "You want to fight?" Ron said in a jarring voice, and instead of backing down, Ernie took a step forward. The 2 men stood about the same height, but Ernie is considerably stronger than Ron. Harry hurried over in stride. "Don't have any arguments." He struggled to separate Ron and Ernie. "Ernie, Justin is looking for you, he's not very good at the bubblehead charm." Only after Ernie had moved away did Harry turn his attention to Ron. "You two, Ron." He was about to give a couple of warnings when he realized that Ron's eyes looked twice as big as they had been under the bubblehead charm, which made him look like an angry goldfish or a toad. "Get a grip." Harry stifled a laugh and left. "Thanks," Ginny said to Ron, who pretended like he didn't care and waved his hand. Ginny stared at his face and snorted, "Oops, I have to go find Luna, I wonder what she looks like." As soon as Harry returned to his original position, Hermione raised her hand to get his attention. "Harry, I think we need to add the impervious charm as well." Harry visualized the damp underground pipes in his head and immediately agreed. Finally, after 10 minutes when all the preparations had been made, Harry cleared his throat. "Professor Hap." "Deputy Headmaster." Mafalda said, "He's our Deputy Headmaster now. I have been trying to interview him or Professor McGonagall about his plans for the school, but unfortunately I didn't get the chance. Thank you for filling me in on the latest plans of the Wall of Mystery tabloid, but now can you please shut up?" Harry couldn't help but raise his volume. "Where did I stop?" "Oh, thank you, Hermione. Professor Hap has made a lot of modifications to the Chamber of Secrets, and the previous entrance originally could only be opened with the Parseltongue, but now there is a second way." He raised one arm and a dozen individual rune symbols flew and gathered into a glowing key, then the place beneath their feet swayed and the tap above the sink Harry was facing glowed with a blinding white light, then the entire sink sunk and revealed a thick pipe in the ground. Everyone clicked their tongue in amazement. "Is this the way you guys went down to get into the Chamber of Secrets and kill the basilisk back then?" Parvati Patil asked in awe. She wore her hair in a long ponytail today, just like her twin sister. Parvati's hair tossed around and whipped between Harry, Ron, and Hermione. "Yeah," Harry said. "Can we learn this set of rune sequences?" Anthony Goldstein asked tactfully, "That way we don't have to ask you to open the door every time." "Yes," Harry nodded, "that's what the professor intended." "Ron, you're first, lead on ahead, I'll stay at the end." Ron took a deep breath and stood at the edge of the thick water pipe. Myrtle floated over to him with interest and plopped down in mid-air to stare straight at Ron's face. "I still remember the first time you jumped off," she said sadly. "You were shorter than me then, but now you're a head taller than me. It's not just the head that has changed." Ron shot back at her and jumped, but things weren't quite what he had expected, as he disappeared from view in near slow motion due to the effect of the rune circuit on his body. A few people impatiently poked their heads into the hole to look down. There was pitch-black darkness deep below. After a few seconds, Ron's muffled voice came up. "Oh, no danger, except it's a bit dark. I'll use my illumination magic now. Wow. I feel like a rat in a hole. Well, I mean, it's an amazing feeling, a gentle push, and you can fly out so far like you're gliding." The crowd looked at each other. Harry shrugged and said, "As you can hear, you can think of this as the first attraction of the Chamber of Secrets amusement park." One by one the club members went down and Luna waved at Harry. "Thanks, we do need some fun now." Harry didn't say anything, and when he and Myrtle were the only ones left in the abandoned girls' lavatory, Harry whispered, "We certainly need some fun, but we also need a war shelter more than anything." He glanced up at some corner of the lavatory ceiling where there's a mirror. "I suppose you feel the same way, Professor Hap?" "I certainly thought so. I found out this very early on. The Chamber of Secrets goes several kilometers underground in the school, and it is a natural shelter. In the event of any big disaster, students can head there for shelter, and I also built a hidden fireplace in the inner space of the statue of Salazar Slytherin. There's always the possibility of using it, even if you can't use it against Grindelwald now, but if you can extend the time to dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of years later from now, it could be a big help then," Felix said with a nod from Professor McGonagall's office. A mirror rippling with water in mid-air disappeared, and Professor McGonagall stared blankly into the air. he has discovered it. Perhaps Albus was right, Potter does have potential. He defeated Voldemort. Even if Voldemort was very weak at the time, it is an indisputable fact that he did it. Felix said, plus he is popular enough in the school to have the editor of the Wall of Mystery tabloid on his team, the founder of multiple school clubs. I'm sure it won't take an afternoon for word of the underground amusement park to spread throughout the school. Very prescient, Felix. I'll ask both head boy and head girl to cooperate with prefects to spread this news. Professor McGonagall said, with a sigh, the situation has once again become very tricky, and the words of the acolyte this morning make me fear that Grindelwald will target the school. There are still a few more days left to go for the final holiday, and we must keep the students safe till then. Her last words had a firm edge to them. Well, I've handed that one over to Amelia, who should be discussing it with Babajid Akingbait at the moment. Hopefully, it will bear a good conclusion. Felix said, at the last meeting it was agreed by vote that 12 ministries of magic agreed to send men, and this team of Aurors came under Akingbad's command. Now that Amelia has come up with new solid evidence, I'm sure the number of ministries of magic that would agree to join the allied forces will increase again. How many Aurors and hit wizards is Bones prepared to send? Professor McGonagall asked curiously. A third. Professor McGonagall frowned, so it is less than 50. That acolyte said that Grindelwald has nearly 600 or 700 people on his hands right now. Although these people are old, they are not all bad at what they do. They used to be the most loyal group of Grindelwald's men, and in case these people spread out in all directions to recruit wizards who are dissatisfied with the current state of the magical world, that number could immediately swell a dozen times over. Felix rubbed his chin and said, there is no way around it. In order to prevent this situation you mentioned, the ministries of magic in each country must also leave enough manpower and reaction time. For the people of the International Confederation of Wizards, the most important thing now is to establish a smooth and stable communication channel. There is a lot to learn from some of Dumbledore's previous approaches, A&D. He stopped talking as the fireplace burst into flames and Ms. Bones walked out of it, in a dusty state. How did it go? Professor McGonagall asked with a serious look. It has produced some results. Ms. Bones said wearily, but Akingbait has refused the suggestion of placing all the nation's Aurors in England, and instead, he wants me to convince you to join the Allied forces as his second-in-command. She glanced at Felix. At the moment no one is sure how far Grindelwald has recovered his strength. If we go by the test results given by the healers of the International Confederation of Wizards, Grindelwald is now at best a little stronger than an elite Auror, but it can only be considered for a limited time, and if he has fully recovered his level of strength to back then. There was a meaningful gleam in her eyes. With this information Felix Happ would never be able to leave so easily. Only in the most troubled times would people realize what it meant to have a wizard like Dumbledore, or Felix in their lives. I'm not leaving the school at this time. Felix said with a frown, it's uncertain what Grindelwald's true intentions are, but you can tell Akingbait that I'll take some action when the end of term has arrived. Don't get me wrong, I'm not interested in commanding a large army of wizards with complex elements, and I'm sure the political tug of war involved in this will definitely consume most of my energy if I try to take a charge of it, and I won't be able to do my research and other things. I'll try to find Grindelwald and have a talk with him. The best outcome would of course be talking him out of it, with the secondary goal of figuring out his true agenda or a little fight to find out what he's made of. I've always felt he's in too much of a hurry, and he shouldn't be in such a rush in his current state. Well, I will pass the word. Bones said with a sigh, to be honest, I am just now realizing that Voldemort seems compared to the pressure brought on by Grindelwald, at least at the time you and Dumbledore were able to completely overpower Voldemort, and the Ministry of Magic Aurors and Order of the Phoenix members had an absolute advantage over the Death Eaters. But now Grindelwald has in his hands a force more than 3 times that of the British Ministry of Magic, and this is only the backbone of the group most loyal to him, and any random one of them can gather dozens or hundreds of followers. If all these people could be used to target a certain country, it would be an absolute disaster of enormous magnitude. She seemed to imagine the scene and couldn't help but shudder. Are you still unable to get in touch with Dumbledore? She asked expectantly. Felix and Professor McGonagall looked at each other slowly and shook their heads. There's no need to be so pessimistic, Amelia. Felix said, have you ever wondered why Grindelwald gave priority to gathering this core group of forces? According to that acolyte, Grindelwald even resorted to using Protego Diabolica to test the loyalty of every acolyte that chose to join him. He didn't do that back in his time. Are you saying he has little confidence? Ms. Bones asked, on alert immediately. Felix nodded in all seriousness. Grindelwald has 2 paths forward, violent confrontation and verbal bewitchment. If he chooses the former, he will immediately be branded as a dark wizard by the ministries of magic of every country. His past crimes will all be rehashed and magnified tenfold, and don't forget that the existing order shows no sign of collapse, and as long as we can keep a tight lid on it for a few months, things will be very different in time. If he chooses the latter now more than half a century has passed, and even if his speeches held as much charisma as they did once, and even if his slogans reached the hearts of the general public, How many people are left today who would pledge their loyalty to him? The era that belonged to him has passed, and let's see, there won't be many of the new generations who will want to follow him. The young people probably haven't even heard of him, and if they have, it's a notorious reputation. The only thing to worry about is that he will be throwing his weight around in desperation, even if the chances of his survival become too small. Grindelwald stood on the finely detailed steps with Vinda Rosier and knocked on the door. As they waited, he said casually. I don't need too many people to pledge allegiance to me, it's enough if we can gather enough vocal support to intimidate the law enforcers. A couple of dozen ministries of magic are pulling each other's strings, and does Akingbade have enough authority to hold these people's might together? I'm not the same person I was back then, but neither Akingbade is the Dumbledore of that year. Believe me, Vinda, as long as we don't make the first move, no one will dare to take the initiative to start a wizarding war. Grindelwald showed a sarcastic smile. But his identity does have some use, at least enough to deter some people, so here we are. The sound of footsteps approached, and a woman dressed as a maid opened the door. She leaned in the doorway and surveyed the two men suspiciously. Hello, may I ask who you are looking for? We are looking for Mr. Babajid Akingbade. Vinda Rosier said. But Mr. Akingbade has mentioned that he will not see any foreign guests. Do you have an appointment? The maid asked. It's an urgent official matter, related to Mr. Akingbade's biggest worry at the moment. Grindelwald said, I spoke to the guards here, Grove, right? A very duty-bound lad. The maid's eyes looked across their shoulders to the opposite side of the path, where a young man at the end of the path nodded his head in that direction. Oh, she moved out of the way. Come in, I'll go and wake him up. Mr. Akingbade has not slept for dozens of hours in a row, has been in a meeting and has only just laid down for a short time. Grindelwald and Vinda Rosier were led into the drawing room, where Grindelwald sat down in a nice, comfortable chair, and with a calm demeanor, he took a book out of his pocket and read it with great concentration. The Tales of Beetle the Bard? The maid gave the tattered cover a critical glance, and she could see that its owner had definitely looked through it so often that several of the letters had flaked off. It seemed a little odd, but her wariness did lessen considerably. Someone who liked to read fairy tale books couldn't be a bad person, could they? And this person was very polite. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 680, Chapter 680 Statement, 2 in 1. What he said about the Chamber of Secrets amusement park is certainly not a casual thing. Felix is very serious about it. The members of the Frontline Lookout Club had already experienced the first ride, which the Creevy brothers called tunneling through, and the others found it quite apt through a long, damp underground pipe, as if they were traveling through some deep, deep crevice in the sea, their whole being lightly floating and whirling downwards under the effect of the levitation rune circuit. After the initial discomfort, they soon fell in love with the ride and shouted with glee. The glow of illumination led them to a circular open space. Harry recognized that there were remains of rats and small animals piled up here before, all eaten by the basilisk, but now they were all gone. Although it is still wet and dirty, at least it is no longer so ominous, and when they push open the last door, the students were stunned by what they saw before them. In front of them, there is a town far vaster in scale than the Hogsmeade village, with snowy mountains, forests, sandy plains, and lakes. Each place is not very grand, but the various terrains are like pieces of a brightly colored jigsaw puzzle, and they are harmoniously put all together. Overhead is a blue sky with white clouds. At the entrance, they found a huge wall with instructions and directions. It wasn't there last time I was here, Harry gulped, as he pointed at his feet. The last time I was here there was only a single path. I followed it all the way and came across. He closed his mouth, but Ron and Hermione understood what he meant: an encounter with Voldemort. Hey! Have a look, there are quite a few projects up there. Seamus said in surprise, staring up at the lines and text descriptions on the instruction wall. The flying roller coaster, I think it's that thing. Dean interjected, pointing his finger at the long, snake-like carriage that glided over the top of the snowy mountain. Looks like some kind of sightseeing vehicle. Hey, don't interrupt. Seamus continued, there's also Wild Quidditch, the Library of the Future, the interactive murals, the high swings, the rapid shooting, the dream architects, wow, even more. I can't wait, but it looks like a long way to go. It says here you can ring a bell to summon a ride, or you can fire red sparks with your wand. Neville said, turning his head and staring at a metal object in front of him. It looked like a curved neck table lamp, only it had been enlarged several times and the location of the light bulb had been replaced with a metal bell. So what are we waiting for? Dean said excitedly, I'm going to try Wild Quidditch. Harry also had a soft spot for things with the Quidditch name on them, and at the urging of the crowd, Neville shook the bell, and they waited for almost a minute when there was a clatter of hooves from the distance and a group of glowing creatures came running towards them and stopped right in front of them. Rune creatures. Hermione said in surprise, looking around her and knowing what this meant. Rune creatures couldn't last long, so everything here is like something taken out of a thinking room and brought under Professor Happ's magic control. Next, everyone picked out their favorite creature. Harry picked a creature that looked very much like a hippogriff, and he made his way to the heel and wondered hesitantly if he should bow in front of the shining pupils, but Justin on the other side of the ground had already climbed impatiently on top of a huge flamingo, and he asked uncertainly, close to its ear, "Can you understand what I'm saying? I want to go on a roller coaster that is." Immediately the flamingo took off running on its two long legs. Justin screamed and grabbed its pink wings, and it quickly disappeared from the sight of the crowd. Those left behind looked at each other for a moment, then became even more excited. "Well, I'm going to go to the Library of the Future first, then I'll see the interactive murals. I don't know what the Dream Architect means, but the high swings sound nice and calm too," Hermione chattered. They parted at the entrance and a giant creature carried them as they raced towards their goal. The journey wasn't boring and the hippogriff beneath Harry's feet wasn't slow, so after only 2 minutes, he made it to his destination. There was a huge golden birdcage-like hollowed-out building in front of him and Harry stepped in the sand. A dry heat spread through the air, and he suddenly realized that it had been over a month since the Quidditch finals, and he couldn't wait to play a game of Quidditch. Dean was waving at him. "Hey Harry, look at this." Dean sat excitedly on a flying broom and Harry had no idea how he had done it, but a huge clear bellflower-like blue bubble wrapped him up completely. Harry touched it, and the sensation on his fingertips felt like a leathery toughness, and then he was struck by a flash of motivation to figure out what the wild Quidditch is all about. Soon he too got on his flying broomstick and the two swooped and collided like barbarians with the protection of the bubble, which bounced them off. There was no need to worry about getting hurt at all. Harry felt the joy of the now abandoned and historical style of Quidditch, the aerial collision, but of course, he felt that the professor's approach was far safer and more civilized. They had a good time, and at some point, Neville and Ginny joined in. Harry got even more excited and was totally into it, as the opposite parties' faces came closer and closer and when they were about to hit each other, the flexible bubbles came into play. The bubbles were squeezed out of shape, and then they were bounced off in a whirl, having to scramble to control their direction, which tested their skills on the flying broom, and Dean couldn't avoid hitting the birdcage despite all his efforts then bouncing off again. Harry took this opportunity to roar and vent his emotions, knocking down anyone who got in his way, and as he waved his fist in celebration at his third victory, he turned his head and noticed that Ginny had disappeared. Neville held out a finger and pointed to the entrance with an innocent expression. "I don't think she was too happy when she left." Harry hurriedly left the wild Quidditch birdcage, the hippogriff still waiting for him where he left it, but he couldn't find Ginny's horned camel anymore. When he looked up, a huge roller coaster flew overhead and Harry's eyes caught sight of the Paddle sisters' ponytails dangling backward from the open carriage, and his ears heard their excited shouts as the roller coaster that looked like a caterpillar flashed past him. He got on his hippogriff and started to look around, and soon he spotted the figure of Ginny in front of a huge rock wall. Her fiery red hair was recognizable, and he went over to her, but Ginny ignored him. Harry got an idea and talked about wild Quidditch tricks, and Ginny soon perked her ears up and listened. Harry was relieved to see Ginny's expression change from gloomy to sunny, and he asked, pointing to the brown rock wall, "What's this?" He looked around to find Katie Bell, Lavender Brown, and Terry Boot looking at it with great interest. "The interactive thingy," Ginny said, "Ron's in there." Harry's eyes widened as he looked at the rock wall. The rock wall is painted with sketch-like lines that seem to be the random scribbles of someone who isn't very good at drawing, and there is a long, meandering black line that represents the rolling hillside, on which a small, sketchy-looking figure is currently climbing. "That's Ron." "Yeah," Ginny said with a grin, "watch, I'm getting the hang of this a bit," she said, taking out her wand and tracing a circle on the rock wall, in which the circle seemed to turn into a huge tumbling rock that rolled down the hillside under Harry's dumbfounded expression. "Who's messing with me?" Ron's clear roar came out of the rock wall as the little man representing him smashed a rolling rock 10 times his size with a single punch. "I should have painted it more real," Ginny said regretfully, and when she saw the look on Harry's face she reassured him, "Oh, don't worry, the person inside the rock wall won't be in danger of losing his life, all we can do is put up some sort of obstacle, or convenience for him. A bit of a prank, I think Fred and George would like it here." Soon there was no way in front of Ron in the rock wall, and he was dealing with a huge gully. Lavender Brown had drawn 2 bat wings on the rock wall with her wand, which was picked up by Ron, and he flapped them to reach the top of the hill, which was drawn with a straight line, where a huge chair was drawn and there was actually someone sitting on it. "Valin." Harry rubbed his eyes. "This is a mural of warriors fighting a demon," Lavender muttered, without looking away. The Valin in the mural looked a dozen times bigger than Ron, and even Ron himself was startled when Valin gave 2 excited grunts and snapped a curved pair of branches from the tree, and made them fall like lightning. "Oops, Ron's going to fail. Let's give a hand." Katie Bell shouted excitedly, pulling out her wand and drawing a circle around the rock wall, circling Ron's entire body. "Who turned off the lights?" Ron asked in a bewildered tone. At that moment Valin sneaked over and kicked out as hard as she could at a ball, and the rock wall suddenly flickered and Ron emerged from it. Half a dozen people surrounded him. "How does it feel?" Susan Bones asked. A bit dizzy, Ron shook his head. It was like entering the world of a comic book. The world is all just a row of lines in your eyes, but for the people inside, it seemed like a real black and white world, although I don't know why Valen got so big. The next second the rock wall shimmered again and Valen jumped out of it, with a smug smile, standing only a foot tall. Hermione had just come out of the Library of the Future. She had reread the Monster Book of Monsters, but it felt completely different. The words and pictures in the book became a single coherent scene. She had just assisted a large man, who looked a lot like Hagrid, in catching a group of Coco Rumsey Catcher, using exactly what she had learned from the book, a large handful of fresh, dew-soaked leaves, and it's even better if you can also perform an exaggerated dramatic movement during the capture. They immediately can't resist running out of the corner to watch you perform. That's when you can put them in their cage. For her next destination, she wanted to go to the high swings, and she stopped for a moment on the way past the rapid shooting field where Justine and Ernie Macmillan stood on one side of a long canal, with a steady stream of billywig insects coming out of the nest on the other side, which quickly rushed towards the pair. They sweated profusely as they shot a stream of red light from their wands, and when it hit the billywig insects, the nimble little creatures fell to the ground like a soft rubber ball. As time passed, the billywig insects grew in number and speed. Hermione left shortly afterward when she heard a frustrated intake of breath from behind her. She arrived at the place marked on the map as High Swing. There was only a sign nearby. She stared blankly and tapped the wooden sign with her wand. Then a rustling sound came from above, and she looked up as a green vine dangled from the sky. The vine weaved itself into the shape of a letter J and the bottom of it inflated into a seat. She managed to sit on it, and it carried her up high and soon everything on the ground came into view. Over a plain, she saw the blurred figure of Luna, who flicked her wrist, in a monstrous and uncanny house. Hermione guessed it would be a house, rose from the ground like a huge black smoking pipe with a silver crescent hanging from the chimney. Okay, I can probably guess what the dream architect is. Hermione muttered in a small voice. She couldn't help but imagine what her ideal house would look like in her mind, nothing too formal, but nothing too weird either, and she tilted her head as she gawked at Luna's creation, which appeared to be Luna's home, and from her perspective, it surprisingly looked a bit like an upright boot. She giggled. After looking at it for a while, she tapped her wand on the vine, which continued to rise upwards, and she wanted to look at the highest point. Hermione remembered the fairy tale about Jack and the Beanstalk that she had heard when she was a child. There couldn't be a giant that could eat children above the clouds, could there? She laughed at the thought. A steady stream of wavy clouds with neatly cut edges glided before her. They seemed to be carved out of the same mold. The professor didn't seem to have put much thought into them. Hermione couldn't help but muse about it when finally the vine stopped moving. Hermione looked around and spotted a silver sphere the size of a crystal ball behind her. Is this the moon? But it looked too small to notice at all if she didn't pay attention. She reached out curiously and picked the crystal ball up in her arms, and unexpectedly found a small note stuck on the back of the sphere as she turned its back towards her. I should be 1,000 times of this size, but for now all I can do is pretend I'm the moon. Hermione slowly read the note and giggled at the familiar handwriting, laughing so hard that tears welled up in her eyes. Oh Professor, I didn't think. As she laughed, she noticed that the other side of the note also had something writing on it, and she turned it over to see the following written on it: Lunar City plan is on hold. The Chamber of Secrets amusement park was rapidly taking Hogwarts by storm. For some reason, Felix had noticed Granger looking at him strangely for the past 2 days, but he was busy at the moment, both with his responsibilities as deputy headmaster learning how to run the day-to-day affairs of the school under Professor McGonagall, which he disliked so much that he had offered to hand over the job to the head boy and head girl of the school, under the fancy name work experience. But you should at least know exactly which jobs you are responsible for, Professor McGonagall said with a grunt from her nose. On the other end of the world, Grindelwald still hadn't stopped his activities. Word had come back from the British representative of the International Confederation of Wizards that Babajide Akingbade had hosted a strange man and woman in his mansion, during which the tight protection measures put in place around him had completely failed and over 20 elite Aurors had lost half an hour of their memories. One could use a need to guess that Grindelwald had approached his door. But strangely enough, no problems were found with Akingbade after he underwent various tests. No imperious curse, no replacement, his memory left intact. In fact, all evidence pointed to the fact that he hadn't been harmed in any way. In his own words, Grindelwald talked to him for a while as if he was an old friend catching up. He even went on to receive representatives from New Zealand and Norway after the examination. Grindelwald definitely did or said something. He is best at verbal bewitchment, Ms. Bones said with certainty. She had guessed it right. 3 days before the holidays, Babajide Akingbade made a solemn statement addressed to all wizards. It is with great regret that I have to announce that Gellert Grindelwald is back to the public eye. Previously he had been imprisoned in Nurmengard prison, but now he has escaped and regained his freedom. The newspaper, which recorded his entire speech, spread instantly throughout the whole wizarding world. In view of the series of crimes he has committed, I, the Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, Babajide Akingbade, should have immediately mobilized all my forces to arrest him, which I did, but he voluntarily approached me, and we had a private conversation. I personally was not subjected to any coercion. Yes, Mr. Grindelwald was very polite throughout the whole conversation. We even discussed one of the wizard fairy tales. I'm sure many of you have heard of the story of the wizard and the hopping pot. Ahem, what I'm trying to say is that the wizarding world is in a dire situation, and we can't afford another wizarding war. And Grindelwald, who, unfortunately, is a wizard with generally long life, and he still retains enough influence in our world. Under these circumstances, Grindelwald has offered to show his goodwill, so what reason do I have, on the basis of personal preference, to break the olive branch he has offered me? I admit that my actions will be controversial, but I must put aside my personal feelings because every decision I make has far-reaching implications. Negotiations for peace are essential. What's more, the newspaper deliberately highlighted this, and as he said it he looked very embarrassed and hesitant, and a full 5 minutes passed before he finally made up his mind to tell. What's more, the man who defeated Grindelwald last time is no longer with us, the great, wise, and benevolent Albus Dumbledore. He's dead. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 681, Chapter 681 Music of the Night. Neither Felix nor Professor McGonagall showed up for dinner, and they discussed the situation intensely in the office but were unable to reach a decision. The division magic Felix had learned from the North Pole is not without its flaws. He has only one book of runes, and that is the equivalent of his wand, which will allow him to use his battle powers to their full potential. If Grindelwald is determined to make the news of Dumbledore's death public, there is really very little they can do. The original plan was based on the premise that Dumbledore would fade from the public eye and only make occasional appearances in the future to prove that he is still alive. The entire wizarding community would slowly adjust to the fact that he had retired, and even if the wizarding community would be forced to go public in a few years or a decade, his name would serve as a significant deterrent. All that is needed, after all, is a deterrent. With Felix at the forefront to show his strength, Dumbledore, who became famous 100 years earlier than he did, a man of great popularity and merit, and widely regarded as the greatest white wizard of all time, would become an unpredictable presence in the minds of ordinary people. No one would want to provoke such an old man and force him into battle. Moreover, the subtlety of the plan lies in the fact that even if some wizards had doubts, they would not have the guts to question them, much less dare to publicly curse Dumbledore dead. Even making assumptions about it would drown them in spittle. An old man who had dedicated most of his life to the wizarding world has the right to enjoy his later years without any need to take care of official business. Felix could also go along by having Dumbledore show up and say a few words of advice in public, without affecting the bigger picture at all. The benefits are considerable, the cost is near zero, and the only one who will suffer is Dumbledore himself. It's a pity Grindelwald jumped on board. Felix isn't arrogant enough to think he can rival Dumbledore in his mastery of transfiguration, and if one second Dumbledore appears and the next Grindelwald asks him to fight, it is highly possible that their actions will be punctured on the spot in full view of the public. In the short term, all Felix could think of to do would be to make up the excuse that Dumbledore was injured and accept to fight in his place instead. But the viciousness of Grindelwald's scheme lies in the fact that even if they solve the immediate dilemma, it does not signify the end of the problem altogether, rather it is the initiation of a series of troubles because even the most subtle of lies cannot withstand the repeated glances of skepticism. A magic trick, when first seen, will be memorable and unforgettable. But if it is performed countless times, even if the trick is not detected for a while, the public will subconsciously accept the fact that it is fake, and the magician's hard work will only attract more suspicion and critical looks, causing things to get completely out of hand. Felix, let's each go back and think it over, and we'll discuss it tomorrow. Professor McGonagall said wearily, I'll send the students to bed first. She left, and not a moment later the reluctant shouting of students who all wanted to know the truth was heard, but Professor McGonagall's attitude was firm, stating that it was too late to discuss this today and that everything would have to wait until tomorrow. She turned back to Felix and exchanged a complicated look, knowing that this couldn't be kept from them for too long and a convincing statement had to be made. In the corner, Snape stood like a silent plant growing in the darkness, his face expressionless, and not far from him Sprout and Phileas stood, Phileas' sharp voice stammering out something. Felix was a little sad and a little tired of the fact that the magic he prided himself on was completely helpless in this kind of situation. He couldn't help but think of Dumbledore. How many times in his long life had he truly felt this sense of powerlessness? As the castle grew quiet, Felix climbed up the grand staircase to the corridor where the headmaster's office is located. The gargoyles did not block him as he pushed open the door to the headmaster's office. This place remained pretty much the same as it had been when he first entered. He could recall almost every detail of his interview. The finely wrought silverware rustled comically on the slender-legged desk, emitting puffs of white smoke in the darkness. Behind the beautiful brown headmaster's chair a personal collection of Dumbledore's books lay silently on the compartment along with the sorting hat. The pensieve lay hidden behind the black cupboard door, the Gryffindor sword encased in a clear glass cabinet, and the golden perch on the back side of the room was empty, where the phoenix had originally been. The portraits of the headmaster on the wall had an extra golden frame, with Dumbledore sleeping quietly and peacefully. Felix gazed at the portrait of Dumbledore. It will take him a while to wake up. The old wizard with curly grey hair and short fringes whispered from the wall, in order to be connected with the whole castle so that we can be around for a long time. Felix nodded at him and silently turned to leave the headmaster's office. He suddenly thought of classroom 7, where there is a 17-year-old Dumbledore, and as he crossed the long corridor, he stopped abruptly, his thinking room released instantly, but it was stopped as if there is an invisible barrier in front of it. Felix hadn't been able to see the man's face, and in fact, there is no need to, there is only one person in the world capable of doing that. Grindelwald, he said pleasantly, I've been expecting to meet you for a while, I didn't think you'd show up at this current point in time, aren't those acolytes afraid you're trapped here? A figure cloaked in a black coat slowly stepped out of the shadows, a white rose pinned to his chest. They are not children and will not worry needlessly. And weren't you expecting me, so here I am. Grindelwald said with an expressionless face, looking out the window at the view directly over the Forbidden Forest, the moon glowing brightly. It's only been a few days, and you've changed the protective magic outside the school Flitwick's handiwork, I guess. Is it to guard against me? Too bad it didn't work. I don't need to tell you to figure out the deeper meaning, which is that you are no longer welcome here. Felix said. That makes me a little sad. Apart from that cold, damp room, this is the place I've stayed the longest. Not even the houses in Privet Drive could get on the list, though I've been paying rent for it for a year. Where are you taking me? Grindelwald asked with sudden interest. As he spoke, the walls around them became blurred and seemed to mist over, and the landscape began to overlap as if they found themselves in both Hogwarts Castle and a very different place at the same time. The sound of the night wind whimpering and the wailing of crows came to their ears. A graveyard, it's empty enough, Felix said without moving, for talking about things. Grindelwald tsked, talk about things? After we talk? I didn't come here today to fight. He tapped his wand against his withered hand and the castle regained its clarity. The two men's eyes fell on the corridor windowsill, where silently an extra branch appeared as if out of thin air, and a team of ants crawled along it to the cold wall. If you prefer, it's no different in here. I thought you'd find me first. Felix said. His heart sank. Grindelwald wasn't weak enough to test any further, the school really isn't a place to fight at full strength, and the charm in his wrist didn't respond even a little bit when the two got this close. Oh, I did indeed consider doing that. Grindelwald said with a smile on his face, rubbing his chin, but then I changed my mind. Although I despise Babajide Akingbade, he is the one who stands at the top of the wizarding order, at least on the surface. You value him for what he is. Felix said sharply, to use him for your own agenda. Grindelwald's eyes twinkled brightly. I could certainly come out publicly, but then why should I? His word is far more persuasive than mine, and no wizarding newspaper will refuse to print his statement when all I have to do is tell some truth. You know what, Felix? Akingbade is an orphan from the last wizard war, and he has every reason to hate me, but the truth is he compromised and agreed to negotiate with me, for a sense of false peace. I only recently found out about it. Sounds a bit of a con, so you tricked him. Felix was taken aback. Babajide couldn't have believed his bullshit that easily, could he? Grindelwald shook his head slightly and grinned menacingly. Felix waited for him to stop, and Grindelwald sighed. Do you think I can only convince people by deception? I made him an offer he could not refuse, a temptation so great that he lost the ability to think calmly, and without me wasting any more words, he convinced himself to act on my ideas. I am very curious about that. Can you hint at it? Maybe I'll have a chance to use it too. Felix said indifferently. Grindelwald sized him up for a moment, grinned, and made a wordless gesture. Felix's eyes widened. Unbreakable vow. He lost his tone. The shock in his heart is immense. His eyes subconsciously glanced over to Grindelwald's wrist, and he looked slightly stunned at the sight of his left hand turning charred and black before shifting his gaze to the one holding his wand. Of course, it hasn't been signed yet. Grindelwald glanced at him curiously. The statement he made today is a prerequisite for the vow, but well, I'll go over to him after I talk to you, and maybe I'll even run into that little female minister of yours too. A whole bunch of magic ministers and representatives as witnesses. I'm sure Akingbade will do that, and the vow will be incredibly restrictive and strong that way. Felix pursed his lips and glanced at him. Oh, I understand. Grindelwald said slowly, people like us are not used to leaving our fate in the hands of others, but it's more convincing that way, don't you think? For example, even if I tell you now, will you be able to stop this? What vow are you going to make? Felix spoke somewhat gruffly. It is probably something about not being able to kill people casually or actively start a wizard war. Grindelwald said vaguely, acting carefree as if he thought this matter is of little concern. Felix raised his eyebrows. You found a way to break the unbreakable vow. Grindelwald was silent for a moment and asked curiously, what makes you think so? Felix fell silent as well. Is this line of thought incorrect? Did Grindelwald really intend to take a vow? Is he out of his mind? An idea flashed through Felix's mind, and he prodded tentatively, do you want Dumbledore to get a funeral worthy of him? Grindelwald immediately shrugged his nose like he had sniffed rotten meat with a look of disgust. You have reminded me, he said maliciously, his smile hidden in the shadows, where you have buried him? I can only say some things to his tombstone, don't tell me he's reclusive and hiding from everyone, I know everything but it would be nice for him to be alive, I would like to see the look of regret on his face. There was a moment of silence. Felix raised his left hand and the emerald ring on it lit up, from which letters flew out and flapped in the air before him. What is this? He asked carefully, and Felix seemed to sense a heartbeat coming from the opposite side, but Grindelwald's eyes looked like a deep, dry well, overflowing with no emotion. If you still remained in Nurmengard at this moment, you could receive one of these every 2 or 3 months, which would last for about 20 years. But you won't need it now. Felix said, letting the letters fly like doves towards Grindelwald, who held out his hand, and they have instantly taken away by him. There was another moment of silence. Felix suddenly asked, by the way, if I go to classroom 7 now, will I be able to meet A? No need to say that. Grindelwald barked flatly, his nails sinking into his flesh, but immediately he regained his composure as if the momentary lapse of composure had not just occurred. Felix, there's something lacking in you, you have a lot of shackles, so you can't fight me freely or stop me. I can teach you a trick, he said coldly, you have to burn the hell out of it. Grindelwald disappeared. Felix lapsed into contemplation and returned to his office with heavy feet. When he looked up he saw a huge dark figure leaning against the doorway. Hagrid? What are you doing here? Hagrid was startled awake. His face is wet with tears, his eyes are red, and he is clutching a large, dirty handkerchief unconsciously in his hand. I've been waiting for you, Felix. Hagrid said, a little confused, then his eyes grew fearful, and his voice choked. I read and saw in the newspapers that. Dumbledore, please tell me it's not true. Felix hesitated, what is he going to say in reply, keep telling the lie all over again? The matter could not be hidden when Akingbate and Grindelwald rely on an unbreakable vow to form a strong link. He stood on tiptoe and patted Hagrid's shoulder. Hagrid's expression froze, and he suddenly let out a beastly howl, tears rolling down in great drops and seeping into his shaggy beard. He threw himself around Felix, who let out a muffled hum and put a humanoid shield charm on himself. The charm wavered at first, he then cast a Muffliato charm to avoid Hagrid waking the whole castle. When Hagrid was tired of crying, Felix looked as if he had been fished out of the water. He took Hagrid to his office and put him to sleep on the sofa. The following morning, Valen and Felix, who had been sleepless all night due to the deafening snores, left the office and found Professor McGonagall to tell her what had happened last night. Professor McGonagall was shocked to hear that. But it didn't take long for Ms. Bones to deliver the news that it was all true. Just last night, hundreds of Aurors stood at attention, and the ministers of magic from over 10 countries were present to witness the signing of the vow between Akingbate and Grindelwald. The following morning, Professor McGonagall sadly, and relieved, announced the news of Dumbledore's death to the entire student body and faculty. The students were overwhelmed and drowned with great sadness as Professor McGonagall hastily announced Headmaster Dumbledore's last wishes and then hardened her heart to prepare Dumbledore's funeral. As it was no longer a secret, she wanted to honor Dumbledore's memory by having them attend the funeral before the students left for the holidays. Hogsmeade was flooded with wizards from all over the world almost in the blink of an eye. People who had actually heard the news previously announced to the public by Akingbate in advance arrived for the final farewell to Dumbledore's body. That night the rain poured down and the lightning thundered. Everyone's hearts were heavy and seemed wet with rain. The next day, the skies cleared and the gates of Hogwarts opened wide as men and women wizards poured into the school from all over the world. Felix's eyes darted through the crowd, looking for someone. He knew Grindelwald would surely show up. All of Grindelwald's plans would be revealed today. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 682, Chapter 682 The End and Beginning of the Era, 2 in 1. The funeral was arranged in the Black Lake near the Forbidden Forest, where hundreds of chairs were lined up in the vacant space, but more and more people came, and the professors temporarily added more nearby, all of them facing a clean white stone table. The sky drizzled sparsely. The chairs were almost full, and people continued to arrive, standing solemnly in the back rows. Grindelwald did not appear till the funeral began, and Felix pushed down his doubts and sat quietly in his seat waiting for the ceremony to begin. The crowd heard music that sounded like music from heaven. Near the surface of the clear green lake, a choir of mer people sang, their pale faces filled with emotion, and they expressed their grief in the language of the mer people. Felix looked up to see a phoenix hovering high in the clear sky, and a mournful and moving song came out of its mouth. Amidst the mournful chorus of mermaid and phoenix song, Hagrid appeared, carrying Dumbledore's body through the gap between the seats towards the front row, big drops of tears falling through his beard onto the purple velvet with gold stars that wrapped around the body. With a very gentle movement, Hagrid placed the purple velvet fabric warped body on the white stone table and remained frozen for a few seconds, his hand still clasping something. Then he returned to the back and walked over to Little Grot. There was a large empty space around him, his giant half-brother, wearing a huge jacket and tent-like trousers, his expression was meek, and he patted Hagrid's head heavily as if comforting him. The music stops and the mer-people dove under the water, their blurred faces disappeared completely. Only the phoenix remained gliding across the sky. A short man with thick hair and black wizard's robes stood up, walked over to the stone table, and turned to face the crowd in a solemn manner. He cleared his throat. Just then, the unexpected happened. A silver lynx landed lightly in front of Felix and the group, lifting its head gracefully, and from its mouth came the voice of Kingsley, "Grindelwald is here. With a number of men, so you better oh, dear. There are too many people coming." His voice at the end had become so panicked that he could not sound composed as usual. The first few rows of wizards looked at each other in disbelief. Babajid Akingbade, Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, frowned and said, "He has brought all those acolytes with him? Is it a show of force or a precaution to keep us from using force?" No one responded to him, and Felix's eyes flashed with a silvery glint, his eyes widened abruptly. He stood up swiftly, and before anyone could react, he turned to Professor McGonagall and the three heads of house and said, "I'll go over first. There shouldn't be a fight, but of course, there won't be a fight." He took a vow not to initiate a wizard's war. Akingbade said as he held up an arm where the skin had some strange lines. Without looking at him, Felix continued calmly, "But I would advise preparing the students, at least the underclassmen, to evacuate at any moment and head to the Chamber of Secrets." Professor McGonagall's body shook, and her face turned white as she grabbed her chest collar and asked for some confirmation. "There's a lot of people arriving," Felix said briefly, "far more than one can imagine." With that, he disappeared from the sight of the crowd like a drop of water blending into the air. The people who had come to the funeral burst into a flurry of chatter, and Akingbade opened his mouth to say something, but before that Professor McGonagall walked past the crowd, raised her arm to signal everyone to quieten down, and said in a loud voice, "Hogwarts will keep all guests safe, and in the event of danger, we will stand in the way and buy you time to evacuate. Mr. Filch and Madame Pomfrey will be in charge of the evacuation. The head of grade and the professors will maintain order and wait for the signal. Evacuation location Potter? Harry Potter!" she shouted. Harry stumbled over to her, his face lingering with heavy surprise. "You know the place," Professor McGonagall whispered, "in the Chamber of Secrets, inside the statue of the man, there are fireplaces for evacuation. It can be opened using the parcel tongue." With that, she hurried towards the main entrance of the school. But within a few steps, she stopped in shock. The sky at the school gates suddenly glowed with a blinding white light, the eyes of the wizard who looked past her stung, and every cell in Harry's body sent an alarm to him. Immediately afterward the sky darkened. No, Harry squinted through his tears as an illusory Hogwarts castle appeared in the sky, enveloping the white light completely. The black castle seemed to be illuminated by the white light, those rays were like tiny knives, leaving countless deep scratches on the walls in the blink of an eye. The walls cracked like bags of water and seemed to be unable to hold up in the next second. Felix flipped through a page of the Book of Rune and tiny rune symbols flashed up on the surface of the walls. The cracks disappeared instantly, and the castle walls strengthened up. Grindelwald waved his wand and all the light disappeared. Felix looked up, and the castle lines were hidden from normal eyes. "Dumbledore's final move," Grindelwald marveled, "impressed me back in the day, but after all these years, I'm not a bad imitator." The two men stood about 200 feet apart, and in the open space behind Grindelwald stood a large, dark, silent crowd, almost a few thousand in number, which matched none of the information Felix had received. A thought crossed his mind: most of these people had been brought in by Grindelwald to make up the numbers. Kingsley stated somewhat disturbed from the side, "There are people on other sides of the school too, they've got the school surrounded, but those people have no intention of attacking now." Felix's eyes looked past Grindelwald towards the distance, where some people pointing at them. Further away, a steady stream of wizards arrived, the crackle of apparition continued to sound, and those who arrived later crowded together, looking up as if they are attending a rally, or watching a game. Felix could not detect the scent of a great battle. Grindelwald waved at him. "We haven't had a proper fight yet, there's a bit of time before Akingbade gets here, might as well take this opportunity to." Felix's eyes suddenly peered into the crowd, and he used legilimency to look through their minds, then a spell shot over from in front of him, and a tall, lanky armor leaped out of the Book of Runes at the same time, the spell bouncing off instantly. Felix withdrew his gaze, his mind clouded with more doubt. These men seemed to have come with a mission, ready to stir up chaos all over the world. But unless Akingbade and those ministers of magic were blind and had allowed Grindelwald to make a false vow, such a thing could not possibly happen. "Then I'll satisfy your request," Felix said calmly as the Book of Runes began to turn pages with a clatter, and a bolt of black lightning shot towards Grindelwald, whose eyes widened, and his wand let out a shrill whistle as black lightning flashed in front of him. It became obvious at this point who among the crowd behind him is elite and who is rabble. Some stepped forward and joined forces to hold up protective magic, but a greater number of wizards retreated in quick succession, in chaotic disarray. Felix's brow loosened but then tightened again. Stand back! Grindelwald shouted with what seemed to be suppressed anger. He raised his wand and a silvery, firebird with a body covered in blue flames burst from its tip. The firebird's 2 eyes are replaced by crystalline flames. A patroness! Felix thought to himself. He saw it in the newspaper and was not entirely sure, but now that he had seen it in person he finally made an accurate judgment. The castle conjured in the air using ancient runes and memory magic shifted from lines to solidity, trapping the strange patroness within. Grindelwald waved his wand and the firebird swelled hundreds of times at once, rampaging across the sky, while at the same time blue and white flowers fell from the sky. They stuck on the walls of the castle Felix had conjured, and in the blink of an eye, the battlefield between the two turned into a sea of fire. Professor McGonagall, Sprout, Snape, Bones, and Akingbade rushed to the scene first, followed by a dozen other ministers of magic from other countries and their accompanying Aurors, all of whom opened their mouths wide in surprise. Akingbade's eyes showed incredulity, and unlike the shock and awe of the rest, there was more than a little doubt and disbelief in his eyes as he rolled down his sleeve and stared at the pattern on his wrist in disbelief. The unbreakable vow didn't work, so neither man took it seriously? Or did one-on-one does not count as starting a wizard war? Professor McGonagall and Ms. Bones looked worried as Felix seemed to fall at disadvantage. The whole castle was enveloped in fiend fire, and a dozen firebirds poked their heads out of the towers, growing larger than dragons and coiled high up to spit flames around. At that moment, Felix threw the book of runes up high, which turned into a haze of light and merged into the castle. The castle instantly expanded a dozen times, almost exactly the same size as a real Hogwarts castle, with rune symbols shimmering on every brick. A chorus of shouts came as if from a distant place. A number of figures stepped out of the thin air with uniform strides. They appeared to be Hogwarts students and professors, and they held their wands in their hands, moving in neat, uniform movements as they recited incantations, and in a flash, hundreds of golden red bolts of spells pierced through the air. The flames from Grindelwald were forced to split apart, and then an exaggeratedly sized rune creature appeared, fearlessly charging straight into the flames. A few seconds later every single firebird was crushed and reduced to shards of embers, just in time for the spells of the students and professors below to obliterate the embers. As if the castle projection served as a battleground, and Felix already started to regain the lost territory. Grindelwald waved his wand with a stony face, and the two seemed to have reached a tacit agreement not to use new magic, but to compete with each other using their understanding of the same spell. New firebirds continued to split and flaming petals rained down from the sky, but all became useless, and the students and professors in the castle who are merely fabricated figments of Felix's mind, that he created to save himself the trouble, are essentially no different from the magical creatures that rampage across the battleground, and they wouldn't die, so they are more powerful than the magical creatures. Is that him? An old, wrinkled wizard in the crowd behind Grindelwald asked. That's right, satisfied. Vinda Rosier asked. The old wizard coughed twice. The last stray wisp of flame went out, and the only thing left in the castle was the firebird patroness from the beginning. Felix weighed in his mind that if Grindelwald only had the strength he displayed at the moment, he could still easily handle him even while protecting Hogwarts. Grindelwald already lowered his wand. Stop! Akingbade shouted at that precise moment, stepping forward, raising his arm, and gritting his teeth. Grindelwald, do you wish to renege on your vow? Do you wish to start a war? Just passing the time, Grindelwald kindly laughed, as he followed Akingbade's gaze and looked behind him. Oh, they are the people I brought to see the funeral. I was afraid it wouldn't be grand enough. That would make me, an old friend of Dumbledore, to feel disappointed. Akingbade's expression stiffened, and he couldn't help but lower his voice and yell, Grindelwald, you're breaking the rules. If you still intend to discuss, let them leave. Grindelwald gave him a sidelong glance, and Felix had expected him to refuse, after all the fuss he had made, but Grindelwald surprisingly compromised. As you have heard, you are free to leave and do what you want. Grindelwald whispered with his wand pointed at his throat, his voice carried clearly to the ears of everyone present. Then, one by one, they left using apparition. Grindelwald put away his wand, spread his palms, and asked. Now that I'm alone, are you all relieved? Akingbade and the professors breathed a visible sigh of relief. They had been surrounded by thousands of wizards before, and the dark mass of heads in a row would have made anyone tremble inside. Not to mention the thousands of students in the school and those who had traveled thousands of miles to attend the funeral. It looked like Grindelwald simply wanted to demonstrate to them the International Confederation of Wizards and the Ministries of Magic, and it must be said that he had achieved his goal. It had only been a few days and Grindelwald had silently gathered so many people, even if most of them were, according to Grindelwald's own words, here to see the fun, but the gathering power is enough to make them not dare to make any small move while their heart ringing with alarm bells. Grindelwald came over and held out his hand towards Felix. Felix hesitated for a moment and grabbed the hand that was offered to him. The two men felt the charm in each other's arms. As well as something else. I know what you are going to do. You'll be the public enemy of all wizards and muggles. Felix whispered, his eyes dead set on Grindelwald, whose body is riddled with holes. No wonder he is in such a hurry. Grindelwald was stunned. A slight bow followed. I am deeply honored. He said, oh, by the way, his hands suddenly grew hot, I'm sorry about ruining your and Dumbledore's plans. But Dumbledore overestimated his own name, how can a good man be more intimidating than an outright bad man? After he finished, he walked towards Akingbade. Grindelwald. Felix called out to him, will innocent people die today? Grindelwald stopped dead in his tracks. Innocent people? I don't think they will. He said without looking back. Felix stayed where he was, and Professor McGonagall called out to him as he raised his feet to follow. He opened the hand he had just shaken and stared at the palm of his own hand, where a single flower with petals of solidified blue flame lay still, and Felix silently crushed the flower as a spell came to his mind. It is a spell to summon the acolyte. Felix let out a lengthy breath. The alarm was lifted and there was one more person attending the funeral. Apart from the uncomfortable look on the faces of the Hogwarts students who had spent a year with Grindelwald, the others did not show much difference. Neville did want to stand up and question the trick within that sneakoscope but was pulled back by the weight of Seamus and Dean at his side. Don't be impulsive, Neville. Harry whispered, though his feelings are also very mixed. Akingbade spoke briefly, saying that Grindelwald had been invited over by himself and that when the funeral is over, they would start further negotiations and peace would be within reach by then. The expression on Grindelwald, who was standing next to him, was non-committal. The funeral proceeded. When Akingbade returned to his seat in the first row, Grindelwald did not follow him over, he approached the small man with thick hair and black wizard's robes, and asked courteously, excuse me, is it time to recount the life of the deceased? Yes, yes. The small man stammered. Grindelwald grinned. Then leave it to me, I'm sure there is no one in the world more familiar with Dumbledore's strengths and weaknesses than I am. The small man's expression froze, and he looked for help at the front row of wizards, where a row of great men sat. But no one said a word. The small man moved awkwardly out of the way. Grindelwald glanced at the body on the white stone table, where Dumbledore seemed quietly asleep. He turned and said slowly. Dumbledore and I met far earlier than you think, when Dumbledore had just graduated, and I had been expelled from school for studying dark magic. Fate brought two bitter young men together in Godric's Hollow. We hit it off instantly and soon became closer than blood brothers, for brothers are only connected by blood. Think of how many broken family ties there are out there in reality, and we were incredibly compatible with each other based on our philosophies. He had barely said the beginning of the story when it drew no small amount of commotion. But Harry knew it was all true. Dumbledore had many virtues and made many achievements, but all that tedious academic research aside, his most celebrated contribution was his firm commitment to defend the rights of Muggles and wizards from Muggle families. Sadly, he himself was a victim of Muggles, oh poor Albus, whose family became torn apart by a few Muggles. Of course, it was fueled up by our law enforcement agencies and the statute of secrecy. Professor McGonagall fidgeted, she tried to stand up but was held down by Felix. Let him speak. Felix said calmly, his expression looked like he was looking at a dead man. The victim is supposed to have the right to take revenge on the perpetrator in any way imaginable, but Dumbledore abandoned it. I am certain that this experience must have caused some people to see Dumbledore as a tragic hero, making them hail him as a person with great kindness and compassion, instead of undermining Dumbledore's greatness. But I could only see his weakness and cowardice. The crowd murmured. At one point we had nothing to talk about, so I knew Dumbledore's little buried secret, his desire for wizards and muggles to coexist in harmony and be close as a family. What a noble ideal. Unfortunately, he only wants the results, as he cowered after realizing the price he had to pay to achieve it. Because of his cowardice, he ended up on the opposite side of the fence from me. He turned his back on his ideals, our ideals. For the rest of his life, he was afraid to take a step forward, and even when he finally died he could only hold on to the hope with caution. The expressions on the faces of the crowd grew angry, and Grindelwald looked around without a hint of fear. This is Dumbledore, and perhaps you and I do not see him in the same way, but one thing is clear, Dumbledore represented an era, and with his departure, an era has come to an end. And a new era is about to dawn. Grindelwald said, not looking at the others and turning his head to stare at the stone table. Dazzling white flames crept up the equally white and flawless stone table, the flames rose higher and higher, a sad phoenix cry sounded from the sky, the flames abruptly disappeared, and a white stone tomb appeared in its place, Dumbledore's body and the table encased inside the stone tomb. The funeral was over. Halfway through the day, the sounds of voices grew louder and louder in the venue. Grindelwald was silent for a moment, staring at Felix, who met his gaze and nodded unnoticeably, then he turned towards the Forbidden Forest, not responding to Akingbade's shouts behind him. Akingbade and several other ministers of magic stood up and stared blankly at Grindelwald's back. I can't believe he just operated. Doesn't he want to negotiate anymore? Felix stared up at the sky. The phoenix had disappeared at some point and would probably never appear again. Another familiar person left for good, and he would next in someone's words welcome the dawn of a new era. Professor Hap. A soft, cautious voice said. Oh, Miss Granger. Felix glanced to the side, and Potter, Weasley, Longbottom. Please be seated. When does the train leave from school? In an hour. Hermione said, glancing at Felix as if something was brewing in her mind. That supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards seems to have come to some sort of agreement with Grindelwald. You mean they both made an unbreakable vow in the presence of a dozen ministers of magic? Several people who came with Harry were startled. They were completely unaware of this news. Hermione thought for a moment and said, oh, I guess it's really quite demoralizing, and you can tell by the way that he behaved today that he's not the one to listen to the rules. Although we can all realize the risks, there's nothing that can be done because any opposition would mean standing against those who... What are you trying to say, Granger? Oh, Hermione whispered, I was going to say that, well, anyone in this situation would feel powerless. Felix smiled, he seemed to perk up and then again he seemed not. It's not Grindelwald that makes me feel powerless, it's the whole world that is about to be turned upside down. I, both long for it and dread its arrival. There is no experience to refer to. Professor, Harry said, we are definitely standing with you, no matter what changes happen. Ron and Neville nodded in agreement. Felix straightened up and looked them over one by one with a critical eye. All right, I'll take that seriously. From now on, then, stay with me and look at the sky while we wait for word from the outside world. I hope that doesn't scare you guys if I'm not mistaken. He muttered. The group looked at each other. A little time passed, in fact, it was less than 5 minutes when Amelia Bones came over with a pale face, stumbling as if she might fall at any moment. The look in her eyes is one of undisguised panic. Harry had never seen her look like this before. Ms. Bones? Akingbade inquired. He was discussing the situation with his secretary and the other high officials of the Ministry of Magic. Grindelwald's sudden departure had caught them off guard. With a flushed face, Ms. Bones stammered, Mr. Akingbade, and everyone else, Grindelwald he. Have you found a trace of him? Not yet. She looked shaky as a number of the wizards who remained present focused their eyes on her, but we confirmed the location of all those people Grindelwald brought with him. Where did they go? We can't have a mass gathering of them. The information Brio brought said Grindelwald had gathered nearly 5,000 people right now, even if it was a demonstration it was too much. All over the world. Ms. Bones said weakly. What? All over the world? She shouted at the top of her lungs. Those people, led by 600 or 700 core acolytes, publicly exposed themselves as wizards. Rough estimates suggest they've popped up in over 2,000 Muggle cities using apparition to travel. They cast their magic without fear and fluttered over the cities. Mr. Akingbade, the magical community is completely and irrevocably exposed. Number Matthias Zink. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 683, Chapter 683 Meeting, 2-in-1. The departure of the Hogwarts Express was rescheduled. All the remaining students were herded back to the castle, and only those students whose parents had arrived for the funeral were allowed to leave the school directly with their parents. Because of the presence of the Weasleys, Sirius, Remus Lupin, and others, Harry and the group were not asked to return to the Gryffindor common room but were allowed to stay with their families, who were temporarily housed in the school Great Hall. Harry saw quite a few familiar faces: Ernie, Zacharias Smith, Seamus, Cormac McLagan, Hannah, Susan Bones, Anthony Goldstein, Marcus Belby, Draco, Pansy Parkinson, Blaise Zabinai. Many of them were regular guests at Professor Slughorn's parties. All of these students had family or relatives who had stayed behind, including the Weasleys, who stayed in the Great Hall talking rapidly, pausing now and then to glance up in the direction of the staff room with grim and anxious faces, expecting someone to come out. Akingbade had temporarily borrowed the school grounds to confer with all the ministers of magic on important matters. Ms. Bones dispatched a large number of Aurors before going in to prevent disturbances. Percy said solemnly, dressed in full formal attire and having a small meeting with Bill, Sirius, Lupin, Moody, the Longbottoms, and other members of the Order of the Phoenix. When this incident happened, Percy had planned to return to the Ministry of Magic immediately, but was asked to stay by Mr. Weasley, to which he reasoned, the Ministry needs me now. As a result, Penelope sneered, what are you going back for? Preparing a celebration in honor of the magical world being exposed to the eyes of the whole world. So Percy stayed behind. The senior members of the Order of the Phoenix sat with the children. There's nothing to worry about. Neville's somewhat intimidating grandmother said in a forceful manner. Mrs. Weasley responded absent-mindedly, and Fleur, who had just dropped off by Madame Maxime, pouted in displeasure when she saw Penelope and Mrs. Weasley sitting intimately together when she arrived. Oi gosh, I saw Madame Maxime and the big guy kissing, it's incredible, isn't it? Fleur tossed her waterfall-like hair and forced herself between them. Maybe it was a matter of affection or purely ceremonial in nature. Mrs. Weasley grunted in an impish manner. Ginny looked upset at being pushed aside. She stood up, tossed her hair, and walked over to her twin brothers, her beautiful head raised high with pride, in a manner that vividly resembled Fleur. So you've been taught for a year by a Dark Lord who has lived in the shadows for half a century. Your school life has been quite eventful. Fred said. Don't act like you haven't met one, George said seriously. You know one of us has killed another Dark Lord with his own hands. Harry said with a grim expression. Thanks, George, I'll be happy to share that part of the experience if you want to know. With that, he glared at Ron, who had let it slip. Ron looked to his left and right, seemingly interested in what Professor Marchbanks was yelling from the other side of the Great Hall as the old woman shouted at the top of her lungs, stupid. Out of his mind. I wonder when our government became so keen to make deals with criminals? If you ask me, Dumbledore shouldn't have stepped down at all. That aching bait isn't just another Fudge, no. The real Fudge stood in the corner awkwardly twirling his bowler hat. He was also present at the funeral, though he was so invisible and alone that even the Malfoys were more popular than he was. Ron withdrew his gaze, pretending not to see the look Harry was giving him, and shrugged. She's right, there's never a shortage of people like Fudge in the world. I think, Hermione said matter-of-factly, that it's unfair to Aching Bay to put him alongside Fudge. At least his intentions were good, to avoid war. But apparently, he underestimated Grindelwald. That's his biggest problem, Hermione. Fred pointed out. At that moment Harry saw a figure flash by the Great Hall entrance, and he jumped up from his chair with a start, his heart pounding, but immediately he realized that he had been mistaken, and he slumped back into his seat, seemingly losing all his strength. What's wrong with you, Harry? Ron asked in surprise. Nothing, sir. Harry opened his mouth. Well, I thought I saw Dumbledore, but that should have been Aberforth. Oh, they do look a bit alike, the two of them. Ginny said, I don't think I saw him at the funeral though. He went to classroom 7. The nearly headless Nick said as he floated around from behind her, his head bobbing, and Ginny and Neville, who were closest to him, froze for a moment and motionlessly gave him a seat. Classroom 7. Ron asked with interest, why? Oh, he realized, his family's there. Yeah, but he has had an unlucky day, almost getting kicked out by a few professors' memory bodies joining together. Nearly headless Nick said. What happened? Harry asked perceptively. Something to do with a new memory that just showed up. He was about the same age as Dumbledore, well, I mean Dumbledore in classroom 7. Nick said, I know a bit about Aberforth, he's been coming around a lot lately. I'm not the only ghost who has run into him at dinner, but he usually just watches from a distance, but today when he saw that new memory he suddenly jumped out and threw a fit. So it has something to do with that new memory. George asked thoughtfully, who is that person? I don't know. Nearly headless Nick said with restraint, shaking his head falling to one side and his whole face turning completely upside down as he let out a startled yelp and hurriedly held out his hands to adjust its position. Harry averted his eyes feeling cold. Who could it be? A new memory in classroom 7, and the one that had made Aberforth so angry. Harry's eyes lit up as he thought of something. He looked over at Hermione and from the shocked look on her face, she seemed to have guessed as well. It could very well be Grindelwald's own memory body. From the words of Nick, who had almost lost his head, Grindelwald would have left memories of his youth, but when had he done it? Did Professor Hap know? If he knew, why didn't he stop it? Was it because of his special relationship with Dumbledore? Had they made a private, unspoken agreement? Harry's head was spinning as he tried to figure it out. You can ask Professor Hap about it sometime, classroom 7 is his territory, he must know the identity of the memory. Ron said to Nick, glancing at an inconspicuous door of the Great Hall, he should be busy for the next few days though. Ugh, I thought he would have noticed and stopped Grindelwald beforehand. But yet, it's hard for a normal person to imagine Grindelwald's madness. A hint of fear passed through his eyes. Why do you say that? Neville asked in a whisper. Did the professor know something? Ron shrugged. He's practically omnipotent in my mind. You know, looking for clues through clues like a detective in a muggle's book, and I didn't think he would miss the mark this time. Not at all, Ron. Hermione shook her head, cracking her fingers solemnly. Grindelwald may seem to have done a lot of things, gathering the core acolytes, negotiating with the Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, disclosing the death of Headmaster Dumbledore, making an unbreakable vow, and attending today's funeral, but really, all of these things are just dispensable and irrelevant. Harry's somewhat numbed mind started to work again. Hermione's words gave him a whole new direction to think in, and he seemed to be able to clear the fog from his mind all of a sudden. I get it. Grindelwald has had only one goal since the beginning, to expose the entire wizarding community, force the integration of wizarding and Muggle society, and fulfill his and Dumbledore's original dream. Harry said excitedly. So everything he did before was a blindfold? Everyone is being played by him? Ron asked hesitantly, looking at the two men. We can only guess at the moment. Hermione said softly, from the strength Grindelwald showed today, he could have pulled off the plan all by himself. He probably couldn't beat Professor Hap, but at their level, he could have walked away from the fight at any time, which is why it was so difficult to capture Voldemort alive. Ordinary wizards can't intervene at all. I even think that once Grindelwald judges that the plan is not going well, he will immediately drop the fine details and go straight to the point. Why does he have to complicate things so much? Ron said annoyed. Because Grindelwald is human too. Harry said slowly, past memories of what he had seen in the Pensieve with Dumbledore backing up what he was saying at the moment. He was arrogant, cocky, wanted to prove he was right, wanted to announce to the world personally the dawn of a new age, and perhaps the desire to have Dumbledore buried with dignity can be added to the mix. He was already on a roll from the moment he broke out of prison, and all he did after that was merely to ensure that the outcome remained exactly the same while making the process as much to his liking as possible. Then Professor Hap. He might have guessed part of it. Hermione thought of what Felix had said earlier, but he shouldn't have guessed much earlier than we did, probably from what Grindelwald said at the funeral, or during their brief encounter in front of the school where Grindelwald said something that the professor picked up on, thus stringing it all together. Think about it, the professor knows Grindelwald better than we do. We all immediately thought that Grindelwald was hiding a conspiracy behind the negotiations he was leading. How could the professor not have thought of it? This includes making Dumbledore's death public as well. The professor doesn't believe Grindelwald's intentions are that simple, he wants to find out what Grindelwald's true intentions are, and the professor always plans before he acts. And so it turned out, that Grindelwald had lied to everyone. But it was too late. But he clearly made an unbreakable vow. Ron shouted. But he clearly made an unbreakable vow. Akingbade shouted in the impromptu meeting in the staff room. The staff room was crammed with people, every one of the undisputed big names in the wizarding world, the ministers of magic, the supreme mugwump of the Confederation, and the headmaster and deputy headmaster of Hogwarts, who are the hosts of the place, were here. Akingbade stared lost in thought at his arm, the vow still working and showing no sign of being broken. Mr. Akingbade, I too have heard about the Grindelwald vow, but it is not clear what your vow is. Professor McGonagall asked seriously. Akingbade licked his dry lips. I can assure you that the alliance process is completely open and witnessed by a dozen ministers of magic. The contents of the vow go both ways. Grindelwald promises not to kill indiscriminately unless someone attacks him first. Of course arguing doesn't count, nor will he initiate wizard wars, nor conspire to subvert existing wizard regimes. In return, all I have to do is to forego holding the acolytes accountable and allow them to operate in public without issuing orders against them, provided he does not break his vow. The men in the room furrowed their brows. At this point, Felix said, he really didn't start the wizard war. He focused on the last few words, and none of the people present were fools, they instantly figured out the crux of it. You fool! Professor McGonagall shouted vehemently, did you not even study his political views carefully before negotiating? Akingbad's dark face turned a reddish purple as he defended himself. We didn't expect it. He had never done so before, he had always sought a status in the wizarding community. Something similar has actually happened. A very old minister of magic said slowly, Grindelwald had reached the peak of his influence twice before he was imprisoned in Ermengarde Castle, when he was fully geared up to declare war on the Muggles. Both times, in the end, Dumbledore thwarted his efforts though. Akingbad's face turned pale. Even if you include Muggles, he's not really breaking his vow. After all, he only made the existence of magic known to the world, he didn't initiate the war. They really just used magic in public. Professor McGonagall said pointedly, and everyone in the room felt a little uncomfortable. Mr. Hap, Akingbade said hurriedly, with a hint of desperation in his tone, I admit that we have made a huge mistake and cannot afford to make any more mistakes, only you are capable of capturing Grindelwald, I beg you to come forward, and I will let the newly formed Auror team work with you. Felix glanced at him. Something can only be said here, Mr. Akingbade. One of the clauses in the vow you took was not to issue orders against him. Unless you intend to break the vow before Grindelwald does. Akingbade was dumbfounded and seemed to have suddenly lost the ability to speak. Half a moment later he opened his mouth again, by which time his face became completely bloodless. I will resign of my own accord, so that it will not count as. You better not go anywhere, said Felix, the vow is more or less useful. The influence of Grindelwald can be ignored for the moment while we deal with the great crisis before us, and he is also under unbreakable vow, and as long as we don't go after him, he won't be able to interfere with what happens next. You mean? Akingbad's eyes widened, that he will wait and do nothing after he started this huge wave. I do believe that standby is a more accurate word, Ms. Bones said. He will not be our enemy, but he is the source of all the turmoil, and don't forget that the crux of the problem is that the magical world is exposed to the eyes of the whole world, and we must come up with a solution as soon as possible. The old wizard who spoke before shook his head and smiled bitterly. There are not 1 or 2 people involved, nor 1 or 2 cities, there is no way to hide it any longer, alas, the statute of secrecy. Secrecy is completely ruined. What is Grindelwald waiting for? Aching Bade murmured, then his pupils dilated with fear. It goes without saying, that he is naturally waiting for the situation to descend into chaos, and chaos is what Grindelwald wishes to see. Perhaps he need not do anything, and the angry wizarding populace, who are wrapped up in the war, will naturally lean towards his cause. It is at that point that he will step forward because I have allowed him to be active in public and present himself as a savior and declare war against the Muggles. An unnerving silence followed. He even calculated this far. Someone shouted incredulously. Think more positively, Felix said meaningfully, if you deal with it properly, Grindelwald will simply have no chance to show his face or perhaps the whole thing, who knows. He leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling in contemplation. Would this be Grindelwald's true thoughts? How can a good guy be more of a deterrent than an outright bad guy? Would the Muggle government and populace be more cautious, and more sincere, if they realized that once the two ended up in war, they would be personally aiding a dark wizard who is hostile to Muggles, and who has no qualms about destroying a city with powerful magic from decades ago, to be free from the restrictions of his vows? Felix's thoughts were racing. He was in no hurry to make a decision. It would be best to talk to some of the core acolytes. Grindelwald had given him the means to summon the acolytes, but it might not work. Perhaps there is someone waiting for him in Hogsmeade now. The meeting barely made any substantial progress. All that came out of it was some very conservative ideas, such as discreetly gathering information from the outside world and hiding all wizards somewhere, but what to do after that? The ministers of magic simply could not reach an agreement. Their minds were completely bound by the statute of secrecy. 2 hours later, the ministers of magic left in a hurry. There was no telling what kind of chaos was going on outside now. There were too many things waiting for them to get back and deal with. When the men had gone, Ms. Bones stayed behind. We have to figure this out ourselves, she said seriously, one hand rubbing her forehead painfully. Everyone has their own stance, and with Aching Bade's reputation now plummeting again, there's no way to convince everyone that it's going to end up being anything but a tug of war. We have to do something about this, and we have to do it quickly. We can't be passive and wait for the results. Felix, I want to know what you think. Felix spread his hands. Grindelwald caught everyone off guard and I don't have a complete plan yet, but there are a few things that do need to be addressed as a matter of priority. Ms. Bones and Professor McGonagall looked at him. First, the students in the school. Cancel the Hogwarts Express this year, Professor McGonagall said decisively. Let children from wizarding families have their parents pick them up or leave through the school fireplace. Young wizards from non-wizarding families, I'll ask the professors send them straight home. The Ministry of Magic will cooperate fully, Ms. Bones said with a nod. Secondly, the security measures around the school must be reinforced. It is uncertain whether the next school year will start as scheduled, but try to be prepared. And there's a huge shelter here. Again, the two had no problem with this. Thirdly, Amelia, I suggest you to start negotiations with the Muggle government as soon as possible, starting with the Prime Minister. Haven't you been keeping in touch with each other one-on-one? He must be made to realize that this is not a one-sided affair for us and that no one can escape once a crisis has occurred. I will arrange that as soon as possible, Ms. Bones said. In fact, I've met with that Muggle Prime Minister twice, and he seems. She shook her head. Fourth, stabilize all the wizards through newspaper interviews, magic radios, get your voice out as far as possible. The pamphlet from the last Beware of Voldemort can also be revised and brought over for use. Fifth, public opinion and intelligence. Public opinion. Professor McGonagall and Ms. Bones asked in unison. Non-magical world governments and their populations are closely related and influence and constrain each other. Felix said, properly guided public opinion can make the general public more comfortable with the existence of wizards, and in turn, their attitudes can go to extremes once they are stirred up by those with a mind to do so. Of course, we are now focusing on gathering information, but how we gather information is also key. For example, the attitudes of ordinary people towards wizards, their reasons for accepting them, and their reasons for opposing them. Then there are the people who have significant influence in the matter, politicians, celebrities, leaders of opinion, especially those who jump out in the first place. Sixth, the safety and confidentiality of young wizards from Muggle families when they return home. Seventh, private contact with the Muggle government by a group or individual is strictly forbidden, and on this point, I am particularly worried about the attitude of the goblins. Plans for the Pan-Magical Alliance must begin. Eighth, well, I have a suggestion. Send out some of your trusted Aurors to covertly rescue Muggles affected by the acolytes. Don't let them show their faces, and don't make it too obvious. You might be able to use them later. While they were planning, the outside world was already in turmoil. Number Matthias Zink. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 684, Chapter 684 Chaos, 2-in-1. In a cafe near one of Paris's big neighborhoods, Amandine Zoe and her colleague came out of it after paying for their food and were surprised to see pedestrians on the street looking in unison in the direction of the south bank of the Seine. What are they looking at? Her colleague asked in confusion. Amandine tilted her head in silence, her eyes first fell on the Eiffel Tower a few kilometers away. Everything was normal, nothing seemed to be happening. Immediately after she caught sight of half a dozen black dots. Were they some kind of birds? But she immediately dismissed the idea. 2 of the dots hovered motionless in mid-air. No bird could do such a thing, no? In the blink of an eye, one of the motionless birds suddenly opened its wings. Strange, Amandine thought, because it was only probing its left wing, and the next second a huge green symbol suspended high in the sky for a long time, like a frozen firework. There were shouts of alarm heard from far away. It's a man! Her colleague shouted, grabbing her arm with a death grip and saying excitedly, "Oh my god! Oh my god! Look, Amandine, is it some kind of big outdoor magic trick? Can we invite them? How did they do it? Steel wires, cables, tempered glass? I don't think it's any of those." Amandine whispered. In the few seconds they were talking, the half-dozen dots suddenly scattered and swooped off in all directions very quickly. One of the black dots came right up close to them, the black dot becoming clearer and clearer, and now the two could make out the black robe he was wearing. What's he sitting on? Some kind of flying machine? Someone next to them asked. It's a broomstick. That's the witch's sorcery. A man with thinning hair and a scruffy look shouted. The man who had swept over their heads seemed to have heard these words, and he turned back, hovering in mid-air, looking down on the muggles in the street below. The man's arm raised up and Amandine spotted a small wooden stick in his hand and a white light flashed. The scruffy man with thinning hair floated uncontrollably as he shouted in panic and struggled desperately. It's magic! The man sitting on the broom grumbled and laughed. Amandine looked at it in a trance, and a vague memory came to her mind of a time when she was still at uni, and she heard a good-looking boy asking the professor in an earnest tone in open class, what if magic did appear in reality one day? And now, magic has really appeared. New York, United States. François Crouteuil is walking down the famous Broadway Avenue, an important place for American theater and musicals, and he has been invited to perform here, but the show is scheduled for tomorrow, so after his interview with the press, he declined the invitation of the staff and slipped out for some fresh air. No doubt his magical experience was once again brought up for questioning, and as always he kept his mouth shut, keeping the events of that night at the House of Magic in Surrey a secret to himself. But he had been gathering information on the occult for several years. His thought was that if the mysterious man who had brought him back to life was not a deity, there must be a group of human beings with special talents in this world. François thought over and over again that the latter was more likely, since the man who had cured his arm had later appeared at his recital. A real deity wouldn't be so idle, would he? Unfortunately, he didn't get to have a word, and he wondered if the man had grasped the meaning of his compositional repertoire. Angel of Sorrow. Goddess of Magic. François didn't know what the power that cured him was. It could have come from religion, or the magic of a wizard. He knew from quite a few fantasy novels that those wizards worshipped the goddess of magic. Unbeknownst to him, he arrived in the Manhattan district and stood in front of the Woolworth building. The local staff had pointed him in the direction of some of the more famous buildings in the neighborhood, and apart from the familiar theaters, this skyscraper was also at the top of the list. François had heard its name. Built at the start of the century, the Woolworth building was extremely legendary as the tallest building in the world at the time. Even leaving aside its height, its neo-Gothic style is still highly pleasing to the eye. As he thought about it, a group of men in black formal clothes emerged from the artificial sliding doors. François glanced at them in surprise. His previous attention was too absorbed by the magnificent revolving doors, that he had not noticed the small door. The men walked with hasty steps and grave expressions, and the man in the lead gave serious orders. François turned his back on them while keeping his ears open, and some words drifted into his ears. Wizarding World Exposure Level Anomaly. Must have something to do with Grindelwald. Went to England for a funeral, got authorization from the head of security to use force if necessary. François turned his head curiously. He seemed to have heard the word magic. A thrill ran through François, and he quickly followed the group, but he didn't dare to get too close. He simply stalked after them from a distance. The men turned into the gap between the two buildings, and he quickened his pace to see the last man pull a small wooden stick from his suit pocket. A magic wand? He thought excitedly, but it seemed a lot smaller than the ones he had seen in comic books. François took a few deep breaths as he stood at the edge of the building, thinking in his head about how he should introduce himself. How about starting with, "I know a friend who knows magic." When he felt ready, he rushed into the shadows. François looked around in bewilderment. The people had all disappeared and there were only a dozen bicycles lying around. He walked back and forth twice in disbelief, but nothing happened, and he once again made his way back to Broadway. The street was swarming with people, but not even one from that group he was looking for can be found. He certainly did not know about the apparition, let alone about the battle between wizards that would soon take place in Times Square, which is not far from here, at the corner of West 42nd Street and Broadway in Manhattan. At the same time, at the head of the Statue of Liberty erected on Hudson's Liberty Island, an acolyte lightly twirled his wand and a sudden flame blazed from the torch held aloft in Lady Liberty's hand. London, United Kingdom. Mr. Granger was working in his dental clinic as usual, and Mrs. Granger had come over to help. They had just sent off a customer and Mrs. Granger was talking to her husband as she turned on the TV in the clinic. Hermione is coming back today, so we better close early. Mrs. Granger said. I remember that very well, I made reservations at one of your favorite restaurants. Mr. Granger said as he cleaned his hands. Suddenly Mrs. Granger let out a scream, and he rushed out in a panic, with drops of water dripping down from both hands. What's wrong? What's happened? Mrs. Granger's eyes stared fixedly at the television, unable to speak. Mr. Granger looked over at the television screen, the camera kept shaking to show only half of the head of the female reporter who was broadcasting the coverage. She had exaggerated blonde curls of hair, but all of Mr. Granger's attention was drawn to the tornado behind the reporter. If the Houses of Parliament had not been so conspicuous in the background, he would not have realized that the disaster is wreaking havoc in London. He glanced uncertainly out of the window, the weather was surprisingly fine, and he didn't feel the slightest breeze. An urgent voice came over from the television set. Rita. Look, there's someone in the tornado, did you see them? Those two guys who flew past us on their broomsticks earlier. I don't need you to remind me. The female reporter shouted angrily, then she took a deep breath to calm herself before turning to the camera. Ladies and gentlemen, although it's a bit unbelievable, there was a sudden tornado in central London, the cause of which is not yet clear. I'm not sure why, but perhaps the temperature difference over the last 2 days has been too great? I'm sure the meteorologists will give a reasonable explanation, so please don't believe the rumors. Oh, Merlin's beard. The reporter exclaimed in a panic. But Mr. Granger couldn't blame her for speaking out of turn. Anyone would have been horrified at the sight a young man suddenly squeezed out of the air and the camera went black for a moment. All the Grangers could hear were sounds. Hey, be careful, do you need help? A few seconds later, the screen returned to normal and the young man who had suddenly appeared reached out to help them hold the camera straight, and with a big smile on his face, are you journalists? I think you are. I'm available for interviews. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm a wizard, a graduate of the Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I created the tornado behind me. My companion also made some contributions, and we learned about combination magic at school. Rita Skeeter was dumbfounded, as were the Grangers in front of the television, and those audiences who happened to be in front of the television were also equally dumbfounded. Rita Skeeter gulped and racked her brains as she said. Obviously, this is an occult enthusiast, or he's not right in the head. This is the end of the interview. The tornado is approaching us, and we must evacuate as soon as possible. She abruptly couldn't speak, her body stiffened, and she remained motionless like a stone. Just as everyone was taken aback, the camera was forcibly turned to the other side and the young man's face took up most of the frame. I'm in my right mind, said the wizard who claimed to be a graduate of Ilvermorny, and again, I'm a wizard in my own right. We can talk. Don't worry about the tornado behind me, it won't get any bigger, and don't worry about this female reporter, it is a simple full-body bind curse. Hey? She looks pissed off. The next 10 minutes were completely reduced to his personal showtime. Thanks to him, a lot of the British public knew for the first time what a wizard is, what a statute of secrecy is, and a whole list of magical terms such as Grindelwald, Dumbledore, full-body bind curse, combination magic, school of witchcraft and wizardry, so on. Personally, I think Ilvermorny is the best school of magic in the world, but the bunch of British guys I have met just today doesn't think so. Oh, sorry, I forgot I'm in England now. There was a violent coughing fit. Objectively speaking, Hogwarts isn't that bad either. In the end, he even took it upon himself to release the spell on Rita Skeeter, allowing her to ask a few questions with a stiff expression. He seemed to have a strong desire to be expressive and could probably have babbled on for hours if it hadn't been for the arrival of the police car and his companion greeting him as they left. Is it April Fool's Day, dear? Rebecca, the redhead, asked as she stared blankly at the television. I would rather it is. I better flip through the calendar. Jim said uncertainly as he rushed out. Winnie Valentine hurried out of the solicitor's office and waved down for a taxi. Go to that very famous gold and silver jewelry and craft shop on the corner. She rushed to say without waiting for the driver to ask. The one with the name Future World? The driver asked. That's right. Oh, wait. Winnie grabbed her hair and forced herself to calm down. She changed her mind. Let's just go to King's Cross. As you wish. The driver started the car. We might have to take a bit of a detour. There's a traffic jam up ahead, supposedly due to that rare tornado wreaking havoc and low visibility. Tornado? Tornadoes? Winnie stammered. I guess the road announcer was drunk early in the morning. How can there be a tornado in downtown? The driver said casually, but the traffic jam should be real. Grunnings, Surrey. Vernon Disley works as a director of sales for this company and is responsible for selling more drilling rigs. He seemed extra grumpy this morning, snapping at 9 subordinates in his office in quick succession. his yelling even carried from the 9th floor to the 2 upper and lower floors of the building. This caused him to ignore certain out-of-place clamors in the company. After scolding the crap out of the last subordinate, making the already not-so-harmonious relations between his colleagues even worse, he closed the office door with a satisfied smile. "Don't let anyone interrupt me, I have a few important calls to make," he yelled at his assistant. As the noon hour approached, he got into a better mood, and after stretching his fat body in the office, he decided to go across the road to buy 2 donuts. As he walked out the front door of the office, Vernon ran into his assistant who cautiously told him that his wife had called him a while ago. There was something vaguely unsettling about this. Petunia usually would never call him at work, but he soon figured out that it was to remind him to pick up his geeky nephew from downtown after work, and the thought of it put him in a foul mood, especially since the first thing Dudley did when he returned from holiday was not to give him his old father a hug, but to rush into his bedroom to make sure his comic books were still there. He couldn't help but be furious. Vernon was stubbornly convinced that this was a plot by his geeky nephew to get back at them. He dropped a bag of donuts and a bottle of water on the counter. £2.50. The sales clerk said. £2.50? Why don't you go and rob it? Vernon growled. The shop clerk shrugged his shoulders. Vernon paid the money as he cursed and took out a donut and stuffed it into his mouth, muttering under his breath as he watched the television that hung in the ceiling. "Prices are going up, what are all the bladderworms sitting in Whitehall doing? Today 5 pence up, 10 pence up tomorrow, what the hell is wrong with the world?" Gradually he stopped talking, seemingly fascinated by the news on the television. He rubbed his eyes incredulously and his mouth opened exaggeratedly wide, which made his double jaw bulge even more prominently and his little eyes go straight up. Then with a yell, he rushed out of the shop, huffing and puffing, made his way back to his office, picked up his car keys, and headed back to his home. As he drove, he kept a careful eye on the sides of the road for fear that some guy in a strange costume and cape would pop up. There seemed to be a traffic jam up ahead, and he slammed the steering wheel and honked the horn desperately. Damn it! He was absolutely over the top, and only 15 minutes had passed before he pulled into 4th Privet Drive. "Petunia, Petunia!" Vernon shouted as he entered the house, "I saw something on the television, who are you?" He looked at the uninvited guest in the house with a wary look on his face. In the living room, Petunia and Dudley sat on the sofa. Petunia seemed to be trying to take Dudley into her arms, but Dudley desperately fought it off. Both had their eyes dead set on the tall, thin man standing opposite them. Unfortunately, the man was wearing the robe and cloak that Vernon hated so much. "I believe you are the man of the house." "Hello, I am a staff member of the Ministry of Magic, working in the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, you can call me Dudley," the man said. Vernon's eyes widened as he looked at the man and then at his son. "Oh, I found that as an interesting coincidence too," the man said with delight. "Your boy's name is the same, isn't it?" "There is a difference though, Dudley is my family name," the man muttered to himself, taking a piece of parchment out of his pocket. "Alas, as you may already know, the magical world is completely exposed to the eyes of the whole world and the whole country is in chaos. In order to guard against possible danger, I have been sent by the Ministry of Magic to seek your opinion." "Possible danger? What dangers? It's not as if our family will ever be able to do that, damned." Vernon's face reddened, he looked furious, and he gritted his teeth as he uttered the word that he hated so much. "Magic? Don't be silly," the male wizard looked at him compassionately. "In the eyes of the other muggles, you are all in the same boat as us. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 685, Chapter 685 Student List. After Ms. Bones left, Felix and Professor McGonagall discussed the matter for a while longer and then emerged from the staff room. All students were ordered to come down with their luggage. "This is how it is currently arranged," Professor McGonagall said. "The young wizards from Muggle families will need to wait a while for now, and a professor will send you back. The Ministry of Magic will also dispatch officers to give safety guidelines to wizarding families living in Muggle communities." The students sat on the benches hugging their luggage, with listless expressions, and Justin Finch-Fletchley, who sat at the Hufflepuff House table, stood up and shouted, "Professor, are the wizards really exposed?" Professor McGonagall glanced at him, pursed her lips, and said, "That's right, Mr. Finch-Fletchley." A dark cloud of gloom spread across the Great Hall. These students couldn't quite get the implications of the exposure of the wizarding community, but they just knew it would be a terrible thing, or maybe they actually knew in their hearts Grindelwald had spent a year talking about how to defend against muggles and hide themselves. Felix cleared his throat. "The Ministry of Magic has already come up with a countermeasure to this, so you need not worry too much about it. But for the next little while, I'm sure you'll be hearing all sorts of rumors, and what I'm asking you to do is refrain from participating in any activities during the holidays that might reveal your identity as a wizard. Keep an eye out for announcements from the Ministry of Magic, and listen to the radio." He went on about a bunch of specific measures and the students gradually snapped back to their senses. At that moment, Sirius and Percy approached, and Sirius said to Harry, I talked to Molly about you living in the borough for a while, she's more than happy to welcome you. The fireplace in Felix's office is operational, you guys can leave through it. What about you? Harry couldn't resist asking. I'm staying. Sirius said without thinking, glancing towards Lupin, Moody, and the others, we need to talk to Felix and see if we can help, or reorganize the Order of the Phoenix or something. Either way, I suppose I'll be staying with the Ministry of Magic for a while. Then I'll stay too. Harry said. Sirius' eyes widened and Harry hurriedly said, I'm only a month away from becoming an adult, besides this is about the whole wizarding world, if there's a war it won't matter where I hide, will it? The war will be on my head one day and I don't want to be pulled out like a gnome. Sirius looked at him hesitantly. Harry sounded more desperate. I don't think Dumbledore would refuse to let me contribute my part in this, if he is still around, he wants me to do the same. I was with him in his last part of life following his lessons, and I know Grindelwald very well. He said, somewhat incoherently. Well, I understand, I agree. Sirius abruptly said, seeing Harry's stunned face, he broke into a smile, I knew you wouldn't be hiding in the back, I just discussed it with Remus and he asked me to ask your opinion. You'll have to return to your classes when school starts though. He said seriously at the end. Well, let's talk about it then, Harry said vaguely, it's not clear if the school will even be in session, with what's happening. He originally was just making an excuse, but Sirius sighed worriedly, you're right. There's a real risk of Hogwarts closing if the situation doesn't settle down before school starts. Turbulent times will most certainly make people more inclined to stay with their families. I'm staying too. Hermione, who had been listening next to them for a while, said, I don't want to go home and not be able to do anything but stay in front of the television and listen to the news on whether or not there's a war between wizards and muggles. But I have to go home first, Mum and Dad should be waiting for me, they must be worried sick. And me. Ron said. Plus the two of us. Fred and George said in unison. I wish there is something I could do too. Neville said seriously, glancing back at his parents, who had retired but didn't hesitate to stay at the moment. Ginny was just about to speak when Mrs. Weasley came over to them with a suspicious look on her face. What are you discussing? Nothing. Ron, Fred, and George said reflexively, then Ron said in a rush, Mum, Ginny is terrified, and she wants to go back to the burrow as soon as possible. Ginny let out an angry cat-like noise and was reluctantly dragged away by Mrs. Weasley. Soon, the Ministry of Magic employees appeared, and because they needed to transport young wizards and parents back and forth at once, the Ministry had sent 2 people from the Flu Network Authority to modify and maintain the fireplace in Professor McGonagall's office to prevent accidents. The students lined up and were led through the fireplace by Professor Sprout, while Filch stood guard at the school entrance to receive the parents of little wizards who had received the news and could not wait to get to the school. The other faculty members took the responsibility of keeping order, and everything went in an orderly fashion. Felix sat in the corner of the Great Hall and unfolded the Marauders map to take a closer look. The unexpected exposure of the wizarding community had led to an influx of people arriving at Hogsmeade, the only village in the UK that is made up entirely of wizards, ranging from foreigners who had been stranded in the UK after a funeral, to people who had heard the news and had come to take refuge or ask for information, to hit wizards sent by the Ministry of Magic to patrol and maintain law and order, so the map is filled with tiny dots everywhere, and Felix is unable to find any useful information. Sirius approached with a large group of men, and hearing their suggestion, Felix agreed almost immediately. I have a feeling that the next few months will be very crucial and the Ministry of Magic will be short of people in large numbers. Since you have this idea, it wouldn't be a problem for the Ministry of Magic to come up with some temporary identities. A few students could do trivial things like sorting papers and delivering messages. In fact, that's what most people do, and if a battle does occur then I can imagine the situation could get extremely bad by now. Harry sighed in relief, he had thought the professor wouldn't agree. The Order of the Phoenix, said Sirius. I suggest you all integrate into the Ministry of Magic for now, said Felix, it's not the same as dealing with Voldemort anymore, so instead of worrying about the Ministry leaking news everywhere like a sieve, you can form a few squads to keep the dark wizards in the country down and keep them out of trouble, and there's also the formation of the Pan-Magical Alliance. A Pan-Magical Alliance? Hermione and Sirius asked in unison. That's right, Felix explained the concept briefly, Miss Granger should be no stranger to this term, the earliest similar concept appeared in one of her papers, which I later passed on to Amelia. Harry and Ron looked at each other. Vomit, spew. It's Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare. Hermione said disgruntled. Harry and Ron grinned. That's it, Felix said, there are more intelligent races in the wizarding world than just wizards, there are other magical creatures that are classified as human because their civilization and intelligence are close to that of wizards, and we need to win them over. Why? Sirius asked in confusion. 2 reasons. First, if there are only wizards, the target is too singular, and we are concerned that the Muggle government will see wizards as a people living in their own land first, and claim dominance over them, which I believe most wizards will not agree to. Let muggles rule over wizards. Lucius Malfoy did not look well as he said coldly and condescendingly, do I need to change Merlin on top to Queen on top? Moody mocked gruffly, it's not as if your ancestors didn't shout it that way. Lucius Malfoy gave him a vicious glare. As if he hadn't heard it, Felix continued. What's more, I personally believe that there is a huge gap between the lifestyles of wizards and ordinary people in every way that cannot be overcome any time soon. If restrictions should be relaxed all of a sudden and each is allowed to infiltrate the other's life, it will inevitably lead to endless conflicts and contradictions, so at least until the outcome of the negotiations is known, there can only be one channel of external communication between the two sides. Another thing Felix didn't say was that even long after the outcome of the negotiations, the wizarding world would not be completely open to the outside world, instead, there would be several windows for communication. For example, the creation of an island. This leads to the second reason, he raised a finger, since there is more than one intelligent race of magical beings, other voices are bound to exist. Given that the Muggle government's knowledge of the magical world expands as negotiations progress, they are likely to bypass the wizards and negotiate separately with other races, promising favors and testing the waters. I am particularly worried about the goblin stance. Therefore, the formation of the Pan-Magical Alliance is essential. The conversation continued, but Harry quietly tugged on Hermione and Ron's sleeves as they backed away and Neville followed hesitantly. Harry was just about to speak when Ginny burst forth forcefully out of nowhere, her hair tangled as if she had just been through a fight. I got rid of Mum, she said in a calm tone. Neville was dumbfounded. He had lived in the Black family mansion for a while before the start of the 5th year, so he was no stranger to scenes of Mrs. Weasley's tantrums, and he had privately expressed his awe towards Mrs. Weasley to Harry by saying, kind of like my grandmother. Ron gave a thumbs up. Ginny shot him a blank look. Okay, stop it. Harry, what do you have to say? Hermione asked. Let's go and ask the other 6th and 7th years, Harry whispered, to see if they're intending to get a summer internship and write down the names of those people who might be of use. As you heard, the Ministry of Magic is going to be incredibly busy for the rest of the year. Will it work? Hermione asked skeptically. Absolutely, Neville said excitedly, just like me I don't want to sit around and die, and there must be a lot of people who think like me. Unless they are cowards. Ginny said. Don't talk like that, Ginny. Harry shook his head, everyone has different opinions. He thought of the variety of people he had seen in Dumbledore's Pensieve. Some wizards avoided war and showed no interest in fame or fortune while achieving outstanding success in other fields. Let's start by asking the members of the Frontline Lookout Club and the Magic Rune Club at first. Harry said in conclusion. They scattered, each with a piece of parchment in hand, tiptoeing around to find their targets, something they did with a certain sense of high spirits, and when they came together again, they had a list of names clutched in their hands. If only half the people on the list answered the call, it would help a lot. Harry said happily. Good news at last. Hermione said with a smile as well. At this point, Ron stammered, and the others looked at him suspiciously as he muttered, well I'm not sure it counts as good news, but… Ron, just quit trying to show off. Ginny shouted. Okay, Ron murmured, you guys come with me. He led a few people out of the Great Hall and stood on the stone steps, the sunlight outside somewhat biting. I've been meaning to get a chance to mention this, but I didn't think it was the right time. He took a deep breath and gripped his wand. To the surprise of the crowd, he morphed into a greasy hound. Merlin's beard. Ginny looked shocked. That's cool. Harry said from the bottom of his heart, you've mastered the animagus. Hermione hammered the dog's head and smiled brightly, when did you practice? Congratulations. Neville said. The hound circled them lively and a sudden surge of longing came over Harry, and he glanced back sneakily, the entrance hall behind him deserted, and he too morphed into a stag. Immediately afterward, Neville and Hermione also transformed into their animagus forms. Ginny looked around, she is the only one who is still human, and she couldn't help but pout. Don't worry, Mrs. Weasley, Felix's voice came from the distance, I split my attention a little, and if I'm right, Ginny should err, did I get to the zoo or something? Ginny jerked her head back, her two hands clutching both of the stag's antlers with a death grip as if she was about to wrestle with it, while a tortoiseshell cat, hound, and beaver watched with interest. Of course, at the moment they all turned back to look at Professor Hap and Mrs. Weasley who stood equally frozen in place, with Sirius and Lupin tagging along behind them. There was a moment of silence. A dark shadow leaped out, it was Sirius, and before anyone could react he turned into a large black dog with thick fur, jumping around them playfully and looking happy. This change shut up Mrs. Weasley who was just about to speak, her lips pursed tightly and her eyes erupting with anger. As if that wasn't messy enough, Felix coughed softly twice and fished a silver pocket watch out of his pocket. He popped the lid and pretended to check the time, but the next second a niffler rushed out of it. Valen scrambled onto Felix's shoulder on all fours, and only then did she have time to notice the people beside her, and the next thing she knew, her expression froze. Zoo. The clock struck 11 and the Prime Minister closed the door. He had just had a long day of burning work, and after sending off a few more MPs, he was finally left alone in his office. He took off his glasses and sat down wearily in his chair. He didn't know what he was expecting, but with all that had happened, it would only be right that there should be some movement from the other side. So he firmly refused several of his fellow councillors, even though his mind went blank with the impending questioning from the council. There was a soft cough sounded from behind him. The Prime Minister froze. Even though this had happened several times in his career, he couldn't get used to it. He didn't even think he would ever be able to. He could almost imagine a small, frog-like man with a silver wig staring at him from the dirty painting behind his chair that he could not remove by any means. To the Muggle Prime Minister. Requesting an urgent meeting. Please reply immediately. Faithfully, Bones. Yes, I agree. The Prime Minister said, and he muttered again in a small voice, as if my refusal would help. Then his eyes stared at the fireplace without realizing. A bright green fire blazed in the fireplace grate and a woman with a serious expression wearing a monocle stepped out. The Prime Minister knew her, the other minister, the one who had succeeded Fudge. They had met twice. The first time was when Ms. Bones had come to power, and the Prime Minister had a good impression of this woman, who always had a stern face, but at least she wasn't as arrogant as her predecessor, and was happy to answer his questions rather than look at him like an idiot. He stood up and put on an angry expression. He felt he had every reason to do so, but immediately afterward the anger on his face froze and the fire rose once more as a young man appeared, a man who looked around the room with interest and took a couple of seconds interval before taking a long, unhurried step out of the grate. The Prime Minister's mind suddenly drifted to a thought: this female minister couldn't have stepped down, could she, and the young man is her successor? Is the change of power in the magical world this rapid? Number Hunan Abbas. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 686, Chapter 686 Secret Talk in the Prime Minister's Residence, 2-in-1. How are you, Prime Minister? Ms. Bones said with a serious look. This is Felix Happ, I am Professor of Ancient Runes at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Felix said. The Prime Minister stood up and shook his hand hesitantly, his mind increasingly confused about Felix's identity. A bodyguard or a confidant, perhaps? Ms. Bones sat in the hard wooden chair directly opposite the Prime Minister and Felix sat next to her, fiddling with his fingers with his head slightly lowered, so the Prime Minister could only focus his gaze on Bones. Do you know? The Prime Minister said with a poker face, although we have met twice, and including several times with Fudge before you, and even I have a portrait that picks its nose and yawns hanging behind my seat in my office every day. His eyes bulged slightly. But I still have a faint hope that perhaps you are a group of clever liars, or that I am delusional from the exhaustion I felt after countless painstaking efforts to sit on the Prime Minister's seat. Mr. Prime Minister. I tried hard to hide everything, but all illusions were ruined today. The country is in chaos. Over 50 county governors have blown up the phones at the Prime Minister's residence, reporting to me that there are a bunch of guys in fancy dress flying overhead and doing all sorts of magic tricks. A cow in Kent has leaped the Thames in full view of over 2,000 people. Goodness, even my niece crying about the fact that the gerbil I gave her turned into a teacup and shattered. I have never been this helpless. I'm sorry, did you say gerbil? Felix asked politely. The Prime Minister's niece should be a potential little wizard, which would be good news and beneficial to the negotiations that would follow. Fudge turned the teacup on the table into a gerbil at his first meeting with me. The Prime Minister said through gritted teeth. Oh. Felix trailed off, tapping his index finger on the arm of his chair. The Prime Minister regained his senses and he straightened his tie, though he was panting at the moment from talking too much in a single breath. Ms. Bones finally found a chance to speak, and she got straight to the point. That's why we're here. The wizards can no longer remain hidden. The integration of the two societies is inevitable. The integration of the two societies, the Prime Minister said slowly. How? He looked completely calm now. In the past, we only revealed our identities in front of the ruling Prime Minister, which worked the best for our secrecy, but after what happened today, it is clear that the old ways will no longer work, Ms. Bones said in a mild tone. We both need to work closely together. You need to explain to the people why there is a group of wizards living on British soil, and I likewise need to pacify wizards who are accustomed to the statute of secrecy to adapt to a very different environment. I did use the powers of the Prime Minister to cooperate with you, the Prime Minister said stiffly, like that little grey wolf. Blacks wanted notice, Tom Riddles wanted notice, and a gas pipe leak. It's not logical. I paid the price, but what was the result? The whole country got into a mess. You don't get the gravity of the problem. Ms. Bones showed impatience for the first time. It's not a question of who cooperates with whom. When we first met I spent an hour explaining to you the reason behind the wizard's secrecy and the Ministry of Magic's existence. So it should be clear to you that over 20,000 wizards living in this land, whose ancestors owned this place even before you did, before the statute of secrecy officially came into effect. Wizards and muggles lived together, and legends still circulate throughout the country. But you withdrew, the Prime Minister said nervously. I haven't seen a single piece of news about wizards in any of the publicly circulated newspapers. Maybe after today there will be, and now you want the two societies to integrate. How am I going to convince the people that you are a presence hiding in the shadows that keep order in Britain? Not to mention that I have to consider the opinions of Parliament, the Church, and the Army, who previously knew nothing about you. Maybe one or two families know, but would they dare to speak out? Well, unless his expression changed. Unless what? Alas, I cannot possibly speak with empty words, and perhaps you do not know our attitude towards refugees. Wizards are not refugees. Yes, I know, but to the general populace it may not seem to make much difference, especially since you all can travel from one place to another, and who knows if you might suddenly come out of their fireplaces one day. Gosh, the idea that a wizard could steal something may amuse you to hear, since you can conjure up gold coins, but you can't stop the populace from thinking like that. Felix didn't laugh, and neither Ms. Bones did. Because it is true that there are quite a few thieves in the wizarding community, a sizable number, though most of them are not interested in muggle possessions because the penalties for breaking the statute of secrecy are much more severe than petty theft. I think, the Prime Minister pulled out a green, diagonally striped handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead, that if wizards could be brought under the authority of the government in name and under the supervision of the law, while swearing allegiance to the Queen of course, in name only, I think the situation would be much easier. Ms. Bones stared, and managed to keep herself from turning her head to look at Felix, who had anticipated the Prime Minister's reaction to it entirely. We have to win the Muggle Prime Minister over. Felix analyzed. I know he can't quite make the call on this. The cabinet, the parliament, the military, the civil society, and the Queen who lives in Buckingham Palace, they all have their own sphere of influence, but the Prime Minister is the most important one. He links up all of them and has equal ability to exert influence over those people. Ugh, I don't know how to convince him. Mrs. Bones rubbed her forehead wearily. Convince? Felix looked at her seriously. That is the outcome we wish to achieve. But you'll have to be assertive through the process. Bones looked at him hesitantly. But what if? Oh, Amelia. We worry about war, but won't the other side be afraid of us too? But on second thought, we're not actually afraid of war, we're just worried about triggering a war that shouldn't have started due to the other side's arrogance and miscalculation of the situation. That's not exactly what we have been discussing. Bones objected. That was a tactic with the general public, and we can certainly take a softer approach and thus gain widespread support. But with politicians? You have to treat them as completely different creatures. When you take a step back, you have to demand something from the other side. It's almost engraved in the other side's veins. Concessions represent weakness. Or it could be a sign of an exchange of benefits. Bones grunted. You seem to know a lot about them. Just flipped through a few storybooks before heading over here, and all I can say is that there's some great stuff in them. Felix said vaguely. Mr. Prime Minister, if you insist on that notion, Ms. Bones said sternly, then there is no way we can negotiate. We are open to negotiations which define the obligations that both sides should fulfill, but will never give in to any group or individual, even in the name. The Prime Minister did not expect to receive a sharp rebuttal. There was a moment of silence. As I recall, you have an organization similar to the United Nations. He asked cautiously. The International Confederation of Wizards. Ms. Bones said with pursed lips. That's right, the International Federation of Wizards, that's what it is, Fudge told me about it once. The Prime Minister asked hopefully, what do they think? They can't decide yet, Felix suddenly interjected, they're worried about war. War? The Prime Minister called up. Yes, Felix blinked as if he had found something interesting. You may not know this, not all magical ministries maintain friendly relations with their local governments, and Britain is considered quite friendly in that respect. In fact, there are quite a few ministries of magic and government relations that were at one time so strained that they have no qualms about speculating on each other with the utmost malice and weighing up the comparison of power between the two sides. For example, I've heard the word nuke more than once. Nuke. The Prime Minister's eyes bulged out completely, and he jumped up excitedly, propping his hands on the table and spluttering, do they expect a nuclear war to break out of this? Well, they do have that fear. Felix spread his hands and said frankly, some of the Ministry of Magic cut ties with the Muggle government long ago and their access to information is quite limited. I, for one, have never been worried about a nuclear strike. Of course not. The Prime Minister roared, no leader of any country would ever agree to detonate a nuclear bomb where their own people live, much less allow another country to do so. This is utter nonsense, and if anyone dared to issue an order like that, his political enemies would go absolutely crazy with laughter, and an angry populace would tear him apart. Felix glanced at Bones without moving. Ms. Bones got the signal, and she cleared her throat and said, Mr. Prime Minister, no one wants war, and it is with the utmost sincerity that we hope that both sides will reach a consensus and do their best to move towards negotiations. In the meantime, in order to avoid unnecessary conflict, we will recall the wizards who are reclusive in Muggle society, fully retreat and conceal ourselves. The Prime Minister nodded, he did sense the sincerity of the other side. However, I hope you will not take too long to consider this. On the one hand, I cannot suppress the will of the wizarding populace for long, on the other hand, our retreat will cause a void in the local magical power, which is not necessarily a good thing at this critical time right now. A void in power? What do you mean? The Prime Minister asked tactfully. During the period of our strict closure strategy, there could be an influx of other wizarding forces. Ms. Bones warned gravely, it could be foreign wizards such as those from Africa and America, who, as Felix mentioned before, are not on good terms with the local governments and may flee to Britain to take refuge. Dark wizards who have been driven out by Aurors and have to hide in the gutters may also take advantage of the opportunity to make waves, but it is the acolytes of Grindelwald who are most likely to make the most of it. When he heard the first point, the Prime Minister had merely frowned. He certainly trusted his own wizards more than outsiders, except that as a seasoned politician, he knew the art of negotiation as well as compromise and didn't mind using this as an excuse to gain an advantage, but when he heard that the Ministry of Magic intended to let the dark wizards go unchecked, he immediately sat up in silence. This is a threat. He shouted, you've been hiding this trick for a long time, haven't you? You've been secretly breeding dark wizards so that at this moment you can. What a silly thing you are saying. Ms. Bones said angrily. Don't lie to me, I don't know much about you guys. The Prime Minister said, making a distressed look of recollection, but, that your previous Minister of Magic revealed quite a bit of insider knowledge in several conversations Nocturne Alley, isn't it? Once Fudge grumbled that the Aurors had seized another batch of cursed items from Nocturne Alley, again and again. You surely won't deny it, right? I would not deny it. Ms. Bones said calmly, in the official definition, Nocturne Alley is an alternative magical business district to Diagon Alley, and it sells a wide variety of items in a far wider variety of categories than Diagon Alley. Many of these items have no practical use, or are second-hand or functionally defective. Naturally, they also include some dangerous materials. It is the last category of goods traded that law enforcement officials are cracking down on. Different people have a different sense of what it is. If it is just a student or a law-abiding civilian, then that person may never set foot in Nocturne Alley for the rest of their life, but if his interest is sufficiently unique, such as an interest in old magical items, cheap and novel gadgets, and rare magical materials, or simply wants to get rid of a rare kind of plant disease that the conventional methods fail to help, they may well try their luck there. Of course you'll have to keep an eye on your wallet and your own safety at all times. There are always some strange and scary people walking around there. But they're not breaking any laws, so Aura is unable to deal with them. Sounds like a large grocery market that lacks regulation. The Prime Minister said in a dry voice. Is your grocery market completely free of stolen goods, drug abuse, and second-hand guns? Ms. Bones asked. The Prime Minister stopped talking. The most common people in Nocturne Alley are petty thieves, either smugglers or those obsessed with dark magic, the latter also classified as dark wizards, but they can be a lot cuter than the really cruel, evil dark wizards, and at least the Aurors don't have to worry too much about a killing curse flying from across the street when they're enforcing the law. Bones concluded. What does a real dark wizard look like? The Prime Minister asked. Well, if you rephrase this question, what does a dark wizard with a strong animosity towards muggles look like? Ms. Bones held up her monocle. You should have seen what he can do this morning, even though he didn't even show his face in person, and it was the acolytes under his thumb who made the disturbance. Grindelwald? Oh yes, I am mean to ask you that. You mean he is the culprit behind this whole thing? An extreme subversive person? The Prime Minister asked eagerly. I watched the interview of the guy who caused the tornado in front of the Houses of Parliament, several times. Once again he could not suppress his anger and slammed his fist down on his desk. Why didn't you guys arrest him? If you knew what he had done, you wouldn't be asking that question. Ms. Bones said seriously. She waved her wand and a bulging folder appeared on the desk. Here is some information we have compiled, his philosophies, his claims, his influence. The Prime Minister opened the folder and pulled out a newspaper clipping from inside. It seemed to be quite old, and the clipping looked a little yellow. It's worth mentioning that there are significant differences in the criteria used to evaluate the combat power of wizards and muggles. I know that muggle armies rely more on collective strength, whereas wizards' Bones side, some of them do all sorts of incredible things with just a wand. Like this man? The Prime Minister asked less comfortably, frowning at the moving picture of the man with the evil aura. And Dumbledore? The guy on the news said he was dead. Yes, sigh, if only he is still around, he has foiled Grindelwald's plots to rule the world many times. Ms. Bones said with a sigh. She saw the Prime Minister's mouth open and seemingly jaw drop as she continued, that doesn't mean he's no longer unrestrained though, we have an equally great archmage on our side who has touched the essence of magic in certain areas. The researchers at the ministry have borrowed Professor Happ's method of grading magic, and the chart is attached to the document. Professor Happ? Is he a researcher in this field? The Prime Minister turned his attention to Felix, who showed little presence. No, he is the only one who can stand up against Grindelwald at the moment, although he is still young and only. Ms. Bones paused and turned her head to look at Felix, seeming equally taken aback by the number that she is about to say. If I remember correctly, you are barely 26 years old, right? Felix nodded. If you compare magic to science, the only people who can master the power could be the scientists of the magical world, and I happen to be quite gifted. There's no need to make a fuss about it. The Prime Minister murmured, yet, 26 is nothing. Quite a few scientists have published the most important papers of their lives at that age, like Einstein. I think I remember him doing something amazing at 26. He came up with the theory of relativity in general. Felix reminded him kindly. Grindelwald came close to destroying a city in the 20s. The Prime Minister asked incredulously as he flipped through the information, glancing down at the parchment quickly. It's still Paris? How on earth did he do that? An out-of-control magic. Felix said softly. Fiend fire. His fingertips manipulated a small flame. Even in the magical world it is classified as an extremely evil curse. It is considered a curse because it senses living creatures and targets them preferentially. It is difficult to extinguish. You have to wait for it to burn itself out. Oh, I mean it cannot be extinguished by conventional means, but it has a counter-curse. The Prime Minister's eyes fixed dead on the small flame in his hand without a word. What I'm holding is just a normal fire, no different from a lighter's fire. Felix said. Felix, are you sure he used a fiend fire? At this point, Bones asked suspiciously. The magic community is still not certain about that. He mastered the fiend fire. Felix's tone was even. Grindelwald seems to be very good in fusion magic, like the one I saw in the profile, which I suspect was a combination of an advanced form of shield charm and the fiend fire curse. Not a random patchwork, but a fusion of the properties of different magical spells, possibly mixed with something else. Thought he must have studied the magic itself extremely deeply. The Prime Minister gulped and continued to read the information with his head down, asking a question or two every now and then. As they walked out of the Prime Minister's residence, Bones breathed a sigh of relief. Not a wasted trip, although the Prime Minister didn't promise to be on our side, but at least he promised to do his best to facilitate the negotiations, and he asked us to continue to maintain the Wizarding Order in the meantime, which, we had intended to do. That's only the first step, Felix said calmly, raising an eyebrow. The Prime Minister is considered half aware of the existence of the Wizarding Society, and with past experiences of communication, he's at least not going to shout at the top of his lungs, but he's dealing with a group that knows nothing about wizards, and this Prime Minister has never been known to be decisive in toughness. Let's wait and see. Ugh, I'm tempted to step down. That doesn't sound like something that would come out of your mouth. Felix turned his head in surprise. I mean it, Ms. Bones said seriously, I'm not intending to run away. I just feel more and more that I'm not capable of leading the people through the crisis at hand, so why don't you become Minister of Magic instead, and I'll assist you as head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement afresh. I don't have such an idea. Felix. Well, let's talk openly and honestly. Felix stared at Bones clearly in the eyes. At this point, I can't stay out of it. I do intend to grab power but not the one from the Minister of Magic, do you understand? So Bones blinked, in shock, Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. That's right. But what about Aching Bait and Grindelwald's vow? Oh Amelia, it is certainly not now. Let us take a longer view. Even if the Wizarding and Muggle societies reach a reconciliation, will the conflicts and contradictions just disappear? From the moment the peace treaty is signed between the two sides, it will take at least until the new generation to fully grow up for us to see the first results. In the darkness of the night, Felix poured out his thoughts as Ms. Bones listened quietly. Whether they are little wizards or Muggle children, they may all still be in their infancy at the moment, teething and toddling. But they will eventually grow up in the New World Order, and that is exactly what I hope to see, neither as strange and frightened of magic as the Muggles of today nor overwhelmed about living in the sunlight as the wizards of today. There was a silence and stillness as the moonlight shone on Ms. Bones' longing and resolute face. Then go ahead and do it, Felix, and I will give you my full support. She said. Felix smiled. We have taken the first step tonight, giving the International Confederation of Wizards and other countries a kick in the arse and successfully switching the conflict from the vast subject of Muggles and wizards to an internal national matter. If all goes well, we could well be the first success story of its kind. And you will use this to gain great fame and step onto a bigger stage. Ms. Bones asked with some leap of faith. Yes, so no more slacking off. Aren't you going to give a speech to all British wizards? Add me to the list. Don't you want to slack off again? Her eyes widened. Ahem, I'm still in the adjustment phase. Felix averted his eyes and said with a twinkle in his eye, "Come on. We'll go and talk to the undercover agent who's been lurking behind the press, and after that, I've gotta run to Hogsmeade. There's so much going on that quite a few of my research projects have been forced to be put on hold." Number Hunan Abbas. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 687, Chapter 687 Letter, 2 in 1. The next day, the day after the exposure of the magical world, in the Ministry of Magic. Felix, Amelia Bones, and Sirius walked into a small conference room. They had just finished a meeting with a high official of the Ministry of Magic before turning their heads and coming here. The original members of the Order of the Phoenix are all present in the conference room. "Where's Kingsley?" the dark-haired, rosy-cheeked Hestia Jones asked perkily. "He's been tasked with keeping the Prime Minister safe," Ms. Bones said. "We have no guarantee that Grindelwald or the Acolytes won't take the opportunity to seek trouble, and his role for the next little while is crucial." "Ah, Kingsley has gone to be secretary for the Prime Minister again," Hestia Jones said in surprise, and her words were well-founded. When Voldemort was on the loose and the Ministry of Magic feared that the Muggle Prime Minister would be subjected to the Imperious Curse, especially after the then Assistant Prime Minister had already been subjected to a not quite successful Imperious Curse, Kingsley had been sent on such a task, and unbeknownst to him, the Prime Minister had been very pleased that he had performed his job as efficiently as two men. Of course, the Prime Minister was very surprised when he learned the truth personally. "So that Muggle Prime Minister is on our side?" Moody asked gruffly. Ms. Bones said measuredly, "He promised to try to secure a peaceful outcome, but we can't take it lightly. He can't sway the situation alone. Gentlemen, it is easy to start a war, any fool can do it, but peace is hard to come by and requires painstaking planning." "Well said." Sirius clapped his hands twice. Felix was thinking of something else. No one knew where Grindelwald might be at the moment, and everyone mainly aching bait in a group of ministers of magic, including Bones, thought that Grindelwald is hiding in the shadows, sitting around waiting for chaos so that he can take advantage of the situation to ascend to the top and seize power in the magical world. Felix did not see Grindelwald either, but he did meet Rosier in Hogsmeade, once again under the name of Nicol Noel, and Vinda Rosier refused to reveal Grindelwald's whereabouts, or it is possible that even she did not know. As the second in command of the Acolytes, her role consisted of two things: to act as a middle ground between members of the Acolytes, gathering information from all directions. The other role involved teaching Felix how to disguise himself as Grindelwald without flaw. "Since you have all joined the Ministry of Magic on a temporary basis," Ms. Bones looked around the room, "I won't be overly polite. I do need people urgently now. First things first, the Pan-Magical Alliance. Felix has agreed to have Future World Company work with this cooperation, with Lupin being in charge." Lupin nodded, took a deep breath, and said with a determined gaze, "Leave it to me. Bill will follow you, he knows the goblins well." Ms. Bones continued, and Bill in his seat said seriously, "And Fleur, she has long wanted to join the Order of the Phoenix." "That's fine, make your own arrangements. The second thing is the outside mission. The Ministry of Magic will adopt a retraction strategy until the outcome of the negotiations is clear. The general public will stay at home as much as possible, and the Ministry will send special staff to check the defenses of each home." "Do we have to do this job too?" "It's a bit of a big deal," Mundungus asked with a drowsy look. "No need," Ms. Bones said with a stern face. "You're in charge of the other thing, regulating, patrolling, and warning the various grey areas in the country. I demand a total pause in smuggling, theft, and black market transactions hidden in the shadows. Of course, all you have to do is lead the way. That shouldn't be hard for you, should it?" This. Mundungus' whole being sobered up, and he said with a bitter face, "You can't spoil my job. Is smuggling, theft, and black market dealing all your job is about?" Moody yelled at him. Mundungus flinched and avoided his gaze, bowing his head and muttering, "It's not like you don't know what I do. How many times did you catch me before you retired? Well, it's over. Even if the ban is lifted, no one will be happy to do business with me anymore. A second-class order of Merlin," Ms. Bones said with a firm demeanor. Mundungus' eyes lit up. He didn't get a thing during the last war. There was nothing he could do about it. He had so little credit to claim, and what little he had couldn't be put on the table. In contrast, the others present basically received their rewards after the war. If that's the case. His attitude softened, and he looked quite motivated. Sirius snorted out a laugh, and Bones shot him a look. "You will resume your duties as my secretary." "I refuse," Sirius said with a wide grin. "I'm going outside to do tasks." Ms. Bones ignored him. "Third thing, I need some people to go abroad to find out what's going on in the outside world, including what the local wizarding population thinks, the attitude of the non-magical community towards wizards, and so on." "You're worried about conflict coming from abroad?" Lupin asked tactfully. "That is correct. Our representatives stationed at the Confederation are sending back a steady stream of information," Ms. Bones said with a stony face, "but unfortunately, as far as I can tell, they are mostly adopting a conservative strategy. With that she glanced at Felix. If she hadn't been subjected to a succession of ideological shocks before, and psychologically well prepared for the crisis of exposure of the wizarding world, she's afraid that she would have made the same choice as those ministers of magic now to actively withdraw and be at the mercy of fate. At the mercy of fate may be a bit of an exaggeration, but apart from them, no other ministry of magic has actively embraced change, and the most radical thing they've done so far is reviewing the proposals she submitted previously and holding a meeting to discuss them. By the time they reached a conclusion, 2 or 3 months probably would have passed. Every region has a different environment for wizards to survive in. Ms. Bones explained, the relationship between wizards and local governments in the United States is not good, and there is a lack of mutual trust between the two sides. The situation in Africa is even more complicated, due to differences in language and customs, and the existence of multiple autonomous organizations of wizards which function like a ministry of magic, but are actually significantly less important, so don't expect them to reach any agreement in the short term. With the main topic of business out of the way, Ms. Bones relaxed as the crowd spoke in small groups. What about Harry and the gang? Lupin inquired Felix. I saw you take them into a conference room when I arrived. Yeah, Sirius straightened up, his eyes rolled. Why don't you hand Harry out to me, and we'll go on a mission together? That boy isn't that much weaker in battle power than I am, other than his lack of experience. Felix gave him a side-eye glance. Harry at present is already superior to Sirius in strength completely. Sirius is purely trying to rub his face with gold. He said slowly, don't even think about it, they've got a bunch of homework to do. Homework? Sirius' eyes widened as he seemed confused. Yeah, they have the burden of trying to break down the barrier between wizards and non-wizards on their shoulders. Felix said, exchanging a look with Ms. Bones, remembering the conversation that had taken place last night in Rita Skeeter's rented flat. After experiencing the tornado incident in front of the Houses of Parliament up close and personal, Rita Skeeter had taken a half-day leave of absence, on the grounds that she was frightened, and the Sun newspaper was generous and very lenient with the world's first journalist to have publicly interviewed a wizard. Even if it wasn't, it would have been branded as such, considering it a historic event comparable to third-degree contact, and ready to follow up by creating a series of hot stories around her. In fact, Rita Skeeter was indeed shaken, but not by a wizard's spell as her superiors thought, but by the complete exposure of the wizarding community, and it took her a lot of questions to get her head around what had happened. You're going to stay on, Rita? Upon hearing of her bizarre experience, Felix said gleefully, you will have plenty of access to confidential information next, that will not be written down in the newspaper. You have a keen eye for the human heart and know what they want, and I want you to continue to use your talents to dig out the true thoughts of people from all walks of life. And yes, in the next articles involving wizards, be unbiased and take a neutral stance. I can't influence the senior management's decisions. The expression on Rita Skeeter's face looked half expectant, half awkward. She used her long nails to tweak her chin and said wryly, unless well, you guys allow me to use magic. We won't do that. Ms. Bones said sternly. Rita Skeeter rolled her eyes and turned her head to look at Felix. Felix weighed his words, changing minds with magic has too many hidden dangers. This is not an isolated incident. In modern society, people are connected in all sorts of ways, and a sudden change in one's attitude can raise suspicion, especially at this point in time. The situation isn't that urgent for us to go to that length. What if the situation is urgent and there is no time to waste? Rita Skeeter pursued. You have to think about the question, in whose hands do the power lie? Felix gave her a meaningful look, do your part, and you'll become a legend among journalists. Rita Skeeter fell into contemplation. She didn't feel a sense of irritation, she knew what she wanted. How are you planning to influence the attitude of the senior management of the newspaper? Skeeter asked shrewdly, I will need something at the back so that I can cooperate with you, won't I? You've gained some reputation in the gun ban series coverage, make good use of it, and that Ilvermorny wizard who immobilized you with the full body bind curse, I know you will hate him to the bone, but he's actually created an excellent profile for you, so put the resentment away for now. Well, our original intention was to send the newspaper some basic information, understanding is the first step in removing the wariness, but I suddenly got a better idea, and I have some eager students on hand who would be happy to help. Well, I'd like to see. Rita Skeeter smacked her lips in discontent and asked, what about my safety? The Ministry of Magic will send Aurors to provide protection. Ms. Bones said. This is even worse than I thought. I thought I would be brewing tea, running errands, or writing a bunch of inexplicable reports like Percy at best. Ron couldn't help but complain, but can someone tell me why we're writing essays in the Ministry of Magic? Ron, what we're doing means a lot. Hermione said seriously. Harry didn't say anything, he stared listlessly at the parchment in front of him, not a single word touched on it. He had seen what thousands of wizards went through in the Pensieve, but none of it seemed helpful. None of them had mastered the skill needed to write articles for a Muggle newspaper. He, Ron, Sirius, and the others had stayed overnight at school last night, Hermione was taken to home by the professor, but he hadn't expected them to meet again in the lobby of the Ministry of Magic early this morning. Instead of making them do chores, the professor led them to an empty meeting room, took out quills and bottles of ink, and asked them to write letters, presumably about their lives as current Hogwarts students, and Professor Hap warned them not to reveal their names, addresses, or any confidential information. Harry looked around. At first, it was just the three of them, but it wasn't long before Professor Hap went out and brought back a number of people one after another, all of them from his school. These students could be roughly divided into two camps. The first group is related to the Order of the Phoenix, such as Neville and Ginny, and of course him, Ron and Hermione. The second group are the family members of the Ministry of Magic's public officials, such as Susan Bones, Ernie Macmillan, Cormac McLaggen, Zacharias Smith, who Harry and Ron both hated, Draco Malfoy, and Cho Chang, who had brought her friend. Harry couldn't remember that girl's name, it seemed to be Mary or something. But Harry turned his head and stared at Luna's tousled pale yellow hair, unable to figure out why she showed up here as well. Perhaps it might have something to do with the fact that Luna's father, Mr. Lovegood, shared a partnership with Professor Hap? He knew that the magazine The Solutions to the Ancient Runes printed along with the Quibbler, and he had found an extra page of the Quibbler attached to an article when he read it one time, and Ron had bookmarked that issue. Luna looked at Harry with her light-colored eyes. Dad and I stayed over at Hogsmeade last night, and he wanted to thank Professor Hap in person. Oh, Harry blinked, I thought I heard the Three Broomsticks room was full. He actually wanted to ask why he wanted to thank Professor Hap, but then he suddenly remembered that the professor had lent the Resurrection Stone to Luna, and it dawned on him, so he changed the subject. Yeah, so we stayed in the Hog's Head Inn, Luna said cheerfully. Luckily, there was one last room left there when we went over to ask. Even more, luckily, Dad happened to spot Felix through the window when he got up to go to the toilet in the evening, and they chatted for a while and the professor mentioned he needed some student help, so here I am. Yeah, that's lucky enough. Harry said, but he knew how shitty the environment inside the Hog's Head Inn was. He couldn't help but mentally wonder what the professor's purpose was for showing up in Hogsmeade though. Was it to meet someone? Is Aberforth all right? Hermione interjected to ask. He has probably never seen so many guests in his life, I don't know if it's a good thing for him though. Ron said with a frown. He's fine, Luna said seriously, but he's planning to sell the inn. What's wrong? Harry looked shocked. Luna shook her head slowly. He didn't mention it, I guess he has more important things on his mind. Harry brought his attention back to the parchment. He glanced to his both sides. Hermione had already written a third of the parchment, and he could tell that she was writing seriously, biting her lip as she kept composing. Ron had only written 2 lines and Harry stared at the freckles on his nose for inspiration, only to find Ron showing an expression of pleasant surprise and then seeming to write with a flood of ideas as he looked down and scribbled. Harry couldn't help but be curious and lean over. The first line started with I have a friend. Harry froze and continued to read on. He grew up being abused by his Muggle relatives. Oh, Muggle meaning non-magical people. He lacked clothes and food. He was once locked up by his aunt and almost starved to death. Luckily I noticed the abnormality and went to rescue him in a flying car. Don't make a big deal out of it. It wasn't the first time we risked our lives despite the fact that we had only finished the first year at the time. Ron. Harry couldn't help but protest. What's wrong? I didn't mention your name. Ron said with a smirk. Harry sat back and sulked alone, thinking about writing my Muggle aunt, uncle, and cousin's family as well, which would serve as a perfect way for him and Ron to testify against each other if they were both chosen, but he didn't want to take a cheap advantage on Ron, and after thinking about it, he also started with I have a friend opening sentence. I have a friend whose whole family are wizards. This friend's parents have 7 children, and thus they are not exactly doing well in terms of wealth, much better now, but of course, it doesn't matter, because they are the kindest people I have ever met, especially compared to my relatives. Harry paused, still unable to resist making a dark reference to the Dursleys. He felt a little petty. I met this friend on a train, his twin brother helped me carry my trunk, and he was the first person my age I met in the wizarding world. As he wrote this, Harry realized that something was wrong. The first person his age he had ever genuinely struck up a conversation with in the wizarding world was actually Draco Malfoy, so he crossed that out and changed it to he was the first person my age I met on the train and the first friend I made in the wizarding world, though I soon made a second and third friend. One of the elective subjects at school is Muggle Studies, the textbooks to which are very old and completely out of date, but another friend of mine, who also comes from a Muggle family and therefore knows a lot about these things, said it is fascinating to look at these things from a wizard's point of view, and I read the thesis she wrote, Why do Muggles need electricity? My first friend read it too, and he was very enthused to learn about it, even though he didn't select the course. I think it was a pity. Near noon, Felix came over and read through a dozen letters one by one. McLaggen, there is no need to mention your father's connections in the Ministry of Magic 3 times in your letters. Smith, there's far too much superiority in your writing, I can't guarantee whether the reader of it will want to punch someone when they read it. Luna, your observations are unique and detailed, but the mention of several unproven magical creatures, never mind, it fits just right with your style. Well, Granger, yours is not very good, too rigorous, analyzing the similarities and differences between the two sides from the perspective of Muggles and Wizards respectively as it came from an expert in the field. I want something written by a 16 or 17-year-old, but you can pitch it to the Daily Prophet. Miss Bones, my Aunt Minister of Magic angle is interesting, you might as well write more, you're in control of your own scale. Weasley, you confessed about your illegal and disorderly behavior, especially those paragraphs describing your psychology is quite wonderful, it is evident that you are the primary mastermind, no need to change, it's quite interesting, but I suggest you cross out the paragraph about your suspicion about me being the heir of the Chamber of Secrets. Potter, I'm not sure. Well, how did you know that Mr. Weasley snored in his sleep? Oh, Ron told you. Well, it turns out Arthur has all his good stuff hidden in his garage. Does Molly know about it? Felix supervised them to revise it, and finally tailored a very targeted beginning to it, then he singled out a few of them and handed them to an Auror. Send them to the Sun newspaper post. In the afternoon, the press conference proceeded as scheduled in the Ministry of Magic conference room, with countless wizard families huddled in front of the magic radios. Felix's calm and confident voice carried through thousands of homes. We have been forced to embark on an unprecedented torrent of time in which everyone is caught in, and I hope that when we look back at this period of history some years from now, each of us will be able to point to the world behind us and proudly say to future generations with pride that it is an era we created for them. Meanwhile, the Sun's front office received several letters from enthusiastic little wizards. Number Hunana Bass. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 688, Chapter 688 The Fireplace, 2-in-1. Rita Skeeter entered the conference room with a mixture of nervousness and excitement. She looked around and several of the newspaper's key figures and well-known penmen and penwomen are present. The fat executive, the serious senior woman who looks after her, rival Melissa, and 2 or 3 of the best in their respective topics, one of whom she knows writes a good obituary. They all looked serious as if something big had happened. Rita, here you are. The serious woman said amiably, with several letters in front of her, and one of them already opened. How was your rest? There were no lingering effects, were there, from that strange magic thing? Much better. Skeeter said vaguely, I slept a bit and I feel all right now. Oh yes, she pulled 2 manuscripts out of her crocodile bag, I wrote these. The woman took them with considerable surprise. It's my review of yesterday's events, and because I wasn't sure of the newspaper's attitude, I picked 2 angles to recount. Skeeter said without moving. I'm satisfied. The serious woman nodded as she flipped through the manuscript casually, putting it down without looking at it in detail. She rested her hands on the table and leaned forward, but things have changed now, as we received this. One of her ringed fingers tapped the envelope on the table, and it happens to be relevant to you. It's relevant to me. Skeeter repeated in confusion. The serious woman picked up the opened envelope and pulled out a folded wad of parchment and a small card from it. She pushed the small card over to Rita Skeeter. Read it. Rita Skeeter picked the card up with the long nail of her little finger and held it in her hand to carefully identify the handwriting on it. At a glance she noticed the handwriting is messy and less formal than it should be, and, thinking about what Hap had said last night, she guessed it might have been transcribed by one of the students. She cleared her throat. The wizarding community is exposed. The adults are busy discussing a response and Mum is worried, she doesn't want conflict. A few friends and I have decided to write to you. I hope you will realize that, apart from magic, our emotions are all the same. BTW, a friend of mine from Muggle origins recognized the female journalist who appeared on the news. You must be considered the first person to have interviewed a wizard, right? So we sent it to you. End of story, that's all written on it. Rita Skeeter looked up to find the journalists in the room staring at her jealously, and she instantly realized that it had to do with the title of first journalist to ever interview a wizard. The serious woman said nothing and pushed the open letter over again. Skeeter unfolded the letter and read it aloud to the crowd. I have a friend. It was only halfway through the reading she managed to identify the character in the letter. Everyone in the wizarding world knew about the great Harry Potter, and with the reappearance of the Dark Lord Voldemort, his 2 friends had become a little famous, for winning the Order of Merlin on account of their unyielding courage in the face of the Dark Lord. Through various clues, she had determined that this letter came from the youngest son of the Weasleys, Ron Weasley. It's over. The fat executive said intently, it was quite interesting, just a bit edgy. Several other journalists nodded along. It's over. Skeeter said dryly, she didn't see anything interesting at all. If she had been informed earlier she surely would have churned out a series of controversial articles. Of course, whether they are positive or negative is still a matter of debate. A journalist was about to comment, but the serious woman stopped him. Read all the letters, and we can discuss them together. Rita Skeeter looked around, grabbed the second letter, tore it open, and read it aloud to the crowd, "I have a friend." Well, she just thought of the savior in her mind, and there is a letter from the savior. If Hap hadn't arranged it, she would dare to eat the parchment. Then came the third and final letter, which Rita Skeeter read for a while, unable to guess who had written it. "When the weather is muggy, I like to lie in the little flower garden. The branches of the mistletoe separate the sky into little grids which move across each other, and the fine specks of sunshine hover next to the white berries of the mistletoe. It's pretty, and probably the gnomes in the garden think so too. Gnomes are not very good at talking, apart from spitting and making faces. Their greatest pleasure is carrying the white berries to their homes. I left a boot in the garden when I was little, expecting them to move in one day, and later I worked with my papa to build a house for them. There are also lumpy vines growing in the garden. Often resembling dead tree stumps, this charming plant has a lumpy surface with the occasional colored scar, some say because of an insect infestation. Papa wouldn't let me touch it because the lumpy vine is a fragile and kind plant, and its presence sweeps away any bad feelings in the neighborhood, thanks to the secret of its large grapefruit pods. Those bad emotions hide in the pods and get bigger and bigger until it can't fit and bursts itself. Papa said. It was with awe that we observed the pods cracking open. The sun was blazing hot and my papa and I held our lotus umbrellas to prevent sweating. It was a few hours' wait, then we suddenly heard a popping sound and the green skin split open, from which pale green, curved worm-like things oozed out. They squirm at first, but gradually quieten down, making you wonder if they're dead, but Papa thinks it's just those bad feelings coming out of their shells and turning into annoying harassing rackspurts. Harassing rackspurts are pesky creatures that drift into people's ears and mess up their brains. They can be invisible, but you can hear them buzzing and then feel irritable and fuzzy, so that's evidence of their presence. Papa has designed a harassment rackspurts trap to deal with them, but the lumpy vine makes so many that we have to do something else. The way to deal with them is to perform a special ritual that resembles some sort of dance. First, we have to fill our brains with happy emotions, which will briefly ward off the rackspurts, and then we will dance with our arms around our heads, while constantly spinning in place just like trying to chase away the mosquitoes. The purpose of this is to tell the harassing rackspurts that my brain is already occupied with other emotions and I don't need you, and then they will simply fly away. The ritual was tiring but also joyful, and to treat me, Papa would usually cook a pot of plimpy soup. Papa is well versed in many recipes and I help with catching fish in the stream. There are many different kinds of plimpy, some of which are dangerous, such as the large-mouthed plimpy, which will come out of the water with their mouths wide open and attack anyone who overfishes their kind, so I take some lucky stones with me when catching fish to prevent such accidents. I also have some salvia and aromatic mallow for fire divination or other useful things, such as the large spotted umbrella fungus. Rita Skeeter stared at the oddly overwhelming writing. They seemed so out of place. Could something have gone wrong? Harassing rackspurts. The fat supervisor pondered. A plant that absorbs bad emotions. Melissa muttered. Would it work if ordinary people practiced this dance to ward off harassing rackspurts? Another journalist asked. Rita Skeeter was dumbfounded. After a long moment, the serious woman coughed twice to bring the crowd back to their senses, and then she lit a lady's cigarette. The smoke curled up from the end. Well, that's what I mean about the situation having changed. The serious woman sat upright and said, the whole country no, I should say the whole world is in a mess at the moment. A number of newspapers have denounced yesterday's atrocity and of course, we have published an unpleasant and critical article. The reason we are not rushing to surface our attitude is because we are special and Rita has been lucky enough to have had contact with a wizard and even she herself has become excellent material, so I am waiting for her return and intend to build a series of stories around her. Skeeter rolled her eyes secretly, knowing that this woman had got a taste from the last gun ban articles. There are differences, and the news industry can't be totally in tune with what people are saying, we have to develop our own thinking. But this case is unique, and if wizards are defined as terrorists, we will probably get in trouble for speaking up for them, and I received these letters just as I was in a dilemma. What do you think the newspaper should do? Should we hand them over to the authorities, or? Absolutely no. Everyone shouted in unison. A smile appeared on the serious woman's tense face. Very well, if anyone thinks that way, I'll tell him to pack up and get out immediately. The question now is, what attitude should we take, and whether the contents of these letters are credible? The crowd looked down and pondered, all of them aware that this is an audition, and whoever speaks more to her liking will have the resources of the entire newspaper revolving around that person for the next few days. How about taking a neutral stance and forwarding the letters as they are while we stay out of it? The fat supervisor said tentatively. The serious woman looked at him. Perhaps a gentle criticism. The fat supervisor said uncertainly, there's so little useful information at the moment, only a few letters without a clue, in case it's a conspiracy by those wizards. The serious woman was just about to speak when Rita Skeeter interjected, that can't be ruled out. But then she asked rhetorically, but is it vital to us? The serious woman glanced at her, tell us what you think. Whether there are any magical agencies involved or not, well, From these letters everyone should be able to see that wizards are a small organized society, not a loose group. They have schools, hospitals, law enforcement agencies, gathering areas. Skeeter pointed to the letters and said, these specifics aside, these letters alone signify something equally important. We've hooked up with the mysterious wizards while the other newspapers are still banging around like headless flies, even though it's only a one-way connection, but it's the perfect opening. It wasn't that the others weren't aware of this, it was just that the responsibility was so great that they were hesitant. But Rita Skeeter, a woman with little mental burden, looked very decisive to the others. The fat supervisor frowned and said, what if these letters are just isolated cases, a couple of school wizards, for goodness sake. How does it sound so odd to think that wizards go to school too? I mean, what if this is just the whim of a few school wizard students? I do have that concern. The serious woman said. She is afraid that by speaking for the wizards, or by not criticizing or analyzing them with enough spiciness and comprehensiveness, she will not make the most of the material and instead be overtaken by other media outlets. I don't think so. Skeeter said confidently, her bottom line derived not from the analysis but from last night's conversation, which made the process of working backward incredibly easy when she knew the conclusion. Think about it, when these articles go out, whether it's the whim of a few students or not, as long as one of the contents of the letter is true, namely that the wizards have their own law enforcement agency, they're bound to find out about this. There are only two outcomes when that happens. The more Rita Skeeter spoke, the more confident she became, and she raised two thick fingers. The first outcome, the enforcers come to their door and order those students not to write to us again, but that approach. It would make little sense, the serious woman picked up, as the wizard has already revealed their presence and this would just be playing deaf and dumb. That's right, Skeeter said aloud, the second outcome would be the law enforcers of the wizarding world acquiesce to the students' actions, at best secretly guiding them to avoid revealing secrets or something, or, as we just feared, that it was all arranged by the wizard. Either way, it means a steady stream of exclusives. The sound of breathing in the conference room became heavy. Rita Skeeter fidgeted and glanced at the others. She had just come up with the perfect title for herself, the uncrowned queen. Meanwhile, several most influential people in the British government are participating in a cabinet meeting, with every attendee handpicked and even the leader of the opposition party present. Can we send our troops? The Minister of Defense said tentatively midway through the meeting. I disagree. The Prime Minister slapped the table. Mr. Prime Minister, don't forget that you are our Prime Minister. The leader of the opposition warned the Prime Minister, as he said wistfully, I suspect you are under the spell of those wizards. In fact, this is very likely. Legend has it that wizards can summon demons and boil up bewitching potions, and only a burning cross can subdue them. Are you a fool? The Prime Minister said irritably, or do you intend to start a modern-day witch hunt? But remember, you're not up against defenseless women from centuries ago, you're up against guys who actually control magic, the strongest of whom can destroy a city by themselves, and hell yeah, that one happens to use the very fire you're so proud of. That can't be. How can they be that strong? The Home Secretary shouted out of breath. In fact, what he wanted to say was, why would a wizard that powerful still willingly hide? The ones that strong are only in the minority, a rare breed, the Prime Minister said with a strange look on his face. According to what I've read in the information, only 4 have appeared in the last 200 years, and 3 of them are in Britain. I don't know whether to be proud or They're all still alive. The Minister of Finance asked cautiously. 2 are dead, the Prime Minister said, in terms, we can understand, 1 good and 1 bad. The good one was highly respected, the headmaster of a school of wizards, who fought 2 generations of Dark Lords all by himself, but sadly he died recently. Had it not been for him, the war might have broken out between the wizards and us long ago. He did feel sorry for him. Even though the Prime Minister had never met Dumbledore, he could conjure up in his mind an image of a man whose political prestige was so high that it was unmatched, just from the attitude of the 2 ministers of magic. The leader of the opposition asked coldly, so what if war breaks out, will we lose? The Prime Minister looked at him curiously. Have I not made myself clear enough? Or do you insist on fighting an open war on British soil against tens of thousands of people with strange skills? They're organized and have a regime similar to ours, which means they're harder to deal with than terrorists, and I remember the last time we sent a few hundred police officers against a dozen violent men, and they ended up smashing a whole city block. Even if we ended up winning, what would we gain? Oh, not to mention the fact that they now have 2 archmages who can destroy cities at the drop of a hat, one of whom is bound by a magical vow and the other is interested in negotiating the integration of wizards into society, and you're going to ruin that by having 2 human nukes join forces against us? Do your words represent the attitude of your party? The Prime Minister pursued the question aggressively, not forgetting to dig a hole for his opponent. The leader of the opposition was dumbfounded, and halfway through, he asked a sharp question. Are you sure that all this information is true? I haven't heard of any city being destroyed by wizards, it's only us who have done that before. He stopped his sentence awkwardly. The intel gathered has the answers you are looking for. The Prime Minister shrugged off the responsibility and said, as for the truth, I'm not sure, which is why I sought all your advice. What are they, wizards capable of? I mean, you've seen them with your own eyes. The Defense Minister asked a reliable question. The Prime Minister thought for a moment and said, I've only dealt with 2 ministers of magic. They didn't cast spells in my presence at random, but just from what I've seen with my own eyes. His expression suddenly became serious and grave. Wizards can glue things to walls that can't be taken off by conventional means. Their portraits have intelligence and can communicate with people. I'm not sure if that's all they do. They can also turn objects into small animals that the naked eye can't tell from the real thing, which is called transfiguration, and they have a range of other magical disciplines. Can a wizard turn into another person? The Defense Minister asked, holding his breath. I don't know. The Prime Minister shook his head as he continued, they can also appear and disappear out of thin air, but I've only seen it once, and most of the time they appear through fireplaces. Fireplaces? The Minister of Defense and the Minister of Home Affairs shouted in unison, seemingly terrified. What? The Prime Minister asked curiously. Have you counted? The Minister of Home Affairs said with a grimace, how many fireplaces there are in all Britain? The Prime Minister was stunned for a moment, then the rest of the expression on his face disappeared and fear surfaced a little. It goes without saying the British have a strong fireplace obsession, and basically every household has a beautiful fireplace, even if they don't light it a few times a year, but they are a must. The government also sees fireplaces as an important part of traditional British culture, and while technology has made it unnecessary for people to have fireplaces to heat their homes, the government is still doing its best to provide them with increasingly pure coal for fireplaces. For example, think of how many scenes in English literature have featured fireplaces in scenes of coziness, power, or reunion with family and friends. In the midst of a roaring fire, fireplaces have witnessed the warmth and happiness of countless families, the beautiful vows of lovers, the laughter of friends, and now, if they become hostile to wizards, the first thing they have to do is call on the people to tear down tens of millions of fireplaces? The Prime Minister couldn't help but shudder. His already not-so-strong heart became even more shaken at the moment. The link between wizards and ordinary people is far closer than he thought, and to deal with wizards would first require a place without fireplaces, that would be cutting into the flesh. By removing all wizard influence, what would be left in the land? These wizards are an abomination. Rats in the sewers. Too shameless. A fierce outcry followed. The conference room fell silent again, and the people looked at each other. The Prime Minister looked from side to side and finally, compelled to ask, so everyone agrees to try and make contact with the wizard? No one said a peep. I understand, and I hope everyone will continue to adhere to this resolution in the next parliamentary session. Outside the conference room, Kingsley, who is acting as assistant of the Prime Minister, pricked up his ears. A fireplace? It hadn't occurred to him at all that a small fireplace would be the key. Perhaps he was too accustomed to it. He walked away quietly as the discussion continued in the conference room, but it was no longer relevant to the big picture. Should we seek the help of the church? They're the professionals. Someone suggested. Idiot, haven't you ever dealt with them? If they could really spread miracles, would they still be that virtuous? They blaspheme themselves. Cough cough cough. The Prime Minister let out a series of sharp coughs. Ugh, at least they might have kept some records. Speaking of which, it occurs to me that the Queen is the nominal supreme governor of the church. You want the crown to get involved. It's such a big deal, so they might as well share some of the pressure. The Dursleys. I knew it, watch it. Vernon pointed at the TV and said smugly, those gutters can't hide at last, someone will stop them. I wish the government would arrest them all one by one. He suddenly braced himself, his small eyes darting around twice warily. If that's the case, will they use our house as a refuge and forcibly seize our property? I think that Ministry of Magic employee Dudley is sneaky and has no good intentions. Dudley glared at his father. Alas, not all those associated with Dudley are as nice as you, Vernon said in a rush to add a compliment, and he turned his head to Petunia. Shall we call the police secretly while the boy is away? No. Aunt Petunia shouted, in a firm voice, absolutely no one can find this out. The fat of Vernon's body quivered, and he cooed in a small voice, well, well. I just said it casually, it's all that freak's fault. He suddenly burst out with a fit of anger, no sense of manners at all, just like his father, he just entrusted someone to bring back a message. He spat and cursed for 10 minutes, then leaned back on the sofa, panting and looking at the picture on top of the fireplace. They still maintained the tradition of using a fireplace to keep warm in winter, otherwise, they would have been gossiped about. All the neighbors around know that the Dursleys are very, very disciplined and traditional people. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 689. Chapter 689 The New Generation, 2 in 1. When Kingsley sent back the information he had received, Everyone was surprised. A fireplace eliminated the possibility of war. Sirius leaned against the doorframe, with the cat teaser dangling down from his hand, and Crookshanks seized the opportunity to pounce on it and grab it. Ms. Bones was much relieved by this, nevertheless, she remained stern-faced and corrected, "It's 10 million fireplaces, the real number will only be more than that." "Oh come on," Sirius said in a bantering tone as he picked up Crookshanks, ignoring the fierce face he was making, "Cats don't worry about whether they'll have food tomorrow, do they? It's too tiring to live like that." He kept shaking the big ginger cat. Crookshanks huffed and stretched out the pads of his cat's paws and smacked Sirius in the face. A small smile swept across Ms. Bones' eyes. "What's next?" Lupin asked, sitting on the couch. Felix thought for a moment and uttered one word, "Wait." The Ministry of Magic has the information advantage over the Muggle government in this whole conflict. We have shown more initiative in the early stages in order to eliminate the risk of war, but nothing can be done in excess, and we have already awakened a massive machine with a population of nearly 60 million people. Now that Kingsley is keeping an eye on the government and Skeeter is staying at the Sun, the next step is to listen to the voices of the people. Well, I'm not sure yet, have the special Flow network lines been established? The Flow network administrators are working overtime, Ms. Bones said, but it's going to take time to structure a network across all the counties of the country. Felix nodded to show that he understood. The matter was an extension of a series of suggestions he had made at Hogwarts last time. There might be hundreds of newspapers across Britain, and even more local tabloids of all kinds than one could count, but they certainly brought together a portion of public opinion. Wizards are inherently small in number, and sorting out information through these newspapers is the best way to proceed. But there are two difficulties in the matter of procuring newspapers using the Flow network. One being how to collect and compile newspapers from all over the country, and the solution Felix gave was the Flow network. The Flow network was designed to transmit people around the country through flames and internal routes provided the wizard could say where he or she wanted to go. Felix, on the other hand, wanted to create a specialized Flow network, like a spider's web with merely longitudinal thread, with the Ministry of Magic at the center and the other end of the spider web placed in each of the country's counties. This would have the advantage of saving manpower, and a dozen people would be able to travel quickly through the country on short notice. Of course, for security reasons, the wizards in charge of this task would be required to carry special passes, and they have been separated from the Flow Network Authority to form a separate division under the Department of Magical Transportation. It is worth mentioning that since there will be more and more interaction with the non-magical world in the future, Ms. Bones intends to create a new Department of Magic, which will be based on the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement with some of the staff from the Obliviator headquarters, the Muggle-Worthy Excuse Committee and the Muggle Liaison Office to form the new department. Due to the unexpected exposure of the wizarding community, only the beginning of this project had been completed, leaving most of the progress still on her minister's desk. The second difficulty involved staffing. Obtaining the newspapers certainly would not be enough, it would be necessary to deploy staff to analyze the articles one by one, and these people would have to have a basic understanding of both wizard and Muggle society in order not to be confused by a bunch of unfamiliar terms. The Ministry of Magic only has a limited number of people from Muggle families. "Didn't you guys collect a bunch of names of students who were willing to help?" Felix said to Harry. "Well, let's call them over to give it a try." He held out the slightest hope in the back of his mind. Grindelwald had supposedly been teaching students seriously for the whole of last year, hadn't he? In a way, Grindelwald's defense against the dark arts could well be renamed Defense against the Muggle community's weapons and concealments. As it turned out, he did a pretty good job. The following day alone, a dozen young faces were added to the ministry, and the number quickly surpassed 100. The Ministry of Magic became crowded at once. "At first we only called people who were close to us," Hermione said with slightly rosy cheeks. "Harry has the contacts of all the members of the Frontline Lookout Club, and I was able to contact the Magic Rune Club, and then word got out. Fred and George helped a lot too." Ron said, "They've been quietly operating a radio station for some time now, it was set up even before the wizarding community was exposed. They didn't think that far ahead though, originally they only intended to use the radio to promote the products of the Weasleys' Wizard Wheezes, with the secret code written blatantly on the bottom of the leaflet. You guys are doing a great job," Felix said encouragingly. "There are too many people though, even underclassmen." He was referring to the Creevey brothers. The older brother, Colin Creevey, was in the same grade as Ginny, both 5th years, and could barely fit in, but the younger brother, Dennis Creevey, was only a 3rd year, and he figured it would take him half an hour to read a paper. "I've asked Colin to talk his brother to go back," Harry said in a rush while warning Ron and Hermione with a look, and Ron seemed to think of something funny as he forced himself to hold back a laugh. Harry didn't dare tell the professor that the Creevey brothers were in high spirits and that they weren't working alone. The two brothers ran the Harry Potter fan club together and Colin had assured him with conviction that he could recruit another 50 people. It took him a lot of talking to dissuade Colin from that idea. When the number approached 200, it became impractical to keep them in the Ministry of Magic any longer. When Professor McGonagall learned of their dilemma, she invited them to Hogwarts. It's the summer holidays and the school is deserted. Moreover, there is a hidden danger in a mass gathering of wizards. As the new headmistress of Hogwarts and a senior figure in the Order of the Phoenix, she hadn't exactly spent the last few days relaxing. It wasn't an off-site mission, though. On the one hand, she and the other professors were busy upgrading the defenses of Hogwarts Castle. On the other hand, she had found a magical album in the headmaster's office that resembled an address book, that contained both Dumbledore's closest friends and personal connections, as well as high officials from the Ministry of Magic abroad, some of whom could no longer respond to her because of their age. The most important thing on it for her was the pictures of the headmasters of the 11 world-renowned wizarding schools. In the ordinary course of events, she would have spent years visiting each of these schools after succeeding as headmistress, but for now, all formalities of false courtesy were eliminated and all questions and messages were conveyed through the photographs. In the Hogwarts Great Hall, Professor McGonagall and several of the remaining professors gave a warm welcome to the students. Thank you for coming forward at a critical time. You are more than just Hogwarts students, you are part of the wizarding community and represent the future of the wizarding world. She said excitedly, unable to restrain herself from taking out a handkerchief to wipe the corners of her eyes in the middle of her sentence. Something took root in the hearts of all the students as a sinking feeling settled over them. Maybe I should include Muggle studies as a compulsory subject for young wizards from wizarding families. This subject could become increasingly important. Even Alasdair Maddock has openly stated his love for the Muggle sports. What else can't happen? Who is Alasdair Maddock? Ron asked in a whisper. A pretty good chaser, Ginny, who is also a chaser, said. The papers say he's expected to join the legendary Montrose Magpies next year. Professor McGonagall is a Montrose Magpies fan. Harry added. The castle was quiet that evening, not as lively as usual. Seamus stared blankly out of the window. Harry knew he grew up as a standard half-blood, his mother being a witch and his father a Muggle, and he had told them about it as a joke. Mum didn't tell Dad she is a witch until after she got married. It scared the hell out of him. As Harry walked past, Seamus whispered, "My mum and Dad had a fight. Because Dad's CO worker said something bad about wizards when he came to visit the house." Harry paused and patted him on the shoulder. "It'll get better." "Will it?" "It will." The next morning, everyone gathered in the Great Hall as the Ministry of Magic deployed a small team to assign tasks to the students. Harry was surprised to see Percy's figure. "Shut up, don't talk." When Percy passed Ron, who opened his mouth, Percy immediately warned, "I won't give you any preferential treatment." With those words, he dropped a stack of Muggle newspapers with a thud. Ron made a face at him when Percy left and picked up the newspapers. "Hey, we've been allocated to Devon." He whispered to Harry, "The borough is located in Devon. I'll keep an eye out for news from the Ottery St. Catchpole village for you if there is any." Harry whispered, at which point Percy and a few Ministry of Magic staff stood in front of the students and told them what to do. The students' task is substantial, but implementing it on an individual basis made it simple. They first divide up a group of students to pick out the newspaper articles with the words wizard, witch, and magic in them, then cut them out and roughly categorize them. At the moment there are only two types, good and bad. The categorized clippings are sent to another group of students, all from Muggle families, who are responsible for picking out the more pressing ones, usually from influential media, articles with extreme views, or statistics. In the face of any group of people being controversial, the primary consideration should be the base, proportion, and probability of different situations occurring. Hermione said to Harry and Ron. "Whose views are these?" Harry asked. Professor Hap mentioned it in a report. Hermione said without thinking. "It doesn't quite ring a bell, didn't sound like him." Ron rubbed his chin and analyzed it. "That's because you never read articles of a serious nature." "She's talking nonsense," Ron said to Harry when Hermione had turned her head to leave. "There's no stuff as serious and boring as the history of magic, and I've been studying it for 5 whole years. If you add in Professor Binns' lectures, the effect is simply doubled. Then it's time to show your talents in this area." Harry said dryly, his eyes fixed on an obituary in the newspaper. David, died on June 23, 1997, at the age of 51. He was a lover of the occult and magic during his lifetime and I am actually a vampire. He said this to a journalist during one of his interviews. In the background at the time, there were 3 children who were crying in fear at his presence. He considered it an honor, but his wife was not impressed and asked the journalist if vampires could get the cardiovascular disease, a question that the journalist purposely recorded and publicly sought an answer to, given that wizards really do exist. Harry scratched his head, should I cut it off? But what category of information should it be classified as? I suppose it should count as a well-intended one. Nearly 2 hours later, they were finally done and Harry rubbed his sore neck. The 30 or so information he had gathered were both good and bad, but all within acceptable limits. It was pretty much the same on Ron's end. Harry looked up and noticed with shock that there was an extra wall in the middle of the Great Hall. Percy and a couple of staff members were standing at the front, putting up newspaper cuttings every now and then, and they were surrounded by a circle of students who has solemn expressions. Harry went over and noticed a huge map of England hanging on the wall, with lines and symbols of special significance, which reminded him of the tactics board hanging on the wall in the players' lounge. There is a greater rejection of wizards in the more remote countryside. He heard Percy whisper. It might have something to do with religion. Another man said. Harry's heart sank as he remembered what Seamus had said to him last night, and his chest felt like a stone pressing down on him, and he couldn't catch his breath. His breath puffed onto the back of the student's neck in front of him and the person looked back. Draco Malfoy looked at him with a strange expression that seemed like anger and seemed to be hiding something else. He stepped aside towards the side to make room. Harry gave him a surprised look, then took a step forward. Harry could see more clearly, a blood-soaked colored headline taking up a third of the page, titled All Wizards Should Go to Hell. He frowned. Oh, never mind that, it's just a third-rate local tabloid, Hermione said as she pushed in from the back of the crowd, clutching a stack of newspaper clippings in her hands. She said with annoyance, I bet it doesn't have more than 1,000 readers. This is the kind that's really hard to deal with. She held up a newspaper clipping and waved it in front of Harry and Draco. A detailed list of notorious events in history where wizards are suspected to have been involved. Is that true? Harry asked in surprise. It has nothing to do with true or false, with the word suspected being used in it. Hermione said contemptuously, but they clearly didn't have good intentions when they linked wizards with vicious events. She moved past Harry and handed the newspaper clipping to Percy. Oh yes, Harry, I just forgot to mention that your letter appeared in the newspaper. Over the next few days, various pieces of information continued to come together. Ms. Bones compiled their recent approaches into a booklet and submitted it to the International Confederation of Wizards, and according to the delegate stationed there, over 200 people were clamoring in the lobby of the Confederation's headquarters, with African delegates alone taking up a quarter of the crowd. Prior to this, the autonomous bodies in Africa gained international support by grouping together, which is how Aching Bade rose to power, and of course, it has to be acknowledged that he himself showed competence and was trusted by all parties until the crisis arose. The representative said bluntly. But with the wizarding community completely exposed, they started to think differently, and many of their claims were eye-opening. For example, a place I can't even name, which is not as big as even a county in England, with just over 100 wizards. They have a good relationship with their local Muggle military regime, maintaining a near semi-open alliance. For example, if the Muggle military regime attempts to conquer a tribe, which has wizards in it, even if it is just a single wizard, the local wizard group there will help them conquer that tribe. This information shocked many people. The International Confederation of Wizards doesn't care. Sirius looked surprised. What about the statute of secrecy? Aren't wizards strictly forbidden from getting involved in Muggle disputes? Ms. Bones sighed. Statute of secrecy isn't foolproof, they vary from person to person and place to place. Africa is already a special region, plus magic is highly respected there. Anyway, the International Confederation of Wizards has always had very low expectations of them, it's fine as long as they don't make a big mess. Lupin raised his eyebrows slightly. If I understand correctly, before the statute of secrecy became junk, the wizards there showed some self-restraint, but now... He paused. Muggle military regimes openly pull in wizards as their thugs, aren't they? There is already a trend towards that. Ms. Bones said, the Confederation sent a warning to those two groups of wizards, but it is yet to be seen how much effect it will have. After a brief glimpse of the wizard force that Grindelwald has, along with the disclosure, various ministries of magic have withdrawn their aurors who were sent out, to take care of their own countries. The Confederation is now an empty shell and considerably less binding. After handing over a copy of their previous initiatives to the International Confederation of Wizards, she could only stare blankly afterwards. Or on a happier note, Ms. Bones suddenly chuckled, Kingsley brought back some good news. The Prime Minister's side has finally ended their lengthy meeting and passed a resolution to extend an invitation to the wizards. Lupin was slightly surprised and then smiled. Moody's magic eyes darted around, his grip on his walking stick kept loosening and tightening. Bill and Fleur hugged each other in excitement, and amidst a crowd of leering eyes, Sirius gave Amelia Bones a firm hug and a kiss. A week of tight nerves had left them all a little breathless, and everyone felt excited to see the light of day now. At dinner, Ms. Bones sat next to Felix and talked to him in a whisper. The news won't be announced until tomorrow. The Prime Minister has sent a message via portrait that they will be sending out an invitation in the Queen's name, in the nature of a private party or afternoon tea. Do you have any suggestions? Felix thought for a moment and asked tentatively, they don't want it to be too official. Yes. The Prime Minister stated that there is still a significant number of people in Parliament who have misgivings. Ms. Bones said, he suggested politely that it would be best if the team selected to negotiate is not too official, and that the party will not proceed to any substantive negotiations right off the bat. This event basically equates to the wizard's first public appearance, well, actually the second, even though Grindelwald's acolytes have largely failed to make a good impression on the world. It has to be a stark contrast to the acolytes, Felix mused, his eyes lighting up as he schemed over the crowd of people in the hall and stopped on the students Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville and Ginny. What do you think about picking a few students to form a delegation? Bones was about to open her mouth to retort when Felix continued, a delegation that will be personally led by me. Bones was stunned, then looked down and thought quickly. The conclusion was, it seemed feasible. With Felix around, there would be no need to worry about safety at all. She trusted his wisdom in making decisions on the spot, and as Felix is nominally a professor at the school, it made perfect sense for a professor to lead students without any obvious political overtones. As for her earlier fleeting concerns, such as being given a hard time by Muggle government officials, they would be dealt with by the Prime Minister, as he would give warning. Better to show their strength properly. So be it. Ms. Bones said, then she hesitated slightly, the student candidates. Choose from the 100 or so student volunteers, first consult with their parents. Felix said immediately, make the pros and cons clear to them, after all not everyone wants to show up in public. A new day had begun. Number Thebe Riemann. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 690, Chapter 690 Inheritance. In the morning, the Prime Minister made a speech in front of 10 Downing Street. The group of wizards truly exists, they once operated openly as guests of the court, and legends of them are passed down in some places to this day. But between the 15th and 17th centuries, England and the rest of the world were undergoing radical changes, the millennia-old Middle Ages were coming to an end, the old order was being scrapped, a new one was yet to be established, and our society was suffering major changes in every respect. At the same time the conflict between wizards and ordinary people continued to intensify, and extremely dreadful things happened as a result of what proved to be our thorny march towards greater civilization. A scar was created. Thereafter the wizards chose to hide their identities, severing ties with the masses and ensuring that this measure could be implemented by creating a law they call the Statute of Secrecy. A week ago, the hidden society of wizards was made public by an accident and everyone is facing a huge choice, perhaps even the most important choice in recent years. Because the two societies had been separated from each other for so long, both of us became deeply unfamiliar with each other. The ministers in charge of the country assembled many meetings, with all the members of parliament present, including a rare visit from Her Majesty the Queen, and finally agreed on one thing, to start a cautious exchange of views. I am here to extend an open invitation to the wizards to send a delegation. I believe that communication is the first step towards resolving disputes. The Prime Minister finished and then looked around the area, waiting for questions from journalists. Mr. Prime Minister, are you suggesting that last week's terrorist activities stemmed from an accident? A reporter asked sharply. By all accounts, while there were no casualties, the nationwide traffic jams, city shutdowns, and the destruction of various public facilities owned by municipalities caused significant property damage to the country, not to mention, a number of people were hospitalized due to shock. Ahem, we have to admit that there are equally good and bad wizards, what separates them is that their mastery of magic, which makes a huge difference in their individual combat abilities, and the panic we experienced was caused by none other than an extremely evil and powerful dark wizard together with his followers. You should know that name, Grindelwald, a dark wizard with an ambition to create a new order. 60 or 70 years ago he had once tried to take over the world. But he ended up imprisoned and locked up for half a century before escaping from the wizard's prison not long ago and plotting this crime. The Prime Minister said cautiously, he wants our society to be divided so that he can take advantage of the opportunity to rise again and bring the war to every inch of the land, at which point Britain will not be safe, and the world will not be spared. Given that dreadful future, we must keep a clear and sensible head and not fall into the trap. Another reporter asked, has the government been hiding the existence of wizards from the public? What motivates you to keep secrets and don't you think it is a violation of the public's right to know? The Prime Minister did not answer directly but switched the angle of the question. I think the bigger reason why successive Prime Ministers have kept the secret, in addition to the national security confidentiality at stake, is to avoid sending society into a panic, as wizards have been hiding their identity for hundreds of years and their image is very different from what we imagine in our minds. They have set up similar regimes, forming organizations in various forms such as schools, hospitals, law enforcement agencies. They even have organizations similar to the United Nations. Wizards are progressing and developing just as much. The press conference ended and the Prime Minister turned to walk back to 10 Downing Street. Thank you for all you've done, Mr. Prime Minister. Kingsley, who worked as an assistant, said politely. The Prime Minister stopped in his tracks. You don't understand, get ready for a surge of public opinion. Kingsley was a little stunned, but without saying a word the Prime Minister went back to his office and stood at the bay window looking out over the journalists and people who stayed behind. With a premonition in his mind that everyone would be dragged into an even greater maelstrom of public opinion, his speech today would act as a trigger. But he had no choice. Whether it is for the national interest or his personal political prospects, Pushing for negotiations is the best way to go. Even the opposition parties did not press too hard in this case. When he brought out a copy of the wizard information, MPs with different political views and affiliations to different parties basically voted in favor. Not all of these people were sincere, but there is no doubt that none of them wanted to clean up the mess at this time. If they used opposition to witchcraft as a reason to dismiss the current Prime Minister from office, there would be only one way to go next, adopting an unbelievably tough attitude and bringing the wizards fully under the control of the government, even at the risk of starting a war. But such an approach is in fact far more dangerous than starting peace talks. If peace talks would defy some public opinion and be a thrilling tightrope walk, then antagonizing the wizards and forcing them to rise in revolt would be setting off fireworks over a gunpowder keg. Opposition parties can gain popular support by inciting and creating extreme slogans, but when war does break out and loved ones, property, and a stable life are destroyed, those people will hate those MPs as much as they once supported them in the past. What the Prime Minister proposed was pretty much what they all wanted, to talk first, test the bottom line in the negotiations, and then seize the benefits over and over. But there is never a shortage of speculators in this world. It didn't take long for Felix to get the word. Just an invitation? The details haven't been finalized? He asked, a little surprised. It's already finalized, but the Prime Minister doesn't want to appear too familiar with us in public. Ms. Bones said, the time is a week from now, at 3 in the afternoon, at the Houses of Parliament. Felix blinked. The Houses of Parliament? Not Buckingham Palace. The Prime Minister did initially wish to host the meeting at Buckingham Palace, but the Queen declined after careful consideration. Felix grinned. Probably didn't want to show any obvious personal inclinations to avoid arousing the ill will of some of the extremists. The Houses of Parliament are fine, there's plenty of space. He stopped talking all of a sudden. What's the matter? Thought of something? Felix put away his smile and said seriously. He remembered the prophecy Dumbledore had shown him, that is, the vision of the huge anti-wizard march, in which, in addition to Rita Skeeter's presence on the scene, there was also the prominent sign of the Houses of Parliament in the background. Things seemed to be advancing towards the vision Grindelwald saw. It wasn't as if anti-wizard marches hadn't broken out all over the place over the course of a week, but they hadn't been very large. On the one hand, it was because the matter was only discussed in the newspapers and the government was yet to make a public statement. On the other hand, it was because the Ministry of Magic had adopted a retracting strategy and ordinary people could not find the right target to demonstrate even if they wanted to. The most crucial thing is that wizards are an unknown element, and it will take time for the opponents to unite. But it became clear that they now had the perfect opportunity. The time, a week later, the place, the House of Parliament, the target, a delegation of wizards. It all seemed so natural. Not long after Ms. Bones left, Hermione came over with a list of names. Over 30 people have signed up so far. She handed the parchment to Felix and then said with a straight face, actually, since we're here, it means we're willing to do our part for peace. But quite a few people are worried they won't perform well enough, and they have some suitable candidates in their mind. I bet you're one of the people they're pushing for, isn't that right, Miss Granger? Hermione rolled her eyes. Felix gazed over the list. I do need to give it some thought. Considering that the debut in a week's time might have something to do with the prophecy, he decided it would be best to be careful. The people chosen should at least have to be mentally strong. The students finished sorting the newspapers for the day, and towards noon some went home through the school fireplace while others stayed behind to discuss the day's news. They were essentially 6th and 7th graders, adults or near adults, and had the look of grown-ups in terms of their conversation and dress. Because it is summer holiday, these students are not wearing their school uniforms, and the days of fighting together and making a common cause have united them without distinction. All these things were seen by the professors who remained at the school, who rejoiced in the change, and if the moment had not been ill-timed, they might have been happy to throw a few parties. The thought had definitely occurred to Slughorn. As he crossed the entrance hall, Felix caught sight of Snape. He stood guard in front of the staircase that led downwards and seemed to have been waiting for some time. Something wrong, Severus? Snape looked up at Felix, and he asked in an emotionless tone, is the time fixed? Next week, Felix said with a smirk, it's something to look forward to, isn't it? Snape was not going to answer that sort of question as he went on to ask, you're planning to take a group of students to negotiate with the Muggle government? Not negotiate, well, something like both teams of players going around the pitch collectively before a big Quidditch match. Felix pondered his idea. Younger faces helped distinguish them from the Grindelwald's acolytes, and he mused as he tried to smooth out his thoughts, I am thinking about how I can show off a little trace of my strength. Isn't that what negotiations are all about? Showing goodwill, showing off some muscles, but it's important to do it in a way that doesn't seem too aggressive. Do you have any good ideas? That's up to you to decide. Snape said coldly, turning around, with his robes flapping behind him, follow me. Felix was a little unsure but still followed Snape towards his office. The door opened and Snape strode into his office. Felix pushed it open, mentally speculating on Snape's intentions. Could it be that he had made key progress on some kind of potion? Ever since he had shown a group of potions masters and healers a few pathological patterns of disease, including werewolf and dragon pox, at the Sword Castle, a number of wizards had chosen to stay in the vicinity of the castle to start their research, sharing their insights with each other from time to time, and Snape had been there a few times. The potions class professor's office is dimly lit as always. Felix's gaze schemed over the glass specimen jars that lined up on the wall and finally stopped on Snape, whose back was turned, his whole body blending into the darkness. Snape's body trembled slightly, one hand propped on the table as if he was trying desperately to suppress his inner emotions, acting like a hidden snake. Felix noticed the strange atmosphere and did not make a sound to urge him on, standing quietly in place and waiting. Finally, Snape turned to face him, his gaze remained calm as usual. Use the disarming charm on me, Felix. Author. I can't really manage to scrape together the minimum words for 2 in 1 chapter, so I'll try to write a bit more tomorrow. Number Thebe Ryman. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 691, Chapter 691 Big Lie, 2 in 1. Finally, it dawned on Felix that another one of the backhands that Dumbledore laid out had appeared. 3 Deathly Hallows, with the exception of Harry's invisibility cloak, the other 2 were in the possession of Dumbledore in the final years of his life. Felix had thought that with the dissolution of the Resurrection Stone, the Deathly Hallows would never be gathered together again, and the Elder Wand lost its meaning with the end of Dumbledore's life. Dumbledore asked you to pass it on to me. Felix asked lightly, more interested in probing Dumbledore's true intentions. He let me judge for myself. Snape's eyes struggled a little. He said he would prefer to see the fate of the Elder Wand become a permanent mystery, but was worried about a big change that could happen in the wizarding world in the future. Right now it should be the time. Felix scrutinized Snape's face. I don't think it's time yet, he said. Snape's expression froze. Things aren't that bad. The window for discussion has opened, and we can remain optimistic to a limited extent, and compared to the sporadic disturbances that have occurred in some places abroad, the situation here is fairly stable. Oh, and by the way, Future World has opened up 2 new branches. Snape's expression was stunned. Dumbledore had no ability to anticipate what would happen after his time, so he needed a pair of eyes. I'm sure he trusted you. Felix spoke emotionally. Surely you have more than one person in mind, since you could have been observing for a few months or longer. No. Snape stared at him, for a long moment, and said slowly, you're the one in front of the list, followed by Potter. He paused. I've also considered Minerva and Amelia Bones. Felix spared a moment to help him analyze. Dumbledore knew I have no shortage of wands. Remember my ebony wand? I found I could incorporate the Book of Runes into my wand, and I recently got another nice one. As for Harry, well, he might have the potential to get one step closer with the Elder Wand, but you two don't see eye to eye with each other, and you certainly wouldn't be happy to give it to him, Minerva. Alas, she's not young after all. Amelia may have been strong once, but now she simply doesn't have the time or the heart to study magic as Minister of Magic, and she's probably the unluckiest of all the Ministers of Magic. So don't make decisions lightly. There should be good candidates available in the next generation, or the one after that, and what's crucial is, that person still needs to be perfectly in line with your heart. He concluded. Snape took a deep breath. Anger could clearly be seen on his thin cheeks. What do you think all this is about? It's the biggest crisis the wizarding world has ever seen, and Grindelwald is fanning the flames all over the place. You know what Grindelwald has done? I do read the news, Felix Happ. Snape panted. There are reports of him appearing in the Land of Chaos. He came up with the 10 rules of wizardry. One of them is about equal retaliation and that wizards are not weak and bullyable creatures. Another one calls for wizards to unite and not allow any theft of wizarding authority to happen. Then there's the theory that magic belongs to magic. These theories are very marketable. And what do you think about these rules? Felix asked calmly. Snape's eyebrows knitted together. It's too radical. But it sounds a lot like it came out of Grindelwald's mouth, doesn't it? It could be altered anyhow. The relevant code is still a blank at the moment, Felix said indifferently, and Snape looked over at him with horror. Oh, I mean, Grindelwald can only shout slogans now. It's us who are really in a position to negotiate terms of the settlement. Felix said, by the way, I actually have something more important to ask. What is it? Snape's expression turned grim. If the negotiations go well, there will inevitably trade between the two sides, and potions are an important part of that, but you should know that most potions only work on wizards. Lupin told me about this. Snape interrupted. Yeah, someone needs to work on the future potion formulas, laws, and standards that focus on the ordinary people. So you thought of me. Exactly. Slughorn is a better fit than me. He's better suited for dealing with government departments, he has good eyes and ears, and he's happy to do that. I need someone who can do research quietly. Felix said, and it's obvious that I trust you more. The next day, the Ministry of Magic. Grindelwald truly made his move. Ms. Bones said with a serious expression, spreading a newspaper on the table as Felix, high-ranking Ministry of Magic officials, and several members of the Order of the Phoenix stared fixedly at the magical photograph of Grindelwald under a barrage of gunfire and flames. At the same time, they all ignored the woman next to him. What's going on? Arthur Weasley gasped in shock as he asked worriedly, war is started. He isn't considered to be a high-ranking official at the moment, but as the former head of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office, he was allowed to attend the meeting on an exceptional basis. Not yet, he is still bound by a vow. Ms. Bones said with relief, he's there to save people. Save people? Ludo Bagman's round eyes widened, and he reached out to point at the ruins in the moving photograph. He was trying to save people? Then who did all this? Of course, it was that other person in the picture. Bones said with a grimace, sadly, what I said is true, he didn't attack anyone. Muggle TV captured some footage that is more complete than these photos. Percy went to get some equipment. The door to the office was pushed open from outside and Percy walked in, followed by a set of projection equipment behind him. Percy shoved a box of tape inside, then expertly pushed a button, and a few moments later footage was projected on the wall. Everyone stares in wonder. The footage kept shaking, but it still recorded the surrounding scenery. The place looked like a chemical factory, the surrounding area was somewhat deserted, barbed wire hanging from a tall fence, the gates were closed, the helicopter's propellers made a loud noise, and a hand appeared in the frame, then disappeared again, accompanied by a sharp, excited voice, over there. The camera then turned towards a corner of the factory. Black flames rose into the air, pouring out of the rows of windows and gaps in the huge factory-like building, black flames that seemed to come from hell, huge tongues of flame twisting like the palms of a giant's hands, which were now joined together, catching anything within sight that could burn in a sea of fire. Is this a fiend fire? Mr. Weasley uttered breathlessly. The window suddenly broke open and a figure leapt out with a tumble. It was a woman completely smeared with black, her hands and face bruised, her hair mangled in a mess, and she looked in a state of disarray. But she was laughing madly. Everyone in the room recognized her as the woman standing with Grindelwald in the newspaper. Everyone watched in shock as the woman waved her wand desperately, the flames leaping high with her command and showing a tendency to spread in all directions. From high above, it looked like an ink bottle had been smashed to the ground. The sound of a reporter's intake of breath was heard on the screen. Edith Pandora. Ms. Bones spoke, word has come from the Magical Congress side of the United States that her daughter mysteriously disappeared not long ago, and she sought help from the Magical Congress, but the Congress had made the decision to go into complete hiding and naturally would not alter it for her. She disappeared for a few days, during which time no one knows what happened, except that at 5 o'clock this morning she suddenly appeared and unleashed a horrible, fiend fire curse. Her daughter, is dead? Sirius asked, his eyes bugging out. Not sure for now. Don't fool me. I'm really not sure, Ms. Bones sighed, but that place, she gestured to the massive factory building, is a secret laboratory, which is supposed to be built for wizards, so the odds are high that her daughter didn't survive, otherwise she wouldn't. The office became solemnly silent, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. Everyone looked at the footage in silence. Edith Pandora waved her wand with great intensity, which allowed everyone to feel her emotions, even though she was a small part of the frame. Gradually, as if it were alive, the fiend fire began to morph, a ball of a flame being thrown about, scorching the ground, some of it coming close to hitting the caster herself, but she showed absolutely no intention of dodging it, as she instead kept manipulating it to make it even bigger. She's trying to destroy everything around her. A high-ranking Ministry of Magic official saw the end. She can't do the job. She's not skilled in that magic. Someone said. Unless she doesn't want to live. Another shouted. Where did she learn this magic? The investigation revealed, Ms. Bones said with a frown and a hard expression, that Edith Pandora had never previously studied the fiend fire curse, and the Magical Congress of the United States of America investigation found her to be a common wizard, who excelled most in housekeeping magic. Could it be that Grindelwald helped her? Someone asked, thinking of the two people in the same frame in the photo. Again, that question is unanswered, but well, Grindelwald didn't show up first, and he seems to have seen it on live TV. You guys keep watching. From the edge of the camera an ant-sized team poured out, and heavy gunfire rang out as Edith Pandora turned back to fight back, but she was quickly wounded and took cover behind a grey metal cylinder. Someone from the Special Ops team shouted, but they were answered by a succession of red lights, so the team dispersed methodically and surrounded her from all sides. There was a flurry of flying sand. Edith Pandora appeared to have released an immature hurricane spell, a whirlwind 30 or 40 feet high expanding outwards with the grey metal cylinder at its center. The attack temporarily slowed, and the woman could not be seen from the frame for the moment. Suddenly, an urgent voice came from near the camera, "It's a military helicopter, great. 2 helicopters grazed them and warned the reporters through the radio to evacuate immediately, but the reporters ignored them. They don't even have their tail number. The 2 armed helicopters swooped straight at the target, missiles mounted underneath them. Immediately afterwards 2 machine guns poked out of their compartments, their muzzles spewing out dense tongues of fire. For a moment, everyone thought Edith Pandora was done for. The smoke cleared, and she was intact, with one more person by her side, Grindelwald. Grindelwald held up a huge shield and deflected the attack in its entirety. But he did not continue, and instead looked down to talk to the woman. The scene in the magical photograph just happened to match what was happening now. Zoom in. Zoom the camera in. The reporter shouted at the top of his voice, and the picture fluttered. Then the desperate face of Edith Pandora was revealed, but the despair was immediately replaced by joy, then by a grimace, and it was difficult to understand the changes unless one was there, and she reached out and pointed at the factory, speaking fiercely about something. Grindelwald shook his head slowly as he held up his palm for her to see, then looked back into the black, fiend fire, his lips quirking. They seemed to have reached an agreement. The woman stopped caring about the threat from behind her and her wand redirected the fiend fire. Everyone could see that she was incapable of wielding that magic and just kept stacking the flames with spite, which in turn had the effect of going out of her control, but since Grindelwald was present, they weren't sure of the outcome anymore. The sound of machine guns stopped briefly at Grindelwald's sudden appearance, then they continued firing. 2 flashes of fire suddenly emerged from beneath the helicopter. Grindelwald glanced back and with a wave of his wand, the missile exploded in the sky. Then, from the tip of his wand came a tiny blue glow, like a liquid flame or a burning stream of water, which flew a foot from the tip and disappeared into thin air, seemingly transferred elsewhere. No one knew what magic Grindelwald had used. But those in the room witnessed its effects the next second. A volley of missiles that were launched suddenly exploded of their own accord when they were hundreds of feet closer to the 2 people as if they had hit an invisible wall. There's supposed to be an invisible magical barrier in the air, Sirius said excitedly. For the next half-minute, missiles exploded around the 2 men, but none could break through the barrier. Grindelwald seemed to do this casually, and after ascertaining that those helicopters and ground troops couldn't interfere with them, he focused his attention on Edith Pandora. Fueled by extreme emotions, the fiend fire scaled up to a certain point and turned into monsters made of black flames. These monsters, who also inherited their master's state of mind, appeared mad and brutal, trampling the earth desperately and storming in all directions. Edith Pandora fell to the ground and watched all this with pleasure. The people in the Ministry of Magic realized that the curse was out of control. Sure enough, the fiend fire monsters pounced on the only 2 beings in the field and kept crashing into them, but they were held back by an invisible force. Grindelwald pulled the woman to her feet and raised his wand flatly, gaining control of the fiend fire in an instant. The black flames became well behaved in his hands, and the flaming creatures were reformed into a single mass that resembled a hideous monster that was coiled in the spot where the factory had originally been. Then he waved his wand again, and a hurricane, 100 times more powerful than the one Edith Pandora had created before, appeared out of nowhere. This whirlwind seemed to connect with the clouds in the sky, and the black flames were torn out of shape by the gale, curdling into one stream and rushing towards the sky. The fiend fire merged with the hurricane and then swelled rapidly. The helicopter in the sky scrambled to avoid it, but the flames were not aimed at them. The whole factory was wrapped up and burnt to a white ground. Grindelwald locked eyes with the camera in a sea of fire, then the whirlwind of flames suddenly shrank, and the factory was wiped off the ground, along with Grindelwald and Edith Pandora. The helicopter slowly moved closer and a huge deep crater became visible in the frame. This is where the footage ends. A long silence fell over the conference room. Both the International Confederation of Wizards and the Magical Congress of the United States of America have divided their manpower to gather information on the whereabouts of these 2 individuals, but in the end they found nothing. They fear that this matter will spark greater antagonism and conflict. Ms. Bones said in a dry voice. Then let them go after Grindelwald. Felix said disinterestedly. The fiery incident in the experimental laboratory has caused quite a global uproar, and the footage they saw at the Ministry of Magic has been analyzed and interpreted frame by the relevant authorities in various countries, and it is clear that Grindelwald did not use his full strength at all. The conclusion that was drawn, nevertheless, was truly unnerving. If this magic had arisen in the city, it probably would have destroyed dozens of blocks. Grindelwald's past experiences are no longer a secret, being covered in turn by journalists and the media. Along with this, the unbreakable vow, the 10 rules of wizardry, appeared brazenly in the Muggle newspapers, drawing wave after wave of fervor and criticism. A few more newspapers received letters from students. 2 newspapers maintained a neutral stance, while the remaining ones were very critical about the letters, perhaps trying to use the opportunity to attract protests from disgruntled wizards, and naturally, they did not receive any follow-up letters as a result. But all this was a minor matter. After selecting the students who would participate in the special afternoon tea, Felix then initiated special training for them, and the Ministry of Magic sent someone to train them in etiquette and eloquence, what issues they could and could not speak about, how to respond to provocation, and so on. The students noticed that Professor Hap seemed to have developed a new habit of looking up at the moon and looking thoughtful. This, of course, seemed like a red flag to Hermione. Professor, you're not thinking about the moon again, are you? Miss Granger, do you think there are traces of the presence of ancient wizards on the moon? Well, it's unlikely, isn't it? If ancient wizards did live on the moon, they certainly would have left some architectural remnants behind that would have been spotted by modern telescopes. What if they used magic to conceal their presence? Professor, there is no evidence to support this. Well, I actually read about it in an ancient journal. Professor, you sound odd. What's the name of the journal, can I see it? No thanks, you'll believe it when I bring back a few antiques from the moon one day. Felix was prepared to tell a big lie or possibly more than one. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 692, Chapter 692 The Grand Fireworks, 2-in-1. The appointed day arrived in full view of all. The anti-wizard group chose this day to demonstrate, and people came from all the counties neighbouring London, as well as a number of protesters who had travelled thousands of miles from the north to join the march, taking banners and leaflets out of their suitcases without even taking a bite to eat. But there were simply too many people. There simply weren't enough printed leaflets to go around, and many people laughed and squeezed over to ask for them. Even the pamphlets in the organizers' hands were given out, and the crowd slowly moved on, occasionally lifting their necks to shout a couple of slogans. Who are all these people? The organizer couldn't figure it out. His assistant went out for a quick walk and came back to report. There are quite a few foreigners, as well as people from several nearby counties, who have come to witness this major historical event. Seeing the organizer glaring at him, the assistant hurriedly said, "Of course, we have a lot of companions too, and I saw half a dozen familiar names of organizations, which all recently formed." He was telling the truth. At the present point in time, the internet had emerged, but its influence still couldn't catch up with the paper media, which led to the fact that no national-level anti-wizard organizations had emerged yet. All the organizations are county-based, and very few can span multiple territories. To promote their ideas, a number of organizations have put their messages in the newspapers with addresses and telephone numbers for inquiries. What they didn't know was that there were a handful of wizards mixed in with the crowd. The march is never short of people in strange costumes, which provides a safe environment for the wizards to hide their identity, and some of them walked with the group for some distance and immediately couldn't stomach the thought of leaving. "I can't believe so many people are against wizards," Ernest Macmillan said with a pale face, his two legs shaking without listening to him and a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, being intimidated by the huge crowd of marchers. More people showed up even than the New Year's Day parade. Justin Finch Fletchley said, with trepidation. The sky was dark and overcast, with dark clouds. It had just rained lightly in the morning, and instead of clearing, the clouds grew heavier in the afternoon. The sky above them looked like ink poured out of a bottle, dark and threatening to rain down at any moment. The distant, bitter grey light of the sky was unsettling. More wizards chose to stand on the roofs of buildings. They had received news from magical radio stations and newspapers, and they had rushed here to see the outcome. From high above, they could see the curving, colorful groups filling the streets, shouting loud slogans at intervals like the angry waves rolling in from the sea. The closer you get to the Thames, the more you can see the focal point where these crowds are converging: the Houses of Parliament. The area in front of the Houses of Parliament was already packed with a variety of press vans. The country's and the world's leading news media are here, desperate to get first-hand information, both from the wizarding community and from the general population, so they can quickly reach the conclusion on a few things. What is about to happen today is of great significance, representing the first official contact between wizards and ordinary people, and the implications are incalculable. There are police on the premises to maintain order, and we can see that the Sun has sent a number of well-known journalists, including Skeeter, who has made a name for herself in the Gun Ban news series and who previously won a National Journalism Award 2 weeks ago during the unrest. She had a brief conversation with a wizard, and we all want to see if she would be lucky today. A reporter shouted into the camera, his voice reaching thousands of homes in the next second. Downtown London, Mr. and Mrs. Granger sat on the sofa, their hands clasped together, Mr. Finch Fletchley's cup held in his hand, with coffee gone cold inside. In Surrey's 4 Privet Drive, Uncle Vernon cursed and turned on the TV, uttering a couple of familiar foul words. In Cornwall, Essex, Devon, the Isle of Wight, Kent, and all counties, the view of the Houses of Parliament pulled everyone's heart as they waited with anticipation. On the opposite side of the Thames, on a tall building, two figures suddenly appeared. The sky was grey and windy, so no one noticed them. The two men seemed to be carved out of the same mold. "So it's you, George?" Fred said with a straight face. "Yeah, what a coincidence, how did you show up here?" George said tacitly. "I think it's because we both operate together." Fred grinned. "Well, you two," Mrs. Weasley yelled absently in annoyance, with Ginny and Penelope standing beside her. "I'm warning you, stay out of trouble today, and if you dare to spill candy down there. Fred and George exchanged a look with each other. That's brilliant, Mum, why didn't we think of that? We only brought the latest model of Weasley fireworks. The trick shop should have invited you as a consultant. Shut up, you two. Mrs. Weasley said furiously, waving the wand in her hand like a burning stick. Fred and George cowered in fear. Where's Bill and Fleur? Fred looked left and right. And Charlie? George said. Yeah, I can't believe I didn't think of him, he's obviously quite big. Fred said. Mrs. Weasley's eyes blazed with anger, but she forced herself to calm down. There are muggles below. She lowered her voice and reprimanded, Stop it, both of you. Your dad and Percy are coordinating an operation in the Ministry of Magic. Bill and Fleur mingled with the crowd to keep the wizards in line, and as for Charlie. She froze, his job is confidential. More important than Harry, Ron, and the group. Fred and George asked curiously. That's not the same thing. Mrs. Weasley said with a scowl. Both of the boys' mission doesn't need to be kept a secret, it's been in the newspapers for a long time, there are 14 of them, they're so young to be shouldering the future of the wizarding community. She wiped her eyes. Don't make Mum angry. Ginny raised her eyebrows, she's been crying secretly several times. Don't worry, Professor Hap will protect them. Penelope chimed in, and there are hidden wizards around. Yeah, I think at least a tenth of the wizards are here, Diagon Alley is half empty. Fred said as he looked around, pointing in one direction, I see someone I know, that's the Diggories over there, see? Cedric's waving at us. Want to go over and say hello? George asked with a tilted head. You've hit the nail on the head. Fred said with a grin, the two of them held hands in apparat as Mrs. Weasley huffed and puffed out her chest like a bullfrog, still so out of control. Ginny's eyes twinkled, she wanted to follow them out for a stroll but was a step too late. Not long after, Fred and George returned, bringing back news from the neighborhood in the process. Cedric said that he couldn't get in touch with Cho, and I told him that in just half an hour his girlfriend would be falling out of the sky. It's a shame we've graduated, otherwise maybe we could have blended in too. Fred. Well, they're all fine and emotionally stable at the moment except the Perkins family who picked a place that bumped up against a Muggle enforcer, and they had to change somewhere else. Is old Perkins' back still hunched? Mrs. Weasley asked with concern. Mum, I didn't think you'd ask this question, he's been giving his camping gear away everywhere for the last 2 years. Oh, don't interrupt, Mum, we also saw the Lovegoods, they are dressed like 2 Orioles. By the way, did we cast the Muggle repelling charm? It has been cast. If the parade on the ground was like a raging and rolling sea, the rooftops of the surrounding buildings were reefs on the sea, and they seemed to be occupied by wizards, who had cast a Muggle repelling charm on them as they all waited anxiously. The march finally converged in front of the Parliament building with flags and banners of various colors, wearing Macintoshes, a group of people shouting slogans at intervals, something like banish the witches and punish the lawbreakers, but of course, there was also a mix of a small group of young people with their faces painted with occult symbols. There were even some young people with wizard hats and banners saying welcoming wizards to rule the world, but they were small in number. And their faces were swollen by the angry passers-by, and they looked drained at the moment. Many more sat in front of their televisions, waiting to see the wizards in the flesh. Formerly known as the Palace of Westminster, the Houses of Parliament is the largest Gothic complex in the world, covering more than 8 acres including the main building, the wings and the tall tower, with over 1,000 rooms, and it is where the British Parliament is held. As a famous national landmark, it of course also serves other purposes, such as today's occasion. A group of soldiers in bearskin hats, red flannel uniforms, and black trousers stood in front of the gates, having followed the Queen's carriage here an hour earlier when she was escorted in by the Prime Minister and several ministers of state, and never came out again. At 3 p.m., Big Ben in the northeast corner of the palace chimed the hour, the loud chime silencing the restless crowd and ringing out across the country on the radio. Everyone's spirits were lifted, it was time. The Queen and the Prime Minister walked out of the building, followed by a group of cabinet ministers and MPs, and of course, they were accompanied by their fully dressed wives and families. Although everyone knew what would happen, at least nominally, the Queen had only meant to invite the wizards to her afternoon tea party, and if the talk proceeded well there might be a bonfire in the evening. How's the science department preparing? A counselor asked his assistant. Still debugging the equipment. They're all very positive about seeing magic up close for the first time, and I'm sure they'll be able to measure some useful data. I'm not as confident as you are. The gate slowly opened, the Queen's guards stood more upright, and everyone, including the people who were in front of the TV, waited with bated breath, speculating on the manner in which the wizard would appear. Are the tomatoes and rotten eggs ready? Someone in the crowd asked in a low voice as a group of people hid beneath a huge banner. Ready, make sure they can't avoid them no matter which way they come. The man next to him stated without ambiguity. Don't forget, those monsters can fly. We've got water guns filled with chili oil, and I heard someone brought in a taser. Let's give them hell. Give me a rotten egg, forget it, replace it with a tomato. Look at the sky. A sharp-eyed man shouted. Black and dark grey clouds swirled, and then an area turned orange and red as a fiery shower of fire burnt through the thick clouds, forming a brilliant hand fan-shaped pattern. There was a flurry of commotion and shouts from the ground. It's a dragon. More people looked up as a hideous black creature loomed out of the clouds, covered in black scales, with a head covered in sharp bronze horns and its yellow eyes looking down, with a number of people standing on top of it. The appearance of the mythical creature silenced those below, and the microphones raised by the reporters fell to the ground at some point. Let's go down. Felix said calmly, remember not to overreact, and I will remove all danger in advance. Charlie, when we get down you can take the dragon and leave. Professor, can we cancel the school song session? Ron asked expectantly, I can't quite find the tune. Draco Malfoy stiffened and turned his head to stare at him, for the first time finding the comment he made constructive. Nice joke, Weasley, Felix said calmly, but the answer is no. He said and jumped. Followed closely by Harry, then Ron, Hermione, Neville, Cho Chang, Susan Bones, Draco Malfoy, and Daphne Greengrass, 14 students in all. They had spent a lot of time over the last few days practicing how to act while under levitation magic to make themselves more ethereal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 15 wizards in total. 15 wizards descended from the sky, without a trace of dust, and the people below were amazed as a startling roar came from the clouds they had come from, followed by a long tail covered in sharp bronze spines breaking through the clouds and flinging itself hard, before disappearing. The soft sunlight cast a pillar of light across the clearing in front of the House of Parliament and shone on Felix's face. Everyone stared at them in awe. The dark clouds gathered again, and the sun was cut off once more. But the sight of this appearance lingered in the minds of the people for a long time. The Prime Minister was the first to come back to his senses. He knew part of the wizards' plan. But even without knowing, he and his staff could analyze the possibility that the wizards wanted to take this opportunity to demonstrate their power, which is exactly what they wanted, and they had arranged for scientists and military men to be close by to observe them in advance. The absence of war did not mean that there would be no need to play the game. On the contrary, this struggle will be more insidious and more comprehensive. Today is just the beginning, it will only heat up when the real negotiations take place, and even if the outcome of the negotiations comes out, it will not stop. They intend to trap the wizards in a cage made of rules and laws. The Prime Minister strides over and enthusiastically shook Felix's hand as he stood in front of the group. Felix slowed for a beat, the other him staying high up in the thinking room, gathering, summarizing, and processing information from a dozen miles around, and he used faint emotion magic to amplify the emotions of some people, who right now had their heads filled with fear that the hideous beast overhead would drop a ball of flame from above, or they would be clawed away if they jumped out and interrupted the flow of the event. Welcome. The Prime Minister said warmly, shaking hands for a long time, giving the journalists plenty of time to take pictures. They then walked slowly towards the gates, where the Queen stood quietly with a welcoming smile. The reporters, who possessed the keenest sense of smell and a higher-than-average mental capacity, eagerly pushed their way to the front, with countless microphones poking out from the sides of the path. A barrage of questions was thrown out. May I ask for what purpose you have come here for? The newspapers say you are a teacher of wizards, but you look young. Is the average age of a wizard lower than the ordinary person? If negotiations fail, will wizards wage war with the government? Do you really know magic? Wouldn't you be liars? Will you agree to undergo rigorous testing? Is the overcast, cloudy weather all over England today a sign that the negotiations will not go well? Felix glanced at Rita Skeeter. I only asked you to mention London, what are you doing bringing up the whole country for? He ignored her and continued on his way. The students held their heads up and followed behind as per their pre-rehearsed etiquette. They held their heads high. These are stupid questions. Shut up. Harry squeezed a word out of his teeth as he pretended to cough and led the way through the flashing shutters. Felix stood in front of the Queen, whose smile grew more and more gentle and pleasant as she wore white gloves and at the moment when she was about to extend a hand. Felix yawned slightly, then quickly stood up straight and turned to face the crowd. His booming voice carried over a dozen blocks. We thank the Queen for her gracious invitation, for which we have prepared an exquisite selection of gifts, but right now there is one gift that would be more appropriate. He raised his wand as he spoke, and those around him took a step back in unison. The Prime Minister stared in confusion, and the councillors behind them had varying expressions. Hogwarts students. 14 students raised their wands in unison with solemnity and respect. A pillar of milky white light rose into the sky, a holy light, in which people seemed to see a figure with elegantly stretched wings, its head held high as it shot straight up into the clouds high above. 14 slender pillars of light similarly flew over the heads of the crowd, and as they converged high above, a sun seemed to appear out of nowhere in the sky, emitting a soft glow that illuminated the earth perfectly. A curtain of light seemed to envelop their heads, and it was rapidly expanding. The secret rooms in the House of Parliament. Has anything been detected? Not yet, the instruments are suddenly all out of order. Damn it, what kind of magic is this? Why is it so widespread? It's enveloped at least a dozen blocks, for God's sake, it's not going to spread all over the city, is it? General, the magic doesn't appear to be lethal for now. Call me sir, do I need you to tell me? Of course, they won't kill anyone in front of public view, but what if one day they intend to do so? Hurry up, measure the scope of this magic, forget about all these crappy instruments, use your eyes. The counselor said agitatedly as he rushed to the window and peered into the sky with his telescope, where black clouds were pierced and dispersed by the unknown magic, and the sky seemed to break open with a large hole, revealing a curtain of azure blue. The sunlight took the opportunity to pour down, and the watery mist in the dark clouds reflected the magical white light in 7 colors, and the raindrops coalesced and fell, each drop seeming to become a rain of light, reflecting 1,000 hues of light as the sight became breathtaking. Fred and George watched in awe. Fred gulped quietly, our fireworks are completely out of the match. George didn't say anything, just nodded. Ginny stared intently at the dark-haired young male wizard in the clearing. The pillar of light flying from the tip of his wand was the brightest of all the students, rivaling Professor Happ's about 50%. Her heart nearly spilled with pride. Meanwhile, on the roof of another building, Luna's eyes suddenly widened. It's now. What? Mr. Lovegood looked at his daughter in wonder. A great firework. The scene I saw in the fire divination is happening right now. Luna said earnestly, dressed to the nines in her bright dress, with small pebbles and colored sequins tied to her body and hair. She was probably the most confident of all. Now she cupped her hands together and the ancient runes converged quickly, forming a crystal-clear ball of light in the blink of an eye. Luna, Mr. Lovegood said nervously. There's no mistaking it. Luna said, I've been waiting for this moment. She raised her hands up in reverence. The ball of light floated into the air, morphing with precise control of magic to form a beam of light that was no different from the one below, which merged into the curtain of light in the sky. The curtain of light expanded slightly faster than it should have. A number of people turned their attention there, and Mrs. Weasley drew a backward breath as if she was about to faint. Guess what we saw? Fred said happily, this is much more spectacular than fireworks. He and George raised their wands, the same white light converging on its tips. Not far away, Cedric flashed a smile and raised his wand high. More people joined in, wizards hidden all over London, and students on holiday lit their wands, as if they had received an invitation to an event and even seemed eager to participate. A beam of light instantly illuminated the entire city. A fine drizzle wove its way through the city as fireworks enveloped the place. The holy beams of light pierced through the dark clouds, and crossed the city boundaries, covering most of the London suburbs. The wizarding public in front of the radios stood staring at each other in disbelief as the magical radio stations eerily paused for 10 seconds or so. They couldn't understand why there was suddenly no sound. Hadn't the young man been quite talkative before? Suddenly, from the radio came the voice of Lee Jordan, who was excited to the core. It's incredible. All wizards, I don't know if I can say this, if you know illumination too, then get out of your house and join in this great relay. For the sake of all. Many of the wizards walked out of their houses, clutching their radios with suspicion. The wizards who lived in the suburbs of London were the first to witness the spectacle before them. Their eyes widened as the vast white light swept up like an ocean, completely churning up the overcast clouds overhead, followed by a fine, soft 7-colored light that spilled over the ground and splashed on their faces, and they raised their wands in unison, magic pouring from their wands like a tidal wave. Thanks to the restraining effect of this magic on creatures of darkness, thanks to the relentless propaganda of Future World Company, the Ministry of Magic, and the Dark Force Defense League during last year's war, thanks to the fact that illumination is the simplest of ancient magics, thanks to the fact that illumination can be fused. It is probably the most widespread magic ever cast. With urban London at its center, it continued to radiate outwards across the suburbs and soon reached neighbouring Surrey, Kent, Hertford, and Essex, where it was joined by new wizards, so the range expanded again. In a matter of minutes, even the Scottish Highlands were illuminated. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Professor McGonagall looked up as the bright light shone through the window and entered the headmaster's office. A frown stretched across her face as she looked over at the portrait of Dumbledore on the wall, a look of delight and amazement spreading across his face in equal measure. He's doing well, isn't he? Professor McGonagall said gently. Dumbledore nodded his head in delight. Felix, far away in London, was of course unaware of all this. His thinking room couldn't project that far. His initial plan had been to light up the whole city of London, and he had planned to have the Thunderbirds gather cloud masses ahead of time, but the weather forecast had said it would be overcast for the next 2 days, so he had skipped off on that. It didn't quite go the way he wanted it to, with a bizarre change midway through, but it seemed to be a good change. Felix put away his wand, and in front of the dumbfounded mass of people, he said with clarity and precision. This is the wizard's gift to the Queen, and to the entire non-magical community. I believe that if both sides work together in good faith, we can dispel not only the black clouds overhead but also the gloom in our hearts. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 693, Chapter 693 Reactions. Hogwarts Professor of Ancient Runes, Felix Happ, and 14 students from the school finished their initial visit with excellent results, and the Minister for Magic, Amelia Bones, confirmed the accuracy of the news in a magical radio broadcast later that night. Hogwarts students and Professor Happ were warmly welcomed and stayed after afternoon tea for the dinner and ball that followed, which concluded satisfactorily at 10 o'clock. Ms. Bones said in a voice that tinged with a hint of delight, the Muggle Prime Minister escorted them to the entrance of the Houses of Parliament, and then the delegation collectively operated. This whole operation was significant. It signifies the complete opening of the communication channels between the wizarding and non-wizarding communities, and the next exchange of official communications will become more and more frequent, where a series of topics revolving around exchanges and cooperation between wizarding and non-wizarding communities will unfold in an orderly manner. The Ministry of Magic pledges to strive to find the right balance between maintaining tradition and openness. All in all, we can now breathe a little easier. The wizarding populace cheered. If it hadn't been for the late hour and the ban still imposed, they probably would have hit the streets to celebrate in a big way. But even then, many wizards found a way to vent their excitement and joy. They ran to well-known wizarding spots such as Diagon Alley, Hogsmeade, and other wizard villages, where taverns of all sizes filled up and Fred and George's new fireworks found their use. Some wizards in out-of-the-way locations chose to celebrate in their own homes for a little while. In the non-magical world, the Muggle newspapers gave equally positive coverage. Some journalists were invited to the Queen's afternoon tea, where they were given more accurate information, and naturally, the newspapers to which those journalists belonged sold out the next day. Allow me to introduce you all to a long-standing ancient school of magic, Hogwarts, which was founded 1,000 years ago by 4 of the most distinguished wizards of that era. The 4 houses of the school were named after them: Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, and Slytherin. Over the millennia, this school has produced countless distinguished wizards, including the delegation of wizards who took part in the Queen's afternoon tea yesterday. The writer has inquired about many incredible facts that may contradict what the general public believes. For example, the ratio of male to female wizards is roughly equal, as opposed to most people's belief that female witches far outnumber male wizards. The daily routine of wizards is also consistent with that of normal people. They sleep in bed at night and do not fly around on broomsticks. The only thing which resembles the rumors about wizards is the fact that flying broomsticks do indeed exist, but they are not generally used as a means of traveling because wizards have much easier means of transport. Instead, they are used as a tool for a sport called Quidditch. This sport is said to be a mishmash of football, basketball, baseball, and other sports, with only the difference of being played on a broomstick, in other words, in the sky. The writer also unexpectedly discovered several students who mailed letters to the sun, including the young boy who was adopted by his magic-averse relatives. The real name of the boy is Harry Potter, and he admitted that what was stated in the letters was true, but refused to reveal the name of the relatives who had abused him. Since this name is common in the UK, our Children's Rights Agency had difficulty in initiating an investigation, but he didn't care, saying he is doing well and has found a home in the wizarding world. The girl who revealed the existence of several magical creatures to the public was not in the group. What a shame. I would have liked to ask her in person how to ward off harassing Raxperts. I'm sure many readers have secretly practiced the ritual dance in their rooms to get rid of them, but this may be exclusive magic, as other students were incoherent about it. Gosh, we can't wait to learn more about wizards. It's hard to imagine that most of what we've known about them for the past half-decade has been wrong, derived from folklore and imaginary ghostly legends. Renowned historian Sheridan Mack, upon learning about the trace of wizards' activities throughout human history, has a whole new idea about the ghostly cultures and strange customs that have been documented in all civilizations, and he believes that magic is just the last missing piece of the puzzle. The anthropologist Wycliffe Julius, on the other hand, volunteered to live in a wizard village for a year and a half in the hope of observing the way of life of wizards up close, a request that was, naturally, unceremoniously denied by the authorities, who knew that he had left his wife and children behind to spend 2 years in the savage tribes of Africa doing what he described as field research. On his return, the anthropologist viewed everything in front of him with disdain and made a fuss, saying that he even wanted all Englishmen to build their own houses as a sign of adulthood. Hogwarts. The anti-wizard remarks in the newspapers seem to have diminished. Snape stared at the newspapers thoughtfully. Because they have discovered that they actually have an extremely limited understanding of real wizards. Felix gestured to the newspaper and said, apart from a few letters from students, they couldn't previously fish out much valuable information, so they had to dig through the old piles of newspapers for information. Which turned out to be completely incorrect. So what did you talk about at afternoon tea? The newspapers didn't say. Professor Flitwick said with a skeptical look as he flipped through the page, I could only find a few noble women complimenting you on your dancing skills. Ahem, Felix coughed and hastily spoke up to explain, since it was afternoon tea, the only people present were the Queen, the Prime Minister, and a few MPs. Oh, there was a not-so-little girl who seemed to be a relative of the Queen's. I wouldn't call it a war of words, but it was rather tiring, and every word had a hidden meaning. The students basically didn't speak, moving like armor in a school castle. The real highlight was the social ball after the dinner. You don't know how many people offered to ask me to dance and then roundly asked for information about the wizarding world, and they also invited me to tour London. Felix said and added, the same goes for the other students. Sounds like they're trying to rope you in. Professor Flitwick said with a frown. Pretty much, but in a good way. Felix said calmly, it means their attitude is already leaning towards peace talks, hence they urgently need to outline a more realistic picture of the wizarding world's existence, which is why they seem so impatient. Of course, I'm sure the royal family is aware of the existence of wizards. Nearly Headless Nick is actually quite representative of this. He came from a noble family and also showed a talent for magic, and was allowed to study at Hogwarts. After graduating he became active in high Muggle society and by virtue of magic or perhaps with the power of his family, in any case he was knighted and became a courtier to King Henry VII. Felix said, lapsing into thought, he may have been one of the first victims of the witch hunt, a victim of wizardry. Perhaps I could ask, oh, he might not be able to figure it out himself. The first large-scale witch hunts on the European continent took place between 1480 and 1520, and it was precisely in this time frame, 1492, that Gryffindor's ghost Nearly Headless Nick was sentenced to be beheaded, although the two may have little to do with each other, as witch hunts in England happened slightly later than other European countries, and there were only sporadic witch trials during Henry VII's own reign. But unfortunately, Sir Nicholas' crappy transfiguration skills turned what was not a difficult dental straightening spell, possibly even the start of a romantic encounter, into a serious magical accident, and the Lady Grieve, who received the treatment, grew tusks. Sir Nicholas was deprived of his wand and locked up in a dungeon, and he tried his best to argue that he would soon be able to eliminate the damage he had done to Lady Grieve, but unfortunately, it was too late. The beauty-loving lady had underestimated the uncertainty of magic and had chosen to end her life a step too early before the things could be salvaged. Would the religious factor will interfere with the negotiations? Professor Flitwick inquired. In England, it is not a major problem, as the Queen is the nominal supreme governor of the Church of England, but outside England. Felix paused, his face showed hesitation. It is not easy to judge. They do have a great deal of influence in the minds of the common people, but the wizards are not without a way of dealing with it. After all, they have a whole load of problems of their own. He intended to wait until something developed, and then he would send out a copy of the History of Magic. The 14th to 17th centuries covered on it would certainly be an eye-opener. Felix doesn't have the energy to focus on foreign countries at the moment, and he just occasionally borrows Grindelwald's identity for his activities there. If you analyze carefully, you'll see that Grindelwald has never brought together the acolytes or voiced more provocative, ultra-violent slogans, and his approach, coupled with the retracting policies of the world's ministries of magic, is actually conducive to reducing conflict. Many thought this is due to the restrictions of the Unbreakable Vow. The 10 Rules of Wizardry, on the other hand, were picked out by him using the Grindelwald Code as a reference to lower the expectations of Muggle governments in the upcoming negotiations. An overall overview of Felix's strategy reveals that he has a simple idea: prioritize one country and then use that reputation to become deeply involved in the next wizard reforms and thus influence the direction of the world. Something happened quietly during this time. Ms. Bones jointly with all the members of Wizengamot nominated Felix to be the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, and as an accompanying effect, he automatically became a member of the International Confederation of Wizards. On the other hand, the students were also very curious about the details of what happened in the House of Parliament. Did you guys really sing the school song in public? Ernie Macmillan said in surprise. He kept turning his head, but Harry, Ron, and Draco all looked sickly and clearly unwilling to talk much about it. All in all, it turned out well. There was quite a bit of applause. Hermione said with spirited encouragement. Harry looked away. He preferred to call it a disaster. The Hogwarts school song actually has standardized syllables, but Headmaster Dumbledore didn't care about such trivialities when he was in post, and he allowed the students to choose their own tunes. Thus somehow someone started to sing off the key and the whole thing ended up turning into a funeral march, and the atmosphere was extremely awkward. Harry was impressed by Professor Happ's ability to reason about how magic is not bound without blushing. Anything more interesting? Colin Creevey asked, clutching his little notebook. Oh, yes. Harry said as if something had suddenly dawned on him. The professor said that he is planning to go to the moon to look for ancient wizard relics. Author. After much deliberation, I decided to play down the content of the conflict between wizards and religion. The mention of religion inevitably involves a lot of dark parts of history such as witch hunts, and in the Harry Potter worldview, not many actual witches were put on trial. Those on trial were ordinary people who were falsely accused. This goes against the main tone of the book. However, for the sake of plot integrity, it may be mentioned subsequently, but mostly simply in passing. Number Austin and number David Pokora. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 694, Chapter 694 Counterfeiting, 2 in 1. A wizard is preparing to go to the moon. A wizard claims that the moon contains the relics of an ancient wizard. A wizard is preparing to search for the relics. As soon as these three bombshells of news spread, they instantly blew everyone off their feet like a whirlwind. The wizards were skeptical, and the Quibbler was the first to appreciate the idea. Xenophilius Lovegood, who is editor-in-chief of that magazine, had long published a similar article on the subject, about a wizard who claimed to have flown to the moon on a clean sweep 6 broomstick and brought back a bag of moon frogs as evidence. But no one believed this story at the time, and they didn't expect him to bring it back up as evidence again. Perhaps the description of the moon frogs will also appear in the Muggle newspapers sometime in the future. After all, Luna has gained a number of loyal readers with her unique style of writing. Unlike the buzz in the wizarding newspapers, there was a rare collective silence from the non-magical community. No mockery was thrown at the idea that a wizard actually wanted to go to the moon on his personal power, and his claim that it had already been done by someone before. Come on, how much effort did scientists put in to get to the moon? The sweat of an entire generation, plus it became the final nail in the coffin that weighed down a superpower nation. 2 days ago, this whimsical idea would have been met with countless jeers and ridicule, dismissed as proof of wizards' backwardness and arrogance. But things are different now, and the impact of the wizards' first visit to the British Houses of Parliament is spreading little by little. They are being reminded at length in newspapers, television programs, and in a series of broadcasts that it is not a dream. The trend has naturally turned to the fact that if wizards can change the weather of a country in an instant, why can't they travel to the moon? The effect of the illumination cast by thousands of wizards working together was earth-shattering. Ordinary people were still feeling a sense of disbelief and awe at such a spectacular sight, while those organizations and government agencies that had taken wizards as their imaginary enemies were completely sleepless. The wizards have demonstrated their ability to manipulate the weather, but the government bureaucrats and think tanks don't think that's all they can do. They feel a strong sense of threat, whether the massive light bulb that has been lit above their heads today will turn into something else if negotiations break down tomorrow. Such fears are not unfounded, because wizards do have a class of spells, a category of wide-range spells that they named weather-modifying charms. There were some dissenting voices from MPs and public figures in the first 2 weeks of the exposure, expressing their concern directly or tactfully about wizards being outside the control of the law, but now those voices have all disappeared, and those MPs who were banking on gaining the support of voters in their wards by hyping the wizard threat have been given a stern warning by their respective parties: shut the fuck up or go home. At such a time, Rita Skeeter, who had the insider's information, published an article based on the idea that magic is the science of wizards, and the way she talked about herself was a big turn-off. But it didn't prevent it from attracting eyeballs. Various media outlets have reprinted and extracted parts of that article, in which several passages are repeatedly quoted. I was given the opportunity that countless journalists have dreamed of, to dance with Mr. Felix Happ at the Queen's social ball. Skeeter said with a big smile, he danced so well, it was quite a wonderful experience, and I'm sure he trained hard behind the scenes. And so the unknown number of people in the world either read her lengthy, ambiguous description of the ball with patience or interest before she got to the point. Yes, I without a doubt questioned him, as it's the instinct of a seasoned journalist. Needless to say, there wasn't much time on the floor for you to polish your thoughts, and the opportunity was hard to come by. I asked a seemingly vague, but straight-to-the-point question: what is the biggest difference between a wizard and a normal person in their upbringing? You know I'm not referring to magic. As a professor at the only school of magic in the UK, Mr. Happ was quite vocal on this matter, and he happened to use science as an example. We were swaying around on the dance floor limberly, and in that ambiguous atmosphere he spoke out his answer close to my ear, about the importance of imagination. He further explained that many great wizards had created practical spells that were good enough to pass on to future generations based on instinct alone. They might have been working on something for a long time and had a burning desire in their hearts, or they might simply have been lying in a rocking chair on a pleasant afternoon and had a sudden flash of inspiration. In this whole process, the wizard's keen instinct for magic plays a huge part. Rita Skeeter is outspoken and much bolder. She uses suggestive and provocative language to make people think, but when other journalists asked for more details, she kept her mouth shut. She feared Happ would come to her door in the middle of the night and burn her to a crisp. Then, she went on to share the insights she had heard. Magic is the transformation of the impossible into the possible, a combination of imagination and magic. Successive Hogwarts headmasters have basically followed a principle of never trying to stifle the imagination and creativity of young wizards. A certain headmaster unknowingly made a mistake in this regard by setting up strict rules in the school, and he alone created over 1,000 bans, so he became the most unpopular headmaster in history. Of course, I don't mean that wizards are a bunch of crazy, forward-talking, unorganized guys. Everyone is different. What I mean is their attitude towards magic. In the crown of science, mathematics and logic are undoubtedly an extremely bright jewel, but as far as I know, many scientists have weird quirks. Scientists, through learning knowledge, construct a sound and vast system in their minds and use this system to research all sorts of breathtaking results, while wizards learn and digest knowledge as a process of stimulating their own potential, they themselves are shaped by magical knowledge. To sum up, scientists serve as carriers of scientific knowledge and wizards are the products of magical knowledge. From birth, a wizard has the most essential power of the magical world at hand, magic, after which the rest of his life is nothing more than learning how to harness it. Theoretically, every wizard has the hope of becoming Felix Happ, of becoming Dumbledore, Grindelwald. The moon was fading in and out of the drifting clouds. It is still a few days away from a full moon, so it is not so round. A crowd of wizards stood in the courtyard, looking at Felix in the center. Are you sure? Ms. Bones confirmed again and again, the Muggle government has provided data to simulate the space environment. Don't worry, I made ample preparations. Felix said calmly, if there is anyone in the wizarding world who can do this, I am sure that I have the most hope. As he said this, his face overlaid with patterns of fine runes. Hermione, Harry, and Ron were reminded of the night of Voldemort's return, the first time Professor Happ had demonstrated his ability to transform into a rune. They gained a little more confidence out of nowhere. But this ability is in fact so consuming that Felix tries not to use it if he doesn't have to. Dumbledore was good at a lot of magic, but naturally, his best was transfiguration. He could even transfigure into all sorts of magical creatures in his human body, which would appear very implausible to other wizards, but it was nothing more than tricks to him. In its extreme, Dumbledore's transfiguration allowed him to return to the peak of his strength, to the point where he could even transform and strengthen tiny parts of his body like cells with the help of his transfiguration ability. Felix had learned about it from Harry, and so far he did not feel he could conquer Dumbledore in that state. Felix's best skill is undoubtedly the ancient runes. And the incarnation of Rune is a perfect display of the limits of his abilities and what he has learned in this field. Even just by transforming his skin into ancient rune, he could survive far longer than the average wizard in space, not to mention the other magic he had. With his thinking room, ancient runes, and level 7 shield charm all appearing at once, Felix looked like a big, colorful butterfly to the others. He tossed Hermione a silver pocket watch, as it would be his first attempt. There is no way he could take Valen with him, he would find it easier on his own, and when he explored the effects of the space and lunar environment on wizards, he would be perfectly able to develop a series of targeted spells just like he had done with transforming different emotions into Patronus. A quarter of an hour. Ms. Bones said, somewhat nervously, in a quarter of an hour we will activate the portkaya on you, which you can cancel if you succeed in landing on the moon. The portkaya works both ways. Felix nodded. The atmosphere became serious and everyone knew it was time. Felix glanced towards the crowd and disappeared from their sight with a twist of his body. Everyone knew that a major magical experiment had begun. And they would have to stay in the yard of Hogwarts and wait for the results. This isn't the professor's style. If he was really ready for this he would have probably been to the moon several times by the time he announced the results, but apparently today is the first time he's actually done it. Hermione huffed. Muggle and wizard negotiations are about to begin. Ms. Bones said hesitantly. We have to trust Felix, he has performed many miracles. Professor McGonagall said in a lowered reassuring voice. High in the sky. Felix floated, he glanced behind him, thick clouds obscuring his vision, he checked the magic on his body one last time and then took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in the middle of a vast starry sky. How does it feel? It was empty around him, but a voice passed through his consciousness into his mind. Felix was not surprised, obviously already aware of this. He experimentally moved his arms and legs, then carefully sensed his body. It's cold, very windy, and something else is dulling the magic barrier. I think it is cosmic rays, but it's not a big problem, it's not touching my skin. This is another trump card, one of Felix's sources of strength. His doppelganger magic. This magic that he had learned from the Arctic magical creatures was different from the usual illusions used by wizards. Felix divided in two, and as long as the magic remained in operation, they could be considered as two entities. Felix transformed one of his entities into a virtual figure in the thinking room, just like how he had transformed the pots and soil of mandrake planted in the school greenhouse into simple lines. In case a problem occurs, and conventional magic fails to help him survive in space, and even ancient runes fail to help, he can still waste a body and travel through space without a care in the world, simply by manifesting the virtual figure hidden in the thinking room at the last second and cancelling the division magic to act as a substitution. The magical nature of the magic became apparent. Felix began to travel through the starry sky, casting apparition one after another. Unlike in battle, where he disappeared almost instantly, he needed a little time to cast this magic on his journey. Perhaps it only took a few seconds for each casting, but when the number accumulated to 200 or 300, it still inevitably became a lot. Almost 10 minutes had passed. Felix looked back as he sat in space, the earth in the distance turning into a tiny one, like a black glass ball with a pattern, floating through a starry sky with a pale white glow. When he looked up the moon was close at hand. After another half-minute, Felix stood on the surface of the moon. It's like being under a levitation charm. Felix muttered wordlessly. He didn't rush to explore, as he tried out some of the regular spells on the spot, and the effect remained largely the same. Then the blue pin at his chest lit up. It was Ms. Bones who had activated the porte-cayette. Felix casually extinguished the glow of the porte-cayette and fell into deep thought. He had spent about 12 minutes on the journey, counting the time delayed by the testing he had done along the way. This time could be compressed further once he became skilled in the process, which he estimated to be around 7 or 8 minutes. If he could travel more widely with his apparition, it might only take 3 or 4 minutes. This is certainly good news. Felix began to cast his magic, a huge bubble head charm. The bubble head charm shattered as soon as it appeared like an upside-down fishbowl. TCH, I knew it wouldn't be smooth sailing. Without surprise, Felix flipped through the book of runes, and soon a runic spell modeled after the bubble head charm appeared. 2 years had passed since that metamorphosis, and Felix felt significant improvement every so often, but the key thing was that the ancient runes showed great adaptability. Maybe Grindelwald can do it too. Felix mused about the different areas of study of different people, even if they were the same archmage. Grindelwald was particularly adept at dealing with the minute changes in magic, and he would be able to combine the properties of the bubble head charm with other magic to create a living environment in space atmosphere. It took him some time to complete a hemispherical magical barrier. He added a variety of protective magic, while simultaneously balancing the right temperature, light, and pressure. Finally, Felix drew a large amount of air from his emerald ring, and a temporary shelter was built. Felix released the magic from his body and took a deep breath as the orb of illumination shed a soft glow. He slowly closed his eyes and pretended like he was a wizard from hundreds of years ago. It was easy. He had visited many famous wizarding destinations and the pace of wizard life had always been slow, with too many buildings still retaining traces of hundreds, if not thousands of years ago, dating back as far as the days when the Herpo the Foul was active. The light-colored moon soil on the surface tumbled up, dark soil and various tiny particles of glass and rocky debris solidified into various shapes, pale earthy yellow rocks clumped together and burned, melted, and shaped by the flames, and after a few minutes, Felix realized there wasn't quite enough oxygen. It's normal, ancient wizards couldn't have brought everything with them. Felix carefully examined the loose ruins of the building in front of him and gained some insight into how to build a house on the moon. He took vegetables out of his ring again and crushed them up and mixed them with the moon soil. Finally, he held the soil mixed with the vegetable leaves and 2 vessels he had just crafted, one resembling a flower pot and one resembling a dish with an ancient pattern carved into it. The next step is the most crucial one. Felix's expression was solemn as a cloud of time energy floated out of his ring and wrapped around the floating moon soil and containers. This time energy came from the Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries. After solving Miss Granger's long-distance time travel drawback, there was still some left to spare. It looked like it had been meant to be used for this current occasion. The color of the soil and container gradually became deeper and more ancient, and Felix smiled in satisfaction. What is false and what is true? When I stand here, it will be true. He counted the big lies he had lately spread. Borrowing Grindelwald's special identity counted as one, lighting up Britain with illumination could only count as half due to the perfect timing, but right now it definitely qualified as another flat-out lie, and he was so bold that he wanted to create a history out of thin air. Felix had no intention of forcibly creating a big gap between wizards and non-wizards. It wasn't practical, and it wasn't necessary. His idea was to get wizards, and non-wizards too, to turn their eyes to the vast expanse of the stars. If wizards had lived on the moon, what about further away? Like Mars? At least Felix wouldn't stop exploring. At Hogwarts, the crowd waited anxiously as 2 hours passed, the expressions on their faces changing from calm, to worried, solemn, anxious, desperate, and finally just a little bit hopeful. Harry thought to himself that he is lucky to have Hermione here, to constantly reassure the students who were as agitated as he was around them. There was a sudden soft thud in the air. Felix appeared intact, smiling slightly as he glanced around, flicking the dust from his clothes and saying calmly and unhurriedly, "There was a shift in the landing point on the way back, and I had to." A figure rushed by, and he was about to dodge, but after seeing who it was he mentally hesitated and stayed where he was. It was Hermione. She held on to his shoulder and kept sobbing on his chest. Next time please take me with you," she said in a shaky voice. Felix's expression went dazed. Number Austin and number David Pokora. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 695, Chapter 695, Another Way, 2-in-1. Felix's vision suddenly blurred into a trance for a moment as he whispered, "Jane." Hermione froze instantly, feeling a wave of giddiness. She took a step back and tried her best to keep her tone calm. "Professor, I'm Hermione, Hermione Granger. I just called your middle name, isn't it?" "Jane." Hermione blurted out. She smoothed her hair, and her thoughts gradually became clear. "I once heard from someone working at the Ministry of Magic that Umbridge's middle name is also Jane, and I particularly hated her, so I decided to change it." She re-emphasized, "Well, for now, I'm Hermione Jane Granger." That's cool. A sudden, strange emotion welled up inside Felix, the emptiness he once felt after knowing that a certain friend he had kept in touch with for so long would disappear forever since he found out the truth and identity of that friend, filled up by that emotion. He was just about to speak when Sirius, Bones, Daedalus Diggle, the shorter Professor Flitwick, and Sprout, as well as Neville, Harry, Ron, and Seamus, came around. Sirius threw his arms around Felix's neck. You scared everyone, mate. We almost thought you wouldn't make it back. He grinned widely. Come on, tell us what you saw on the moon. The guys couldn't wait in vain. Yeah, Professor. Some students cheered. Felix glanced at Hermione, who had been squeezed to the back, and he held out his hand and waved it in front of the crowd's eyes, and the moon soil and 2 containers appeared out of thin air. With another casual wave of his hand, a huge floating and stretching blue tumbleweed-like flame appeared above his head, allowing the crowd to see what he wielded. This, Ms. Bones said, holding her breath with doubt. I brought it back from the moon. Felix said, and the crowd was quiet for a moment, seemingly trying to understand the meaning of the words, followed by a sudden loud cheer and enthusiastic applause. The noise drew a steady stream of students who had remained in the castle, and they flooded into the courtyard. Harry clapped along with them. He felt very excited. It turned out to be true, there were really traces of wizard activity on the moon. Neville's eyes lit up with excitement. That's amazing. I want to go to the moon too. He was among the many who thought like this. Harry had the same thought, and he even regretted a little that he had failed his O.W.Ls exam in astronomy. The boring star charts and tongue-twisting names of celestial bodies suddenly became vivid and graphic, and they were entrenched by the deep, cold starry sky, and it started to look fascinating. After the moon, what will be Professor Happ's next target? Mars? Titan? Jupiter? Harry looked around for Hermione to get her opinion, failing to spot her. He turned his head to look behind him and found Luna, who handed Hermione a light blue handkerchief with a calm expression. Hermione took it and Luna stroked her back casually like she was tending to a sick little animal. Harry suddenly understood something. Harry looked back at Professor Happ, who was receiving congratulations from the crowd. Currently, it is nighttime and the blue tumbleweed flames illuminated the professor's face very clearly and brightly. The corners of the professor's mouth curled up slightly with a light smile, just as he usually did when giving lessons to his students, a smile Harry had seen countless times in Dumbledore's Pensieve. On the contrary, all the people around the professor could only see one side of his body because they were standing around the professor. He's so dazzling, isn't he? Luna asked dreamily. Hermione didn't say anything and simply handed the handkerchief back to her. So Luna stood quietly next to Hermione, and together they looked at Felix, who was surrounded by people. He looks so calm and brilliant. That's what the wizarding world needs at the moment. With that, she hummed softly in a sing-song manner, wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. What are you trying to say? Hermione asked stiffly. You look a little upset, Luna said bluntly. I think you need some comfort or something. Hermione rolled her eyes. She should have expected this. Luna's reaction wasn't quite like the average person's, and she sincerely hoped that Luna's article wouldn't infect too many people. But she was suddenly feeling much better, and she asked, somewhat curiously, Luna, have you never felt upset? Yes, I have. Luna said. Hermione pricked up her ears to listen, but after 10 seconds or so there was still no follow-up, and she blinked, realizing that in Luna's perception, the question had already been answered. I mean, how do you work through life's troubles? Hermione asked patiently, and she gave her own solution. I usually look for answers from books, but right now I don't think it would work. Think about happy things. Luna said, shaking her head, the little dirigible plum earrings dangling from her ears almost hurling at Hermione. You can only do one thing at a time. When your mind is occupied with other things, your worries won't come to bother you. I like to draw, and lately, I've got hooked on writing. She nodded affirmatively after saying that. But the problem still isn't solved. Hermione exclaimed. She actually wanted to retort to Luna that her greatest hobby is to laze around alone, completely immersed in her own little world, but she had a feeling ahead of time that if she said that the conversation might immediately go off track and divert to some creature that existed only in Luna's fantasies. She didn't want to spend the rest of the day arguing about whether bubble snot monsters and black leopard army existed. Hermione glanced at Felix, and oh yes, the moon frog. She bet Luna would definitely be looking for an opportunity to ask about it. Luna's light-colored eyes gazed at her unblinkingly, her large, bulging eyes dripping with a calm craziness. It'll always work out in the end, though it might not happen in a way we'd expect. Like what? Hermione raised her eyebrows. I've been thinking about what I'm going to do after I graduate, Luna said with a straight face. A normal job might not be quite suitable for me. Hermione covered her mouth and laughed lightly. It became difficult for her to imagine Luna's future job. Compared to her, Fred and George were both considered mature, stable, and in line. So you've found it now. I think I'm going to be a magi zoologist, running around the world. Luna said calmly, I could spend my free time searching for undiscovered magical creatures in the local area, drawing them and documenting their discovery in writing. I already have my first target. Where is it? Hermione asked, in surprise. The North Pole. Luna said perkily, Felix told me that there is a miraculous ferret-like magical creature there that likes to eat hot dogs. That can't be right. Hermione said flatly, how could there be magical creatures that like to eat human food? Nothing is impossible. Luna asked unexpectedly and rhetorically, well, Valen could write. That's different, Valen was raised by the professor. Hermione said subconsciously, with a sudden urge to immediately drag the professor over and question him about what exactly he had said to Luna. Luna froze and said vaguely, I'll prove it to you. Then she became dazed as if wondering what kind of hot dog to prepare, and then she snapped out of it and asked, what about you? I what? I heard you want to be Minister of Magic. Oh, yeah. I hope you succeed. Luna said seriously, and she seemed to think of something and asked, you don't like goblin pies, do you? Luna, Hermione said softly, there's just no such food. The conversation plunged back into an awkward silence. Hermione decided to change the subject before Luna brought up Auror's tooth-rotting conspiracy, perhaps she could make some small chat about that issue? Hermione considered herself to be something akin to an expert on gum disease, but she refrained from the tempting idea. Haven't you ever thought about joining the Ministry of Magic? To work in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures? If Ms. Bones hadn't started a new department, I'd have chosen it after graduation and you would be able to see a lot of old friends, Harry, Ron, Neville, though they would be in different departments. I am already friends with them. Luna said. Hermione knew that Luna would only talk to people on topics that interested her, and when she wasn't interested she would get lost in her own world, appearing to be in a trance from the outside, or just like now, the conversation went off somewhere else. Hermione gave up on convincing Luna and stared at her as she excitedly snapped her fingers and named a string of club members. Enferenza, Hagrid, Grop, Cloudber, OU. Who's OU? Hermione asked reflexively, I know the others, I'm really surprised you and Grop have met too, is it through Hagrid? And Cloudber, I've seen him when I went to the school kitchen, he likes to work on recipes. She said under her breath like she was answering a question in class. Luna waited for her to finish before saying, OU is a Thestral, Hagrid calls him Uwu. Hermione mused for a while, that seems to be the case, Hagrid mentioned it in class. Oh yeah, did you find the king of the Thestral? Found it. Luna said. This was a really strange feeling. Hermione never thought she'd open up to talk to Luna one day, she felt inwardly that all the topics Luna focused on were too fictional, but when it did happen, she found it wasn't so bad, like whispering to a Halloween pumpkin. Luna left and wandered off around the corner of the yard, at which point the crowd gradually dispersed, and Professor Hap handed Ms. Bones the moon soil and the 2 containers. I'll take them to the Gringotts for identification first, as it happens Bill came to me during the day about the Pan-Magical Alliance, goblins are being ambiguous. She shook her head. The Pan-Magical Alliance? Hermione's eyes lit up. She chased after Ms. Bones in the direction she had left. Felix stopped her cautiously and hesitantly said, Granger, I figured it out, Professor. Hermione said, and she ran off in a huff. Felix froze a little, what was going on, could he have got it wrong? He stared at Hermione's back as the moon in the sky and the torches in the yard created 2 shadows, which overlapped and then separated quite apart. Hermione made her way into Hogwarts Castle next. A few moments later, Harry sneakily pulled Ron along to look out in the entrance hall. What is it? Ron looked towards the door. Neville has gone to the kitchens with Dean and the others to get food, they said they were going to celebrate. Later. Harry said without much certainty. By the way, are you and Colin still in touch? Yes, I guess. Ron said after careful thought, I saw her at the Ministry of Magic just 2 days ago, she's now become a junior team leader. A few minutes later, Hermione returned. Ms. Bones promised. She announced gleefully. Promise what? Harry asked, in surprise. I checked with Ms. Bones, and she said that the establishment of the Pan-Magical Alliance was going slowly, so I asked if I could help, and she said yes. Hermione said as she headed towards the stairs, the Ministry of Magic employees are caught in a deadlock in their negotiations with the Centaur and Goblins. The former has no interest in an alliance, you know, they like to live their own little lives behind closed doors and don't treat anyone well, and they prefer not to be in an alliance with wizards and vampires. But the biggest problem is with the Goblins. They want to remain neutral, but Bill has heard more than one voice within the Goblins, and they could change their attitude at any time. This stems from many centuries-long histories of Goblins and wizards getting along with each other full of conflict. It dates back to the earliest period of the school's establishment. Why didn't I know that? Ron interrupted. Gryffindor's sword. Hermione said briefly, So Harry and Ron immediately understood that it stems from goblins' sick view of ownership, and their insistence on believing that as long as something is created by a goblin, the ownership is theirs, even if the wizard paid for it. The goblins wanted to claim ownership of the item when the wizard died. The Gryffindor sword, on the other hand, was crafted by the Goblin King of that time. Would Hogwarts hand over the Gryffindor sword to the goblins? There is absolutely no chance of it happening. The Ministry of Magic would not approve of goblins claiming neutrality, because it actually means that they are detached from the wizarding world. This is especially necessary because they are responsible for our economy and has the right to mint money. We must prioritize an agreement with the goblins before we start negotiating with the Muggle government. Okay, I almost understand, Ron said slowly, but what does this have to do with you? I wrote and drafted the earliest thesis. Hermione shouted as if her tail had been stepped on. I also spent a lot of time researching the cultures of the different races and their taboos. Now all I have to do is find a set of statements that are acceptable to both sides. That's not easy. Ron muttered, and it's not like I have any say in this, so take it easy. Yeah, Hermione, you've been a bit emotional lately, Harry interjected, saying half-truthfully, I thought you had fallen in love. Ron was taken aback, then he looked at Hermione with wide eyes, really? With who? Hermione gave Harry a vicious glare. It doesn't matter. She retorted fiercely, if you think I spent all my childhood, reading, learning magic, and enduring so much hardship just to fall in love with someone, you're wrong. The situation at hand is far more complicated than what Voldemort brought us, and the slightest mistake could ruin everything we value. This is a change that hasn't been seen in 1,000 years since Hogwarts was founded, and we can't expect the professor to do everything by himself. I talked to Luna, and she plans to become a magi zoologist in the future to search for hot dog-loving ferrets in the Arctic. Hermione said. Harry and Ron's eyes widened. Did they hear correctly? Hermione raised her volume. Will that wish still be granted if the world is at war everywhere? Would she be forced to join the Ministry of Magic and raise her wand to fight Muggles? And eventually, die in one of the conflicts? Harry's heart sank. He couldn't visualize that scenario. Crazy, quirky, yet intelligent and kind, Luna Lovegood was always at peace with herself and nothing seemed to faze her, but if Mr. Xenophilius Lovegood died in a conflict, he shook his head violently, not wanting to think about it any deeper than he did. He didn't want to know exactly what would become of Luna. Luna wants to be a magi zoologist, and there's nothing wrong with that. I want to be Minister of Magic and be a part of the series of major changes in the wizarding world that will inevitably happen as we move towards peace, and you too want to be, or else it just so happens that we can protect the dreams of others while still fulfilling our own. She suddenly turned her aim and looked at Ron. Didn't you once ask if we would be included in Professor Happ's legend? Ron froze, desperately trying to remember. Well, there is such a thing, and Neville said that there is more than one person featured in the storybook. Actually there is another way. Hermione said. What is it? Harry asked in a rush. Everyone. Hermione pointed to Harry and Ron and then to herself. You, me, everyone in the wizarding world, we're all a part of this legendary story. She said a few words from her heart. Author. As the book draws to its conclusion, there is no way to turn a blind eye to the female lead issue, it has to be addressed in order to write a complete story. It's either a single female lead or no CP. It is now confirmed that Hermione is the female lead. Some readers will remember that until near the end of the fourth-year storyline, it was uncertain who the time traveler was, and both Harry and Hermione were given the same amount of coverage as to who it could be. Because the author himself was not sure, it was not finalized until the last minute. If it was settled on Harry, then the subsequent Lady Jane route would be scrapped. The whole sixth-year plot was an improvised addition, it wasn't in the outline, and originally it was intended for Dumbledore to die in the battle with Voldemort before Grindelwald's prison break and stirring up a storm in the world. Then why did it turn out this way? Because I couldn't bear it and I didn't want Dumbledore to die with his regrets. Hence, the sixth-year plot. This plot is actually slightly thin, so the retrieval of the previous foreshadowing, the intersection of Wizarding Society with Muggle Society, and the coming of age, growth, of the trio is a vital part of the plot. Because of some qualms, Hermione's coming of age has been moved to the present. The author had previously commented that he would not write an ambiguous plot, and I certainly don't think the last plot will be considered ambiguous, like writing about Ron's character flaws in order to write about his growth. Of course, there is another reason, because with the confirmation of Hermione being the main female lead, it's essential to structure some memorable points without hastily mentioning at the very end where it contradicts the previous story. Why did you choose the single female lead over no CP? It is because I couldn't bear it. The protagonist is expected to live for many years, and everyone can predict him becoming a headmaster, hiding behind the scenes, and exploring the stars, and overlooking the changes in the world. It would be too lonely to be alone. Number Austin, number David Pokora and number Aidan Ryan. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 696, Chapter 696 Gringotts Dragon Roar, 2 in 1. At Future World's headquarters, Felix, Sirius, and Lupin were scattered across the three corners of the office, Felix half lounging on the couch, flipping through the newspaper, Sirius leaning against the door frame and constantly tossing a ball of wool, and Lupin sitting behind his desk, dealing with a thick stack of documents. Is that what she said? Felix read a 10-day-old newspaper with an obituary signed by Alpheus Doge, his finger pausing in the center of it. You inspired her. Sirius said somewhat distractedly, his eyes fixed on the window. That public display made Amelia realize the usefulness of school children, and she thought she could give it a try the last time when she went with a group of Aurors. The goblins nearly released the dragon from the vault floor. Is the situation that serious? Lupin asked, looking up gravely. I dare, they wouldn't risk it, but the appearance of the Brotherhood of Goblins has complicated things. Sirius said with a grim expression. He had been involved in the negotiations last time and at one point the two sides had pulled out their weapons. Their spokesman, that cockeyed Bodrig or something, demanded a new Goblin Rights Bill and went on to talk about the great history of the Goblin Kingdom at the negotiations and how a certain king had beaten the wizards down to the ground. The Goblin Kingdom? Felix thought about it for a moment. It is basically a term that exists only in books and test papers. In fact, goblins existed as a group before wizards did because of the difference in appearance from humans. Although it is said to be a kingdom, it is not all that different from the tribes of Centaur and Mer people, and in ancient times there may have been a dozen goblin kingdoms at the same time. But unlike the other magical races, the goblins were more progressive. Not only did they develop their own language and magic system, but they also took on the guise of superb metalsmiths to trade with wizards, learning and imitating wizards' excellence. It was not all smooth sailing for wizards to reach their current dominant position in the magical world, and they have faced challenges from many races, some of which have even been lost forever in history. Of these, the goblins were the longest to resist, with rebellions breaking out until the 17th and 18th centuries, only to die down in the last 100 years. In general, therefore, the absolute dominance of wizards over goblins has not lasted long, and it has much to do with the existence of the non-magical world as productivity has increased, and the general population has experienced several population explosions in recent centuries. The number of Muggle-born wizards has naturally risen too. There are quite a few such organizations in the magical world, quite a few of them are still established by wizards. Lupin said calmly. For example, a witch called Heliotrope Willis came to the door to promote her troll security services. She's also the head of a troll rights movement. A troll rights movement? Felix asked curiously. Can they read the constitution of that organization? Apparently, that woman does it for them. Sirius let out a dog-like jeer. All the trolls have to do is stand behind her with their wooden clubs. Or stand behind the goblin. Lupin picked up. I turned her down. We have our own defense system, and she revealed that she would approach the Gringotts for a partnership next. Good luck to her. Felix said, raising his newspaper, his light blue, penetrating gaze moving in the direction of where the Gringotts located. His eyes seemed to be the same color as the sky. A few streets away from them, in the opposite direction from the Sword Castle, inside the Gringotts, Ms. Bones and a few students sat at one side of a large, long table, and on the other side, there were 12 goblins clad in suits and ties. One of the goblins was scrutinizing an antique, crudely shaped plate with a magnifying glass. Ms. Bones had a flat expression, and to her left sat Hermione, her hand under the table trembling slightly from nervousness, her eyes moving back and forth between the goblins and the thick document in front of her. To Ms. Bones' right was Harry, and surprisingly one seat further away was Draco Malfoy, whom Ms. Bones had forcefully selected when she had visited the school in the morning. Her reasoning was that Malfoy's ancestors had mediated negotiations between goblins and wizards, and Lucius Malfoy knew quite a few hidden secrets that might come into play. They looked back at the window-like space. The area where there should have been a window was now empty, and it was completely dark outside, with a faint low growl pulsing from the underground that made their heads throb. The craftsmanship is messy and unattractive, said the goblin with the magnifying glass, constantly picking out faults, and it's no match for our elaborate silverware, but, no doubt, it's an antique of very old age. And there seems to be something special about the clay used. Gringotts is willing to pay 50 galleons for it. It's not for sale. Ms. Bones said under her breath, and then she realized something. The saucer is genuine, the wizard's relic is real. Her mind instantly filled with tons of courage. It is strange that I cannot distinguish the origin, the goblin said doubtfully. Soils from all over the world are recorded within goblins, but the soil used in this clay saucer contains certain special elements that are currently unidentified in the forge roll. Where did you obtain it? Ms. Bones smiled slightly. You are quite right, Nanyok. It was brought back from the moon by Felix Happ, who was lucky enough to discover the relics of an ancient wizard. The goblin Nanyok stared at her. You mean this came from the moon? Ms. Bones nodded haughtily. The goblins made whispering noises. Broderick the Boss-eyed said with a grimace, I don't believe it. Let me check it once. He jumped up from his chair, and although the goblin stood short, his fingers were exceptionally long, and just as his nails reached for the saucer, Harry, who was sitting opposite, suddenly reached out, and the saucer moved away from the goblin. Broderick, don't make a mess. A goblin reprimanded angrily. Broderick the boss-eyed caught a lump of air and sat reluctantly back in his chair. Mr. Harry Potter, the goblin who had just spoken out to stop him greeted in a cold manner, it seems like only yesterday that you first came to the Gringotts. Harry carefully studied the goblin's face, it seemed to him that all the goblins looked similar, can only be distinguished by their beards and hair, a bit like the mannequins sold at Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, well, a half-finished one without the hair glued on. Since the goblin mentioned his first visit to the Gringotts, Mr. Griphook. Harry tentatively said as he searched his brain. Griphook nodded. Oblivious to the drama that had just unfolded, Ms. Bones said calmly, we can get down to business, and you should be aware of the reason for my visit. Although goblins and wizards are of different races and have occasional disputes, both sides are in fact mutually dependent and part of the same magical community. Humph. Who knows if you guys have thought of some new deception? Broderick shouted. It's not impossible. The goblin sitting in the center said, he seemed to be the oldest, and for goblins, older age meant greater casting ability and higher status, probably one of the few systems the goblins had inherited from the Goblin Kingdom. But we demand wizards to address the rights of goblins properly. This includes absolute equality of goblins with wizards in all contexts, the right for goblins to carry and use wands, and the right to settle and participate in the next Muggle negotiations, the elderly goblin went on for a full 10 minutes before stopping. Oh yeah, and abolish that stupid goblin liaison office. Ms. Bones raised her eyebrows. Well, I didn't expect the last request, as you guys always put in a dozen requests there, not to mention I thought you were satisfied with Dirk Cresswell's ability to do his job. Dirk Cresswell is the head of the Goblin Liaison Office, in charge of specifically initiating communication with goblins. Dirk Cresswell had been in charge of the last negotiations. Goblins don't need wizards telling them what to do in terms of economics. The goblin said matter-of-factly. Draco Malfoy let out a loud snort. Boy, I don't give a damn about Malfoy, Broderick the boss-eyed immediately spoke up and threatened, I'll feed you to the dragons. Draco's face went white. He narrowed his eyes and trailed off, my father once said that there is a blind Ukrainian iron belly, locked up in the underground of the Gringotts, but you would never dare to release it. I'm waiting for you to say something like this. The goblin said provocatively. Sitting opposite you is the Minister of Magic, and if you try something funny it will mean war between wizards and goblins, Draco Malfoy said as a gloomy grin appeared on his face. I would prefer for you to do so, as I guarantee that in less than an hour, the goblins here would instantly become history. The goblins yelled angrily and several of them pointed out their fingers at Draco, his face grew even paler. Harry remembered the house elf Dobby from the goblin's movements, and with a whoosh he drew his wand, ready to cast a spell. Although he hadn't been assigned any duties when he arrived, he had positioned himself as an escort during the negotiations. Hermione had spent the morning going through the piles of information she had gathered at the Ministry of Magic and had talked to Ms. Bones along the way. The specifics of the negotiations hardly required Harry to intervene. He was very self-aware, based on the results of his History of Magic O.W.Ls exams, in which he had basically got all the answers wrong on the questions relating to goblins. Harry was greatly surprised that the ever-cowardly Malfoy dared to initiate a provocation on this occasion, and Malfoy stood up and approached the goblin who had spoken with an air of courage. But in the next second, the realization dawned on Harry. Felix Happ. A name spat out of Draco's mouth. That name seemed to possess magical powers. The glow on the goblin's slender fingers faded a little, and the sight of it brought a winning smile to Draco's face. He had bet on it, Dad was right. The arrogant, long-eared goblins feared the professor. In the eyes of the others, Professor Happ is an extremely otherworldly being who has risen like a comet, and hardly anyone truly knows him. The dragon's roar was still faintly heard from the crumbling window behind them, but the roar no longer fazed them. Draco's words seemed to have produced a magical chemical reaction. Ms. Bones stifled the smile that was about to appear on her face. She had long been uncomfortable with the goblin's arrogant attitude but had to put up with it for the greater good, only to find that these goblins had got ahead of themselves and used her toleration as a bargaining chip, which was evident from the fact that they had added a dozen additional demands. Mr. Happ is occupied with many things, Ms. Bones said gently, and I would not disturb him with these petty issues if I don't need to. As you mentioned, the negotiations are imminent, and we don't have much time left. She turned her head to look at Hermione. Hermione cleared her throat, Gentlemen, well, Mr. Goblin, why don't you listen to the Pan-Magical Alliance's constitutions? It regulates the obligations of each party, with greater interests, and once the alliance is formed, the forces of the magical community will be united together, and not only will there be increased cooperation, but goblins will also enjoy a range of benefits if negotiations between wizards and the Muggle government are successful. Oh, and I have heard from a reliable source that silverware crafted by goblins is very popular even in non-magical circles. The goblins looked at each other. The negotiation continued and the attitude of some of the goblins loosened over the next 2 hours as Hermione rambled on about the benefits of the Pan-Magical Alliance to the goblins. Hermione took a short breath and continued. The goblins have lost nothing, and this unexpected crisis has instead served as an opportunity to give wizards and goblins a reason to negotiate, and neither wants surprises at this critical time, so both sides must show their utmost goodwill. But if someone, or the goblins, are stubborn and cling only to their own interests, Hermione said with a raised eyebrow and a stern attitude, goblins don't fear war, and wizards fear war even less. Do wizards want to destroy their own economic system? A goblin said with a grimace. Hermione looked at Ms. Bones, who was leaning back in her chair and had no intention of speaking, so Hermione said seriously, maybe the wizarding world will be in chaos for a while, but the trouble will soon be solved. For example, Future World Corporation has over 2,000 employees around the world, and they can take the place of the Gringotts at any time. Not to mention, the goblins' proud currency forging technology and anti-counterfeiting techniques. It's only a matter of time for a true archmage to decipher them. The goblins chided her loudly. Goblins would never agree to the status of being equal to those wizard slaves. Another goblin shouted. But instead of being shocked, Ms. Bones was pleased. It meant that the negotiations were entering a substantive phase. House elves are not slaves, Hermione said, at least not legally anymore. The house elves of Future World and Hogwarts have agreed to join the Pan-Magical Alliance, and next, the Ministry of Magic will gradually clear out the house elves from the hands of the ancient families. They will be freed from heavy and menial domestic work and unfair treatment for more meaningful duties. Those families are willing to surrender their slaves. A goblin called out, looking at Draco. The ignorant fools are in Azkaban, Draco sneered, and those people will end up just like their lord, Voldemort. Well, the Malfoys had to be separated from the Death Eaters. It took him a while to practice before he could say the Dark Lord's name fluently. What if a house elf doesn't want to be set free? The goblins asked, knowing all about the condition of house elves. The Ministry of Magic will not impose this law all at once, they will give a wide berth to the families who are friendly, Hermione said, but at least the newborn house elves will all be sheltered by the Pan-Magical Alliance. The goblins whispered. They could see that the wizards' will to reform was strong. The fact that the wizards were giving up a large chunk of their benefits, although the benefits would remain a part of the magical community, was still a shock to the goblins since they were taking food out of the mouths of the ancient families. At that moment, Draco stepped under the table and Harry turned his head sideways as Draco nudged towards an empty seat opposite. The goblin with the strange name was gone? Harry thought to himself. He had also seen Broderick the Boss-Eyed leave halfway through and didn't think anything was amiss, but for Draco Malfoy to remind him. The cold wind behind him made his hair stand up. Harry quietly approached Ms. Bones, his lips quirking, there's a goblin missing. Ms. Bones nodded with caution. Suddenly, a deafening dragon roar sounded from the underground to their ears and the room fell silent for a moment. Harry stared carefully at the faces of the goblins, who also seemed unaware of what was happening. Immediately afterward the tabletop began to shake and the rumbling of stone pillars collapsing and the roaring of a dragon mixed together chillingly. Harry was the first to react, jumping up and taking the vessel on the table in his hands as Hermione stuffed it into a small beaded bag. They then quickly retreated to the corner. Harry stood on the outer layer and propped up the magical barrier. There was a tooth-aching creak. Harry's eyes moved to the chair he had been sitting in before, and he saw a cloudy pink eye. Dragon, dragon, dragon. Draco stammered as the grey scales and spiked wings slid past their eyes. The walls squeezed out of shape and dust rose high in the air. From far away the panicked cries of the goblins were heard. The goblins in the room ran outside, followed by Harry and the group, and they made their way to the lobby of the Gringotts. They were dumbfounded by what they saw: a large hole in the high, exquisite ceiling, through which a huge grey dragon could be seen flapping its wings and kicking half the ceiling with a mighty kick. Then without pausing, it let out a roar of excitement and spread its wings wide and shot towards the light blue sky. Some broken bricks and glass came crashing down. The goblins fell around like random potatoes on a kitchen counter. There were a dozen sharp goblin swords stuck in the ground, sharp enough to break through the dragon's defenses. One goblin was shouting in some strange language that Harry realized to be goblin language. What's going on? One of the goblins involved in the negotiations asked in a gibberish voice. Broderick broke into the lowest level of the vault on his own and demanded the clanker that controlled the dragon, and tried to free some of its restraints. But he got careless and the dragon rushed over and swallowed him in one gulp, after which it broke free of the remaining chains and flew away. A goblin reported. The elderly goblin's face was so gloomy that water could drip off it. He instantly realized that Broderick the Boss-Eyed intended to use the dragon to disrupt the peace talks. Broderick certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to have the dragon attack the Minister of Magic, but it was still entirely possible to create a disturbance to interrupt and delay the negotiations. At least on the bright side, the wizards couldn't afford to drag their feet any longer. The more delay the more beneficial it would be to the goblins. Why did the dragon suddenly go berserk? And how could it possibly break free of the chains the goblins had built? Ms. Bones asked aloud. No one answered. The Gringotts even closed the bank for the day due to the reception of the Ministry of Magic, and the doors were completely sealed off, which basically ruled out the possibility of outsiders sneaking in. The elderly goblin found himself in an unbearable predicament. He is in no position to fight, nor could he, with all those threats still fresh in his mind, telling him it would be a foolish thing to do, and goblins would never do a foolish thing. Ms. Bones looked equally gloomy, standing in the hall and calculating the situation quickly. If I'm right, she took a deep breath, the goblins were planning to use the dragon against us, only for the dragon to get out of control and flee. Nothing of the sort. The elderly goblin denied it flatly. How else did the chain break? Is it possible that your guards have no control over the vault? How does that make us trust you to guard the wizard's property? Ms. Bones pressed on. The dragon has grown old, and we are planning to replace it with other creatures, which may have caused us to neglect its control. The elderly goblin said immediately, but the Gringotts is still the safest bank in the world. That line of rhetoric is completely insincere. At least this would not affect the negotiations that would follow. The goblin elder said as he stared at the crowd that had gathered from the street and pointed. Felix put the paper down and stood up from the couch. I'm leaving. Amelia isn't out yet. Sirius said in surprise. There's been an accident at the Gringotts, but I don't think it will affect the negotiations. Felix said, looking over at Sirius and Lupin, do me a favor, Severus will come to Sword Castle in a couple of days to preside over the simplification of potions and I don't want to hear about any of you fighting. You can't tell this to just us. Sirius barked. Felix shrugged, by which time the clamor outside had reached the inside of the Sword Castle. How about I just put no fighting on the back of every door? Number Aidon Ryan. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 697, Chapter 697. The person in the portrait, 2 in 1. The dragon flapped its wings happily against the air and rose higher and higher, an excited gasp escaping its mouth. You want to fly? Felix muttered to himself on the dragon's back, then fly, I'll show you where to go. His words were relayed to the dragon beneath him in a peculiar form, and the dragon let out an unrestrained roar high in the sky before flapping its wings and soaking up the golden haze above the clouds as it flew towards Hogwarts Castle. On the other side, the wizards of Diagon Alley hadn't yet figured out what had happened. A few minutes earlier, a large hole had suddenly blasted open in the roof of the Gringotts, and a loud roar had instantly attracted the attention of half of the street, who had all shifted their eyes to witness an old, scarred dragon crawling out of the hole. It first poked its head out, then its bloodied wings and claws that were wrapped in chains, and finally, the huge dragon lay on its back on the roof, tilting its head and remaining still for a few seconds like a giant decoration of a hole. Alternative genre. Fred and George looked out from the first floor of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes and made surprised noises. Is that the dragon that guards the vault? Well, I've always wanted to see it in person. Oh come on, our family vault has no chance of being guarded by a dragon. Wow. It looks so cool, how about we find Lupin and rent the dragon magic lamp? One of them suggested. I like that idea, said another similar voice, it has to be over 20 feet, I remember Professor Hap bringing it to demonstrate at the Quidditch World Cup, and we haven't seen it after that, it's a waste. More than 30 Aurors showed up, they had stood guard nearby for a while now, but none of them made a move. The dragon threw back its head and spat out a ball of flame, frightening the people in the street and causing them to scream in terror as they stumbled away, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. But the dragon stomped hard on its feet and used its strength to spread its bloody wings, flapping it hard to fly, soaring higher and higher as it turned into a black dot. It didn't take long for Ms. Bones to emerge from inside, fully intact, calmly directing Aurors to take over the scene. The large hole that had been broken in the roof of the Gringotts was quickly repaired, and Ms. Bones returned back as if nothing had happened, except for the presence of 2 more Aurors at the entrance to the Gringotts bank. Fred and George withdrew their satisfied gaze and made their way down the stairs. The shop was piled high with an array of merchandise and littered with noisy, moving knickknacks, but there were no visitors in sight. The customers had all run off to see what all the fuss was about. The 2 men looked at the posters on the window, and remained quiet for a while, before speaking in unison. A joint announcement from the Ministry of Magic and Future World. You think that notice? The 2 men blinked and laughed. Early in the morning today the Ministry of Magic employees had delivered a notice to every shop in Diagon Alley, inviting all shopkeepers to the Sword Castle on the weekends to discuss important matters. But they had actually known the inside story earlier, when Penelope, whom the twins now loved and affectionately called Percy's secret prober, had revealed that Percy had recently been busy perfecting a lengthy report on the future of the magical world and the trading plans that would be available to Muggles, with a list of goods ranging from potions, books, magical items, clothing, food, and many other categories. It was a massive plan, covering every aspect, with enough detail to make a first-time reader's head turn in two. This whole business cannot go around the future world, and I applied to Lupin to take charge of this part of work, said Penelope grumpily, otherwise it might possibly take a few years before I could meet your brother regularly. Oh, are you asking me what will I do now after getting this job? Nitpicking his reports, for sure. Apparently, she enjoys it. Fred concluded. Since the Wizard-Muggle negotiations hadn't really started yet, Right now it was only the first step in the whole plan. Outside Weasley's wizard wheezes, Tonks, Ron, and Collins entered following a few customers with a laugh. The vigilante mission was cancelled, Tonks said matter-of-factly, looking at her bright pink hair. You can tell she was in a good mood. Everyone was worried earlier. Scrimgeour advised Ms. Bones not to take any chances, but she still insisted. Good thing it turned out not too bad, she said, looking around with great interest. What's the deal with that dragon? Fred asked. They said it was an accident, old age, or something. Ron said. That doesn't sound very convincing. George said. Well, it's not like they had a fight in there, is it? Ron shrugged and rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a wizard's chess piece, letting it spin in his fingertips. Fred raised an eyebrow. If I go check the shop for dancing wizard pieces now, I won't find a knight missing, will I? Go ahead and look for it. Ron said, by the way, I was just about to say that I learned Animagus and became one. Did Ginny snitch about it to you guys? You became Animagus? Collins remarked in surprise. Half a beat slower, Tonks fondly withdrew her gaze from a doll that could punch people and asked for confirmation. Animagus. Her hair was beginning to transition to dazzling violet color. Pretty easy. Ron said, pretending like he didn't care much about it. That's a fair point, George said with a nod. I know, many of them who became Animagus individually. He turned his head to Fred. How many again? Harry, Hermione, Neville, the little girl from the Abbott family. I can't count them all. I don't know, but Cedric's been holding on to Transfiguration today a lot lately. Fred replied with a poker face. The raised hair on Ron's head drooped. Will you guys stop demolishing your own brother down? Ron complained in a small voice when Tonks and Collins were excitedly looking through the shop's merchandise. Fred and George looked at each other and said in unison, sorry no. Ron held up the wizard's chess piece in his hand and muttered, did you see these two guys? Remember their hateful faces. I'm going to get my revenge back sooner or later, but I can only depend on you in this mission. The dragon flew all the way north, relishing its hard-won freedom. Standing on its broad back, Felix briefly healed the dragon's bloody wounds with his magic, removing the chains one by one, before opening his eyes to look at the distant view of the clouds. He stroked the long spikes on the dragon's spine with one hand, looking like a captain holding up a mast. Fly a little steadier, he instructed. They swept past towns and fields painted in grey and green one by one, and soon the scenery became monotonous and repetitive. Felix called the Niffler out of his silver pocket watch to play cards. After having experienced flying carpet rides in the Arctic, Valen soon adapted, and ran around excitedly on the dragon's back, the huge spikes acting like a pillar to her. You've lost again, Valen. Felix said smugly. Valen's dark eyes stared into the air in front of her, and the Niffler phantom that had transformed from its wizard card was knocked off its feet by a single, plain spell, tumbling a dozen times and leaving a trail of smoke behind it. She smacked her lips, feeling that something was wrong, and she looked at Felix suspiciously. I didn't cheat, Felix said as he swore. Valen fumbled through the hand of cards, trying to find the flaw. It was a new deck, with some new cards added to the original, so what the Great Demon King used might be cards that added to increase playability. That was true, and Valen found quite a few cards from it that shone gold when they activated their effects, which she particularly liked. But even after playing it, her win rate plummeted. Key. Valen couldn't figure out why on her own, so she decided to find a chance to ask Hermione. The sun's level lowered once again and the golden light on the clouds grew dimmer as the dragon began to descend, and Valen ran up to the dragon's head. Her weight was like a feather to the dragon and had absolutely no effect on it. Valen could spot a cluster of lofty castle buildings amidst the mountains. Felix patted the dragon's spine. Your identity is sensitive now. Not a lot actually, but to cut down on the hassle, I'll cast a spell to disguise you before I send you to Charlie. The dragon growled, indicating that it understood. Do whatever you want. Then it began to shrink dramatically in size and Valen rushed her way back and climbed onto Felix's shoulder to look down. The huge dragon, which was the size of a small plaza, shrunk from 30 or 35 feet long to half that, and soon it began to struggle to land on the ground. The dragon whimpered twice and struggled to keep its cloudy eyes open. Don't worry. Felix stood in the air next to it and casually reassured it, then gave an instruction, fold back your wings. The dragon, not quite a dragon now, it looked only twice the size of Valen. The shrunken dragon obediently folded its wings and then fell straight down, and was caught in Felix's hand. With its wings folded, it looked even smaller and a little pitiful. Felix dropped towards the ground, and as he descended to a certain height, he made a few gestures with his empty hand, and the Hogwarts defenses did not stop him as he continued his descent. Inside the castle, Professor McGonagall flipped through the documents. She had just been in contact with Madame Maxime and the two had exchanged information about the precautions and opening times of their respective schools. The British Ministry of Magic had been making one move after another for some time now and using it as a reference, the French and some European ministries of magic had begun to leave the International Confederation of Wizards behind and made their contacts with their local Muggle governments. She heard a knock on the window and looked up to see Felix waving at her from outside the window. "You're now Deputy Headmaster, Felix." Professor McGonagall pushed open the window in annoyance and glared at him as he entered through the window from outside. Valen had jumped down first and stayed away from Felix. She didn't want to be lectured along with him. Professor McGonagall led Felix over to the table, saying in exasperation as they walked along. "What should I do if someone sees you like this, and what do you have in your hand?" "A lizard," Felix said calmly, as two sparks of fire erupted from the dragon's nostrils. Professor McGonagall ignored his gibberish and lowered her head to carefully examine the creature that was half sprawled on the small table flapping its wings in confusion, then her two eyebrows knitted together firmly. "Is this a dragon? Still a Ukrainian iron belly one at that?" "Ahem, if anyone else asks, I'll just say it's a mutated lizard, which has some questionable origins," Felix said honestly, and Professor McGonagall glared at him with an expression that said she wouldn't stop until she got an answer. "Well, it came from the Gringotts." He explained the situation briefly. Professor McGonagall frowned at first, then her eyebrows relaxed. The Goblin Brotherhood, another goblin subversive group that operating in secret. By subversion, she naturally implied subverting wizards. "Not really," Felix shook his head, "they at least operate quite openly and promote a philosophy that doesn't advocate violence, at least on the surface." He said to Professor McGonagall, "That's a rare thing to find anymore among goblins." Bodrig the Boss-eyed didn't want the peace talks to go smoothly and intended for the dragon guarding the vault to make some noise. Of course, he didn't care if a few wizards died in the process, it was all an accident anyway. Felix didn't care much either. Professor McGonagall stayed out of the Ministry of Magic affairs and, knowing that it wouldn't affect the negotiations with the goblins, she turned her attention to other matters. Bosbatons and Dimstrang are in a similar situation like us. Their Ministry of Magic is secretly in contact with their local Muggle government and the word is not released to the public yet. She glanced at Felix with a small smile. "What you did the other day has affected not only the choices made in Britain but other countries as well." Felix nodded. The results were not unexpected. At the beginning of the process, the Ministry of Magic, being to openly communicate with the Muggle government, then Hogwarts and the British Ministry of Magic had attracted the attention of the world, including the International Confederation of Wizards, who were watching every move made over here, waiting for the outcome of the first official negotiations to come out. If it is acceptable, then this negotiation may soon become the benchmark for communication between the magical and non-magical communities. Felix had spent the last 2 days at the Ministry of Magic meeting a number of visitors sent by other countries. On top of that, Agado has taken a reference from Hogwarts and set up shelters around the school where some of the exposed wizards are temporarily staying. Are they those semi-public mediums, soothsayers, and occult cultists? I've heard that even the magician muggles receive a lot of harassment. Professor McGonagall said oddly, there are also some wizards who stay in the tribes, which are relatively exclusive and inaccessible to outsiders. The Castelo Bruxo School of Magic in Brazil has no need to worry for the time being as it has been hidden in the rainforest where conditions are harsh. What about Ilvermorny? You left out this school. Ilvermorny is not like any other school. A look of sadness spread across Professor McGonagall's face. It's not a good environment for wizards to survive and their little wizards always act a little different, and the local muggles they're called as No-Maj have also launched a type of search to find wizards around them. She shook her head. There are companies that openly advertise in the newspapers wanting to recruit wizards. Of course there are those who oppose this idea in Muggle communities, various large and small organizations, groups of a religious nature, popping up, both registered and operating in secret. So the Magical Congress of the United States of America was compelled to order a full recall of all students to avoid accidents. Felix pondered for a moment. The problem of the American wizards is hard to solve, and right now it is not the right time either. We have to wait for Amelia to reach an initial agreement with the Muggle government before promoting it under the name of the International Confederation of Wizards. The point of the Confederation's existence disappeared for the most part with the complete invalidation of the Statute of Secrecy, and a new reason must have to be found for it. What function do you want it to fulfill? Professor McGonagall asked. Well, it needs to be transformed from its previous function of concealing wizards to one that mediates between wizards and non-wizards and makes regulations that are tailored to pass around the world. Felix said. Professor McGonagall's eyes flickered with a trace of uncertainty. She felt alienated about that future, and she glanced at the dragon that was struggling to adjust to its new size. The uncertainty in her eyes faded and grew resolute once again. Felix's gaze turned to the portraits of past headmasters on the wall in the office, and he walked over to a golden frame in which Dumbledore winked at him. Can you utter a witty phrase or two now, one that I haven't heard before? Felix asked. Not for this kind of challenge, the Dumbledore in the portrait smiled. There are too many ways to slip through the cracks. Felix sized him up. Also, would you like me to add a sweet shop to your painting? Dumbledore laughed again. Oh, not necessary, the little ones at Hogwarts, the students of the Magic Painting Club painted a huge Hogsmeade painting that featured not only the Honeydukes but also Madame Putafoot's tea shop and the 3 broomsticks inn. That painting is hanging in the trophy room. Felix nodded as he thought about something and spoke. The resurrection stone was destroyed after you left, and what you gave to Snape is still in his possession, and he has a new job that may keep him busy for a decade or so. Dumbledore said with slight distress, so, Severus' retirement plans will have to be postponed. But there was little sincerity in his expression, and he even looked a little pleased by the situation. I suppose so. Felix said. And another thing, he said, Aberforth is planning to sell the Hog's Head Inn when the school opens up, and Classroom 7 and the Slytherin Chamber will be reopened at the same time, which both will need someone to keep an eye on them. I hope he sells the inn for a good price. Dumbledore said. Felix smiled, not unless he cleans the place properly. I can smell the goat stench every time I pass by and the floors don't look like they've been cleaned in centuries, so don't get your hopes up. Hope is a precious thing for someone who is going through a hard time. Dumbledore said calmly, his eyes turned to Professor McGonagall's direction. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 698, Chapter 698 The Moon Sand and Forest in Boodle, 2 in 1. Later that night, Ms. Bones and a few students emerged from the Gringotts surrounded by a crowd of goblins, and reporters who had been informed early on immediately gathered around. Flashes of light flickered brightly. Ms. Bones announced to the public that negotiations had gone well and that a number of agreements had been made. The goblin spokesman of the Gringotts agreed and gave an explanation for the dragon's escape not long ago. That dragon was no longer fit for the task, and if you were well informed you would have noticed that the Gringotts has been looking for an alternative recently, and yes, that dragon was moved elsewhere and awaits to be disposed of. In the meantime, Sphinx will be guarding the most important vaults. We have considered placing the trolls wearing goblin armor, which has a defense comparable to that of a dragon. When a journalist continued to press on about the reason for the dragon's escape, the goblin spokesman replied stiffly. The Council of Elders decided to move the dragon on short notice in order to not frighten our honored guests. An unfortunate accident occurred midway. The person responsible for this was an outsider, unfamiliar with the methods used to control the dragon. Bodrig the Bosside has unfortunately died in this accident. No specific details can be provided. The temporary press conference ended, and Harry and the other students made their way out to meet up with Ron, who suggested that they should get together for a drink, so the group swarmed into the Leaky Cauldron bar, which was packed to the brim with wizards talking about the incident. Just as they were at a loss of what to do, Neville poked his head out of a dark, hidden corner and waved vigorously at them. Harry, Ron, this way! He yelled excitedly. As the group took their seats, Ron was unhappy that Draco Malfoy was sitting next to him. I thought you would go home, he said with a frown. The negotiations aren't over yet, so of course, I can't leave. Draco glanced at Ron contemptuously, causing him to glare a little. Also, you were left out of the negotiations and don't know anything, so naturally you're not aware of the role I played in the process. Ron froze and looked at Harry, who nodded reluctantly, acknowledging his part. Okay, so can anyone tell us what happened in the middle of the negotiations? Why did a dragon escape? Harry briefly described the entire negotiation. Doesn't sound like an accident. Tonks said, oh, thank you, Tom. She took the drinks brought over by Tom, the bar owner, and distributed them to the group, then she took a bunch of crystalline grapes out of her pocket that looked very tempting. Oh. Tonks squashed her lips, got them from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, you can try them, they're called multi-flavored grapes, a bit like Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Neville picked one up, purple kale flavor. He said with a happy look on his face. Hannah picked one up too and flicked her ponytail, pumpkin pie flavor. Spinach flavor, seems okay. Colin said as he took a small bite. Celery. Harry's face scrunched up and when he finished it he grabbed a glass of water and rinsed his mouth. Hermione and Ginny didn't even bother to touch it when they heard that it was something brought from the Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. After the interlude, they remembered what they were talking about earlier. It was definitely that Bosside's fault, Ron said with certainty. They tried to scare you guys with the dragon, but they miscalculated. As soon as Ms. Bones gave the signal, the Aurors outside would have rushed in immediately, wouldn't they, Collins? Collins nodded. And after that? Neville asked curiously, you talked for another 2 hours after the dragon flew away. Harry turned to Hermione, no more accidents after that. Most of the time it was Hermione talking, occasionally stopping to ask Ms. Bones' opinion or answer the questions raised by the goblins. They often argued for 10 minutes or even half an hour about a single word, and I had the feeling of being back in a history of magic classroom again. The crowd laughed. Hermione rolled her eyes and pulled out a few pieces of meaningful information, and with her explanation, the crowd pretty much sorted out the main points of the negotiations. We've avoided some tricky issues, Hermione said, they're dead in the knot over the wizard and goblin hostility, and it won't be easy to untangle it. Maybe it will be necessary for the professor to step in at the end. They mentioned the words of the goblin spokesman all over again. Distinguished guest, Ron gave a look of disgust, I've never heard a goblin talk so eloquently. If you leased the prized vault of the Gringotts and deposited a large sum of money in it, Draco Malfoy showed a mocking expression, you'd get tired of hearing it. How much money do you have? On your own. Ron shot back, I have over 1,000 galleons at my disposal. Draco Malfoy's breath caught in his throat. Where did you get that much money? He couldn't help but ask, 1,000 galleons would be a significant amount of money even for him. I saved it up hard, Ron said without thinking, prize money from the tournament, licensing fees for the tournament footage, fees for articles and yes, he tapped his head, I still have a bunch of money held at the Muggle newspaper, if the negotiations come to fruition, I wonder if I could go to their door and claim it. He said uncertainly. You've fallen deep into the money. Ginny said. That's what I deserve. Ron said disgruntled, did I give you fewer presents each year? Ginny pouted. Draco said smugly from the sidelines, when we graduate, the family will give me a big chunk of money, a big chunk, you know? Tens of thousands of galleons at least. Does that have a single nut that you earned? Harry asked in disgust. Yeah, Harry got a ton of money in his vault too, but he never mentions it. Ron said immediately. Oh come on, Hermione said impatiently, since when did you guys start to compare this? I don't think money is the answer for the problems we are facing. Small families certainly wouldn't understand the benefits that money brings. Draco scoffed, my father has made connections with quite a few distinguished healers, probably in a few years I'll be the head of the first Wizard-Muggle joint hospital. Really? Hermione shot back with a sharp tongue, so can the heir of the great and mighty Malfoy family enlighten me about why no one else has dabbled in this business if it is so promising? Is it because of the reputation of the Malfoy family? Or is it because of the money and power you are so proud of? Oh, I almost forgot, money is the only thing that Malfoy is left with. Draco's face sank. Because Hermione was telling the truth. The Malfoy family's wealth and prestige had shrunk dramatically after the war and their influence is not what it used to be. The only reason why no pure-blood family had interfered with the hospital they are constructing was because they all thought that the joint hospital was compensation that Professor Hap had given to Lucius for going undercover. But the truth is... Draco remembered his father's words. He never promised, and probably didn't even care about it, the preservation of the Malfoys was the reward he offered me for going undercover. Lucius said in his study. Then. Because of you. The wizarding world wasn't exposed at that time, and you were the only one that showed an inclination to do so among the people he came into contact with, and he was happy to support you. Lucius analyzed calmly, the wealth that the Malfoys have accumulated over a dozen generations, and the network of connections linked to Muggles, would make this easy, but remember, you weren't the only candidate, which is why I tried to publicize this as much as possible, and secretly warn some pure-blood family. He said with a sneer. Noble pure-blood families? Now pure-bloods are worthless and have become crippled blood families. Over the next few days, the negotiations moved smoothly. With the best efforts of both sides, the negotiations reached a substantive level, breaking the barriers one by one, and as Hermione expected, only a few stubborn issues remained, such as the ownership of items built by goblins and whether goblins could possess wands. Those are matters of fine details, and the details are irrelevant to me. What we are negotiating is whether goblins want to join the Pan-Magical Alliance where most of the magical intelligent beings have joined. During another negotiation, Felix appeared and said as he took his seat. Goblins could possess wands, but the acquisition must come at a price. The day that a goblin possesses the wand is the day that the goblin's special method of forging metal will be made public. He turned his head to Hermione, put that in the clause's footnotes. Oh, okay, Professor. Hermione said hurriedly, hastily adding notes on the margins of the parchment. There was an awkward silence. Neither the goblins nor the wizards present were too happy with the result, feeling that their side had lost out, but on reflection, it was pretty much the best way to get past the controversy. The goblins had been fighting for centuries for the right to buy and possess their own wand. This right, until now restricted by law, a law which prohibits non-wizards from possessing wands, has been broken to pieces today. But it comes with a staggering cost. What is the special way that goblins wrought metal? It has something to do with the goblin's natural talent, something to do with the goblin's special magic system. Once this is unraveled, goblins will no longer have secrets. If anyone else had said this, the goblins would have probably scoffed or even cursed, looking at the wizard with disdain in the process, because goblins are deeply proud of their magic and would never believe that anyone could possibly perform it. But when these words came from the mouth of an archmage comparable to Dumbledore, they would believe it. Especially when that archmage had a history of pioneering, or recovering lost, ancient rune systems almost on his own, and he is only 26 or 27 years old and has probably spent less than a decade studying ancient runes, so his words carried a lot of weight. The goblins looked at each other and saw the hesitation in their eyes. And some of the more clever wizards had thought of this too. But they were not thinking in the same way as the goblins. The swords and armor crafted by the goblins could be regarded as divine weapons, and their silverwares are popular among the wizards, so if they could acquire the technology, they would be happy to barter. Previously, wizards simply could not replicate the goblins' magic. Several wizards looked at Felix with fiery eyes. Faced with such huge benefits, they were tempted to start a war, but the greed in their hearts was instantly doused when they met Felix's cold eyes. After another round of intense negotiations, the goblins agreed to join the Pan-Magical Alliance, if they could retain the right to speak within, with the promise that they would maintain the same tone as the wizards outside. We will reserve the right to appeal, and we would only sign a 200 years pact. The elderly goblin said, half relaxed, half resigned. Felix didn't say anything, but the idea of building a magical floating city, island, grew stronger and stronger in his mind. The wizarding community is so intertwined with each other that pulling out a single thread could stir up the entire wizarding community, and Felix didn't want to change the wizarding environment in a drastic way. That wouldn't necessarily be a good thing. He just wanted to paint on a blank sheet of paper that could be wiped and smudged over and over again. The existing territory couldn't stand the toss, and the best way to do it would be through finding another place. In the meantime, the wizards formally approached the Muggle government in the name of the Ministry of Magic, and they still didn't talk about the main issues. The follow-up negotiation was equivalent to Felix's first visit with students to visit the Queen last time. Neither the Muggle Prime Minister nor the Minister of Magic showed up in the negotiation process, with each sending officials and representatives instead, albeit with a much higher standard in the name. In a context similar to a government report, both sides introduced each other at length about the history of their development, culture, ideologies, and technology, magic, in formal language. The senior official sent by the Ministry of Magic was Mr. Weasley, whose status had risen with the reorganization of the ministry's departments. During the meeting, Mr. Weasley showed a keen interest in a range of technological products, and after learning that Mr. Weasley is the father of the wizard mentioned repeatedly in the Wizard Goes to School series of news articles which are currently hot in the newspapers, the government staff decided on the spur of the moment to present him with a box of spanners that came with various types of bolts and nuts. "Thank you so much," Mr. Weasley said enthusiastically. "I didn't bring any personal gifts, but the Minister of Magic, Ms. Bones, entrusted me with 2 gifts for the Muggle government when I left." The case opened to reveal a simple saucer, along with an ornate crystal vase. Inside the crystal vase, there is a miniature jungle landscape, which the government representative glanced at twice and then stopped paying attention to, as he turned his attention to the greyish saucer, which was covered with tattered and faded patterns that had no aesthetic appeal. The government representative was a little confused. Does this dish have any special significance? It didn't look like a work of art. Their side had prepared a gift as well, a carefully selected artifact from a museum that would be quite valuable as a collection, both in terms of artistic and historical significance. "It doesn't matter what it looks like, what matters is where it came from," Mr. Weasley said. "It came from the moon." The government representative's eyes widened. "The moon?" "Yes." Mr. Weasley nodded and smiled, but for a moment, the government representative felt his smile grow with pride, which contrasted sharply with the vivid expression he had worn while listening to the report earlier. When the meeting was over, the government representatives immediately headed to a conference room to answer questions from the entire cabinet. The Prime Minister looked impatient. "Well? What's their response?" He turned his head to a very unassuming person behind the representative. "You are the best psychoanalyst in the country, what are your conclusions?" The psychoanalyst looked out in a daze. He may need some time to adjust to the psychological impact brought on by the magic. "It's better if I do the talking." The representative opened the box and, just like him, everyone was fascinated by what it contained. A forest view in a vase. The Prime Minister glanced at the featureless dish, mentally judging that it is probably an artifact of some kind, and he focused his attention on the delicate crystal vase, lowering his head to examine it closely. "Interesting, I can see flying birds, and it moves. Is it magic?" The others tsked in wonder too. The representative pursed his lips. "It may not be quite what you think, it is indeed magic, but it is also mixed with something else," he said with an odd expression on his face. "There is a real small forest inside. It was created using undetectable extension charm, which you can interpret as a magical equivalent of spatial extension technology." As if a pause button had been pressed in the conference room, the Prime Minister maintained his bending position and turned his head to glare at him. "The technology this magic is said to be quite mature in its application, but of course, the magic on this vase we have will only last a week. On their last visit, they heard that the government is planning to create a garden, so they gifted us a garden in a vase." One council member groaned. "It's simple to use," the representative continued expressionlessly, though his voice dripped with a slight lack of confidence. "Within a week, smash this vase in the middle of the intended site and the magical garden will be restored to its original size, complete with trees, flowers, and a fountain. There will be no difference from the real thing." There was silence. The ministers in the room were silently thinking about what this magic represented, and the more they thought about it, the more alarmed they became. After a few moments, the Prime Minister forced himself to speak and asked, "What about the other artifact?" He found his throat a little dry. "The other artifact?" The representative said hesitantly, and his attitude left the hearts of the others hanging. Could this dish be unusual too, hiding some magic they didn't know about? That dish is rather ordinary, with an absence of magic, but the key is, the place it came from. It is claimed that, ahem, I am in no position to determine the truth, except to relay the words of the wizard. The representative cleared his throat. Mr. Felix Happ went to the moon a few days ago and was lucky enough to find a wizard relic. You're not joking, right? The Prime Minister interrupted. Perhaps the wizards were joking with us, but it is for you all to judge. The representative said, this matter was widely publicized in wizard society, and Happ, the same wizard professor who last visited, claimed to have been ill-prepared for his first landing on the moon, and thus he only managed to search the perimeter haphazardly. In the midst of a crowd of blank faces, the Prime Minister suddenly jumped to his feet. Get the best scientists together. Now. Now. Tell them to drop what they're doing, and don't we have a sample of moon soil? Find it, divide it into a dozen, and I want the most accurate analysis we can get. Sir Prime Minister, the moon soil is precious, and we only have a little. One of his advisors whispered. The Prime Minister pointed to the soily dish and roared at him, precious? If it is true, moon soil would rot in the streets. What do you think that vase represents? The wizard is telling us plainly that they are perfectly capable of hollowing out the moon. Where would they have enough room to pile up the extra soil? One MP shouted. Everyone stared at him with the expression of looking at a fool. That is indeed a problem. The Prime Minister said gloomily, what do you think about piling it on top of our heads? In the silence, the representative spoke cautiously, on the plus side, it also means that cosmic travel will become possible. With all due respect, Sir Prime Minister, and honorable ministers, an ordinary crystal vase can carry a garden, and it is entirely possible for wizards to build a magical spaceship on their own if they give it their all. Or of course, a meteorite could smash on top of our heads, depending on what we choose. If the wizard's magic and our technology are combined, interstellar migration is highly likely to be possible within a few decades. Despite my humble position, I sincerely remind all ministers that the only path to a future is cooperation. Word has come back from Kingsley that the Muggle government is ready to negotiate with us. Ms. Bones said to Felix. Our strategy seems to have been the right one, avoid being impulsive, reveal valuable information to the outside world little by little, get the Muggle government to weigh the consequences of going to war against the benefits of cooperation by bringing it to both sides of the scale, and they themselves will weigh the pros and cons and come to the negotiating table. We've finally got past the most highly unpredictable phase. It's time to set our sights abroad. Felix looked in the distant direction, where a lighthouse stood, and he whispered. How many will be able to decisively seize the opportunity and jump up after a new era that arrived abruptly and unannounced? And how many will be foolish enough to become hostile against a community that they are unfamiliar with and fall apart from it? Time will give us the answer. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 699, Chapter 699. On the right track. The last Saturday of July. In a spacious courtyard inside the Houses of Parliament, the Prime Minister and several ministers stood far away in a long corridor, silently watching a short, thin man dangling in mid-air. The man held a small, long-handled hammer in his hand, and all eyes converged on the blackened head of the hammer as they watched it approach the crystal vase. For several days scientists used various methods to try to figure out the inner mechanism of the vase without destroying it, but in the end, it was found that observation with the naked eye was the most reliable, because the more precise the measuring instrument, the more likely it tended to be significantly out of whack. Today is the deadline given for releasing the landscape in the vase, and the person responsible for the daily maintenance of the building's interior has bravely taken on the task of breaking the vase. Drops of sweat rolled down his cheeks and into his neck. The short man stared straight at the ground, mentally gauging the distance. Stop! He suddenly shouted. The ropes around his body abruptly halted, and his body swayed slightly, but the man's eyes were only on the crystal vase. The man swallowed and quietly cheered himself up. The crystal vase had a metal base specifically designed to hold it in place at the bottom, to keep it from being blown over by the wind and to prevent accidents, and the only thing he had to do was to crack the outer shell of the vase as he had rehearsed. The metal hammerhead fell as a crisp shattering sound silenced the courtyard. Pull me up quickly! The man shouted. He was the closest and had the clearest view at the moment if you didn't count the small and large cameras around him, and as he watched, the crystal vase was first spread with spider webs like fine lines, and then white light began to blossom from each one of the lines. The workers at the edge of the courtyard reacted and hastily pulled the ropes tighter, and the short man was pulled back by the ropes, but the man's eyes stared straight into the center of the field, the crystal fragments scattering into light, his pupils reflecting a palm-sized, lifelike garden, which began to stretch out, first the soft, tender green grass, expanding outwards like a rising tide, faster than he was able to retreat, the glowing green color seemed to spread and touch his raising ankles in the blink of an eye, and his feet were already on the soft grass when he took off the ground. Saplings rose from the ground, from far and near, and time seemed to lose its meaning, as it took only a dozen seconds for them to lush up, with branches growing off the saplings, and the man was lost in thought as he grabbed a leaf and stuffed it carelessly into his mouth, his eyes widening as the fresh sap and bitterness continued to hit his taste buds. After half a minute, peace returned. The Prime Minister and the ministers drew closer, and a few of the workers bravely approached. No one stopped them, all of them looked at the golden fountain in front of them with fascination. The sound of gurgling water seemed to fill their ears, and in the center of the fountain, several ice sculptures stood, or perhaps crystal sculptures. They weren't sure, but they could feel a faint coolness as they approached, and even their breath seemed to become damp. A few birds flew into the azure sky. Everyone was silent, staring at the courtyard for a few moments, before the Prime Minister finally said, "Call a press conference." The next morning, Ms. Bones led a dozen or so delegates from various sectors of the magical community into the Houses of Parliament, which not surprisingly included several humanoid magical races, and the guards at the gate tried their best not to look surprised, as if half-human tall goblins and four-legged centaurs were normal and not worth the fuss. Thank goodness there were no trolls in the group. Felix watched them enter and the gates slowly closed. Meanwhile, the dozen or so muggles hiding around the perimeter suddenly remembered their priorities and drove home in a hurry, clutching banners, shotguns, and the like, without making a ripple. A quarter of an hour later, Felix walked through the iron gates, stopping for a moment at the magical fountain as well, then made his way along the corridor to the left, where a flag flew high at the top of Victoria Tower. He made his way up the stone steps of the building where the important documents of the council were kept, and as he walked his ears were greeted by the sound of voices. "We welcome the joint representatives from the Pan-Magical Alliance's British branch, and the Ministry of Magic Ms. Amelia Bones to the meeting." Felix smiled faintly. The Pan-Magical Alliance came ahead, and the British branch implied even more significance, although at the moment there was only one branch, without even a glimpse of the General Council, but that didn't matter. What mattered was that wizards had a reason to remain truly independent and free from the jurisdiction of non-magical regimes. There is more than one group of species, so why should they be subject to the bidding of the Muggle government? The arrogance and intractability of the goblins came in handy in the next few days that followed, and this time they were on the side of the wizards. Why all the trouble? Why facilitate the integration of wizards and non-wizards while trying to keep wizards relatively independent? There are too many reasons for that, and the fact that wizards won't tolerate a strong and controlling government over their heads alone is worth the trouble, and it's better to spend months on negotiations than on the battlefield. For wizards, even the most loosest Muggle governments were more binding on the population than the wizarding community. Felix had seen bits of the former senior official Umbridge's vision for the Ministry of Magic and wondered if the non-magical community had inspired her to pursue a result strikingly similar to that of the outside world. In other words, for the wizarding community with simple social structures, every Muggle government out there could be comparable to Umbridge ruling them. The differences in terms of understanding and requirements for rulers between wizards and non-wizards are so great beyond belief that forcing them together is bound to produce problems. The current situation, which has turned into the one before us in less than a month, has proceeded very smoothly. But what appears to be smooth sailing is actually the result of Felix's active avoidance of most of the options with pitfalls. Most hidden problems began in the smallest detail. Felix spotted them in advance, and made arrangements early on, before reaching out and giving them a push when he met the right person who was willing to solve the problem. The rest was just a matter of quiet observation, and as long as things didn't get off track, the question of who would do the job was just a matter of circumstance. It was not a personal problem of Felix's, it was a problem of the entire wizarding community. Did Dumbledore ever publicly been much active during the First Wizarding War? No, he stayed in school. But out of the public eye, he secretly established the Order of the Phoenix and secretly fought against Voldemort to keep him from storming into the Ministry of Magic and going on a killing spree, and that was enough. Was he expected to stand guard like an ordinary Auror on duty? Felix had stopped some of the conflicts from happening, and he wasn't going to publicize his actions. He had more important things to do. A little time passed and Felix emerged from a stone room with a thoughtful expression on his face. Yesterday afternoon the Prime Minister held a press conference at which he mentioned two important pieces of information, one naturally being the announcement to the public about the timing of the negotiations and the other was a response to the rumors about the discovery of ancient relics on the moon by wizards, which he had confirmed as truth. The latter rumor went viral for some period of time. The moon landing was considered highly incredible to those who did not know magic, and for ordinary wizards, it was considered a mythical achievement when this news was announced. Various ministries of magic delegates inquired about the truth of the matter but were brushed off by Ms. Bones until Felix's successful return from the moon, when the news was transmitted by spies to all the countries. The British wizarding newspapers were among the first to receive the news, with journalists talking about it in a tone of awe, and even Rita Skeeter took half a day off to publish a passionate article in the Daily Prophet, which made Felix feel odd, but Ms. Bones was very happy. The people are confident that we can tide over the difficulties. Felix smacked his lips and said nothing, but then he turned his head and made the most of his excellent Slytherin graduate nature by gathering the members of the pure-blood family who had nominally defected to him. Felix had almost forgotten about them. In the last part of the war, these guys were terrified, no one knew how far the purge would go, and Amelia Bone's attitude looked as if she intended to uproot some of the stubborn pure-bloods, although she never intended to do so. At that time, Lucius, who was unwilling to be reduced to a marginal family, and Selwyn, who had managed to avoid retribution by betraying his fellow Death Eaters, he is now known as Mean Selwyn, according to some gossips, brought together a group of out-of-favor purebloods and came forward to offer their loyalty to Felix, who in turn offered a promise not to implicate the innocent and protect their family members. Now is the time to use them. At Malfoy Manor, Felix met these men. The atmosphere was awkward because he had dragged Snape along with him, and in the living room where the Death Eaters had met, Felix sat in the chair where Voldemort had originally sat, with the dim light of the fireplace blazing behind him, as if Voldemort had returned. Some of the people who had arrived later entered the room slightly out of breath, almost blurting out their greetings to the Dark Lord. Snape took a seat to the immediate right of Felix, making it easier to communicate through the thinking room, which led to some sneaky eye contact in turn. Then Felix learned Snape's position as a Death Eater, and he couldn't help thinking that Voldemort must have hated his misjudgment before he died. Anyway, the meeting proceeded rather poorly, with Snape glancing at him as if he was worried that his next words would be in order to take over the Ministry of Magic, but the result was favorable, as the purebloods showed their family heritage by presenting their pacts with other magical races without any hesitation. These pacts, which date back centuries, are still in effect and played a huge part in persuading the different magical races in Britain to join the Pan-Magical Alliance. There was an interlude during the meeting. A pure-blooded wizard addressed him warily as His Excellency and asked him about the truth of the moon landing, and upon receiving an affirmative answer, he suddenly filled with enthusiasm and suggested for Felix to establish a wizard base on the moon. Our cause would be unbreakable at that time, he said excitedly, to which there were many echoes. Cause? What cause? Felix was puzzled, but he considered the proposal seriously. Although relations between wizards and muggles aren't bad enough for them to settle on the moon, the idea of a moon base suited his taste. For example, he could easily build a secret chamber several kilometers under the school castle, which would make a great shelter, and the magic required for it didn't seem that great. It really wouldn't be difficult, Felix had given it some serious thought. Creating dozens of expanded spaces like the basement in Mr. Scamander's house, combined with the farming magic Professor Burbage had developed, would be more than adequate for 20,000 to 30,000 wizards to wander the cosmos for quite a number of years. The only thing it needed would be regular maintenance. But again, for the same reason situations weren't that bad, Felix preferred to never resort to using it. The feat of landing on the moon was widely circulated on the radio by Ms. Bones in Britain, and those who were close enough to Felix asked him personally, but those wizards abroad were simply dumbstruck by the news. Even with all the incredible things Felix had done previously, the ministries of magic remained skeptical. Felix in fact could have done the same thing that the young Dumbledore had done, turning all doubts into incredulity through letters, academic publications and meetings with wizards from all over the world to prove it, but Felix didn't have that much time to spare. Felix's next focus will turn towards foreign countries, and he will then confront even more difficult problems, ranging from prime ministers, government officials, the public opinion, the deterrence of force, and the lure of profit. Many countries' ministries of magic have not solved even a single problem. The International Confederation of Wizards is on the verge of collapse. The only commendable thing was that these ministries of magic had long been bound by the statute of secrecy, so their instinctive reaction made them keep the entire wizarding population hidden, and from Vinda Rosier's mouth, Felix was able to learn more valuable information that was not made public by the ministries of magic. Some things were more serious than they appeared. Although the wizards choose to remain hidden, skirmishes happen every day. Different strategies are required to face different circumstances. Once the results of the negotiations on this side were finalized, and if things proceeded smoothly, the ministers of magic from various countries would be the first to rush to inquire about the details, and then it would be time to begin the second step. As Felix wandered through the sea of documents and files in Victoria Tower, he recognized the issues that would be the focus of the negotiations between the two sides in his mind: autonomy for wizards, joint wizard and muggle law enforcement, areas of cooperation between magic and science, trade exchanges and mutual travel between civil groups. A file caught his attention. It was glued with newspaper clippings and analysis reports, large and small, including letters previously sent by Hogwarts students, the most recent flood of magical events occurring around the world, such as the activity patterns of Grindelwald. Felix blinked and unexpectedly spotted two half-familiar faces on it. The girl who had shown him directions in Paris, the pianist with the damaged fingers. From the analysis above, it seemed that they had recognized him, and actively mentioned the incident to someone close to them, and thus it was brought to the attention of government agencies. Felix made note of their addresses. They were both surprisingly in England at the moment, perhaps to get closer to magic? Or simply visiting. It did seem quite lively recently, but it also gave Felix a heads up about the fact that he still had some non-wizard friends like Jim and Rebecca, and he might better ask them to keep their relationship hidden using magic if he didn't want them to be followed around. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 700, Chapter 700 Changes in Sword Castle, 2 in 1. I can't believe you are actually one of the mythical wizards, I was shocked when I saw your face on TV. Jim said excitedly. Felix shrugged. Because I needed to hide my identity, I actually left the orphanage just to go to the magic school. He gave a brief account of his real experiences over the years. Then your work experience. Jim looked in doubt. It couldn't be fake too, could it? That's genuine. I worked in London for 2 years after I graduated. A strange hobby. Jim was baffled by this practice. If I had a talent for magic, I would certainly devote myself solely to study it. After a moment the door opened from outside, and it was Rebecca, who almost screamed out in surprise when she saw Felix. Wow, it's really you. Are you truly a magician who can do real magic? She pulled a carrot out of her grocery bag and held it up pretending it was a wand, and she said in a funny tone, dispelling the dark clouds all over the country with a single spell. A wizard, to be precise. Felix said, and it was not just me that did it either. Rebecca was asleep at the time, and she watched the rebroadcast. Jim stepped forward to take the grocery bag and turned his head to explain, well, she has been a bit drowsy lately and the doctor has advised her to exercise more. Felix looked at Rebecca's slightly bulging stomach with some surprise. Yeah, we got married. Jim said, at the time we couldn't reach you, and we thought you were abroad. Of course, now we know the reasons why. On that note, Felix thought about the phone he hadn't used much. Rebecca sat down next to Jim after she had changed her clothes. On the TV they said that some people would be invited to visit the wizard's world, is that true? Yeah, do you guys want to come and see what a real wizard's community would look like? Felix asked. Whether it was a matter of securing 2 quotas or arranging it privately, it would be a very easy thing for him to do. Jim was somewhat tempted, but then he glanced at his wife and his expression changed to one of hesitant in a heartbeat. Well, forget it, he said, shaking his head, Rebecca is pregnant. I don't want. He turned slightly red, well, I'm worried about having a mishap. Felix nodded with understanding. Right now, at this time, it wasn't necessarily a good thing for ordinary people to get involved with wizards. If they could be with Felix all the time, they would be fine, but the possibility of him being with them every day is extremely low, and they might come under some degree of risk just by being his friends, which is why he stopped over here. After asking Jim and Rebecca for their opinion, Felix cast a complex spell to hide their friendship as a secret. After staying a while, he got up and left, leaving a card behind on his way out. Wizards are particularly good at dealing with some situations, so if you run into a tricky situation, you can contact me. Just tear the card up. Jim accepted the card in all seriousness and walked Felix to the door. The old dean's not doing that well anymore. He said. Felix was silent for a moment. I'll go and visit him. Hey. The due date is early January. Jim said loudly behind him and Felix looked back to see him wave the card. At least we won't have to worry about finding you this time. The next morning, in Hogwarts. The students finished dealing with that day's newspapers and gathered in 2s and 3s to chat. Was there any new organization born today that aspires to drown wizards like bloody rats? Ron asked deliberately in a wicked tone of voice. No, Harry said with a yawn, but rather there were those who learned about the low employment rate of wizards and wanted to offer us jobs. Ron muttered, they should mind their own business. Dean said half-heartedly, I would love to give it a try later when the situation becomes stable. Neville raised his head at that and looked around with great expectation. Is there any new progress in the negotiations? There's nothing in the newspapers I'm in charge of. Well, it won't happen that quickly, Hermione said brightly, it's only the 2nd day. But we always prepare ahead of time and try to get ahead of the game. Do any of you want to go to Sword Castle? She looked over at the group. Do you mean that assembly of shopkeepers in Diagon Alley? Harry asked perceptively, you're going to see it. Hermione shrugged. Luna and Ginny walked by behind Harry, and Ginny put her arms up, circled behind him like a ballerina, and disappeared with a twirl of her heel. Hermione burst out with a puff of laughter. Harry looked at her in bewilderment. It's nothing. She answered at once. At that moment, Hannah and Susan Bones came over to join the conversation. Ernie and Justin followed wobbly behind them, both looking pale as if they hadn't eaten breakfast, while Daphne kept stroking her hair on the right side. It's outrageous how some newspaper claims that wizards' bodies have radiation on them, which would cause what is that? Hannah said indignantly. Would cause some bad contagious genetic disorder or disease. Hermione said briefly. Like dragon pox? Hannah asked. Something like that. Hermione said, she then reacted, did the newspaper really claim that? Hannah spelled out the mentions. Hermione said in disbelief, I can't believe they could make up a lie like that. Next time try to check whether the writer's family name is Disley, Harry said dully. It sounds like something my aunt would say. She always believed that wizards would pollute the environment. He looked up thoughtfully. The newspaper shouldn't have allowed too many swear words to be published, otherwise you can learn some new words. And there's one that says wizards correspond to the end of the world. Ernie interjected, turning his head to Justin. They referred to one prophecy to make it look believable. I forgot the name of that prophecy though. Mayan. Justin muttered. Do the Muggles have diviners among them? Daphne asked curiously. I don't know. The known information is that they were a group of ancient Native Americans with a very advanced level of civilization at one point and then that civilization declined abruptly. Hermione said, later generations have found some plausible prophecies from their remains. Well, according to that newspaper, it's quite likely for this to be true. Justin said with great fervor, I read something similar when I was a kid, all written in a book with a particularly scary-looking cover but then my mum confiscated it. What did she say? Hermione asked for a follow-up to that. She said it was a waste of time. Justin scowled, but she didn't know about the divination course back then. After learning about the divination course she took eggs from the kitchen on holidays to do the divination, by following what was written in the book Unfogging the Future. You still have that book, I thought you had thrown it away. Ernie said. Hermione was clearly not interested in divination, and although she admitted that Trelawney did do actual divination once or twice, she also stubbornly believed that Trelawney's mind was simply muddled during normal times, or she was just a drunken mess most of the time from drinking loads of sherry. Once again she asked if any of them wanted to go to the Sword Castle. Finally, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Susan, and Neville decided to go and see what all this fuss is all about. Where's Ginny? As the group walked towards the Transfiguration office, Harry turned his head to search for the redhead. I saw her leave with Luna. Hermione said. They made their way to the Transfiguration office on the first floor, which had originally belonged to Professor McGonagall, but when she moved into the headmaster's office, it was left empty, and there is a fireplace attached in that office, which is available for students to use for their daily commute. The shops on either side of the Diagon Alley walkway were quiet and deserted, with temporary closure notices written in the windows. Look over there, Harry. Ron said with a sharp eye, pointing his finger at a certain place. Harry looked over, and his eyes suddenly widened. It was the location of Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, which had been closed when he had visited Diagon Alley before the start of his 6th year, but now it seemed to have reopened. He strides over to the door, which also has a closure notice on it, and he slightly composed himself, staring at the huge parasol that stood outside. Harry's mind wandered back to the time when he had eaten ice cream here while doing his homework. He reached out and touched it. There wasn't even a speck of dust on the parasol. His heart perked up. This implied that someone had cleaned it up, but Harry wasn't sure if some other person bought it, and the place they were heading to might have the answer. He walked excitedly towards the Sword Castle, but he was stopped when he made it to the entrance. Sorry, no visitors allowed today due to some important matter. Clammy. Harry looked in surprise at the witch who had stopped him. Oh, it's Harry, Clammy Vera said, greeting him with a smile. These are your friends. She looked behind Harry, some of whom she recognized and some of whom she didn't. Hermione also looked a little surprised when she saw Clammy. It's a mess in there, I came out for some fresh air. Clammy explained, Penelope's still inside. Is Eric back yet? Hermione asked. Not yet, Clammy sighed, he's gone on a tour to visit the Latin American branches and probably won't be back for another week. As one of the first members of the Future World Company, several other people besides Lupin had been entrusted with important responsibilities. Over the past few years, they had each assumed a part of the company's responsibilities according to their interests. Clammy liked to study the technical aspects, Penelope was more of a day-to-day manager, and for a while when Lupin was preoccupied with the work in the Order of the Phoenix, he simply relied on the two of them to keep the company running normally, and as for Eric he had taken the responsibility of the branches abroad. By the way, Clammy, Harry thought of the query that was born in front of the ice cream parlor, have you seen Florian Fortescue? Clammy thought for a moment, the ice cream parlor owner. That's right. Harry said excitedly. He is here. Clammy gave a positive answer. I thought he was captured and killed by Voldemort. Ron asked from the side. He is alive because he was lucky enough to escape from the fate of transforming into an Inferi. An unfamiliar voice interjected into the conversation between them and Harry jerked his head up to see an elderly man with grey hair, and he exclaimed in surprise, Mr. Fortescue. Mr. Potter, I'm very pleased to see that you remember me. Florian said with a touch of emotion. Of course, I will remember you. Harry said, but how did you escape? I didn't escape, I was rescued by Aurors, said Florian. The Dark Lord took a group of people who were experts in the history of magic, I was one of them. He also took some wand makers. I know of a fellow named Gregorovitch who was unlucky enough not to survive the torture. Harry was vaguely aware of this. Voldemort had fabricated the rumor about the top 10 wands by torturing these people, and Mr. Ollivander had originally been one of the targets, but he had managed to escape the Death Eaters, and after that, he had spread the rumor by pretending that he had run away to a foreign country, but in reality, he had been hiding in the basement of the wand shop, and he even deceived Voldemort. Did you just mention Inferi? Harry asked. Yes, Florian's expression turned grim, and he said with a bit of dread, the Dark Lord tortured us according to our reputation, he wanted to know about some very secret things, I happened to know something about it, but luckily he changed his mind in the middle of the process and asked the better-known wand makers instead. I didn't get tortured that much, but I was locked up for a long time. I wasn't sure I could hide the truth from the Dark Lord. The ones that were tortured to death were used to create Inferi. Harry felt mixed emotions. There was a mixture of hatred for Voldemort's cruelty and also a puzzlement at Florian's vague words. A realization only dawned on him when he saw Hermione's mouth turning O-shape. Voldemort had probably heard the legend of the Deathly Hallows, but even if he had, he would only be interested in the Elder Wand, and if Voldemort had tortured them one by one, Mr. Fortescue would definitely not have been spared, but with the rumor of Professor Happ's possession of the Elder Wand, Voldemort's attention may have shifted, his main focus of attention might have turned to other wand makers. Anyway, I'm at least alive now and able to discuss what happened to me with you guys. The Auror who rescued me claimed that he had received some hidden clues, probably from a Ministry of Magic spy I guess, and I've been looking for ways to thank him. Florian talked about his recent experiences. I took a few months off after being rescued from the ditch, and I recently cleaned up the shop with the intention of reopening it. Florian left after saying that. Who did you guys think that informant was? Harry asked when he had left. Could it be Snape? Ron guessed. Or it could be Lucius Malfoy. Hermione said. Or maybe Professor Happ had dug out the helpful information from Voldemort's mind. Ron said. They walked into the Sword Castle and the main lobby was buzzing with life. A dozen tables were set up in the middle of the lobby, behind each of them sat a member of the Ministry of Magic staff, while across from them were the shopkeepers of Diagon Alley, discussing the situation with a piece of parchment in their hands. One of the witches near Harry said, I'm just selling some beauty potions that will deal with tiny blemishes on a witch's face, like freckles or sarcoids or something. I don't think it will come in handy, any random healer can do pretty much the same thing. Don't say that, Ms. Primparnell, your beauty potions work much better than the average healer's magic. The staff member said patiently. Really? The witch stared at him skeptically. As they continued on their way, a young wizard looked quite impatient and yelled, I run a wizard travel agency, listen clearly, it is a wizard travel agency, specializing in thrill-seeking trips for wizards, and no responsibilities will be taken for any dangers that occur during the trip. The Ministry of Magic staff member opposite him persistently pressed on, and do you think it would be possible to develop such a travel package exclusively tailored for muggles? The young male wizard looked at the staff member somewhat blankly, I'm not 100% sure, although we did domesticate a group of Inferius, we still left a possibility of accidents during the adventure to make it more realistic. No Inferius. The staff member immediately said, I mean, we need something more alternative and novel that will catch the eye. The male wizard thought hard for a while, and just as Harry and the group decided to leave, they heard him inquire behind them, how about the Bermuda Triangle? But there was a wizard that went missing last year, and he hasn't been found yet. Neville stopped with a sudden look of horror as he said quietly, my granduncle wanted to travel there a while back, and I had to talk him out of it. The familiar voice of a group sounded from the front. Apparently no one cares whether you have one page more or less on your list of items because it doesn't matter. It was Fred or George who spoke. They took 2 steps forward. In the inner part of the main lobby close to the hallway, Fred and George were sitting in the same chair, and opposite the pair was a grim-faced Percy. Harry stopped hesitantly, they seemed to have come at the wrong time. Now that you mention the list, Percy said through clenched teeth, I can tell you right now that half of your merchandise is not up to the standard. You can't do this to us. Fred shouted. This is an abuse of authority for personal gain. George shouted back. Oh, is that so? You guys can go to the Ministry of Magic and report me. Percy showed a winning smile, let's see whose side they'll stand behind. The nosebleed nougat that makes people bleed a liter, the spit-up candy that makes people throw up heavily, the coma floral candy that would suddenly make people pass out. Penelope peeked over from the next seat. Your brother did the right thing. Muggles are fragile, they reportedly have to recuperate for months when they break a bone. She said sternly, we need to rule out as many dangerous items as possible when considering trade lists. Ron grinned as he reached out and put both his hands on his twins' shoulders, taking the opportunity to strike them while they were down. I'll be fair, even wizards can't handle some of their products. It has to be strictly reviewed. Fred and George turned from left and right to look at Ron with expressionless faces, making him wince a little. Harry had expected this scene long ago when he found them. He glanced around to find something to kill some time in the crowd amidst the cacophony of voices that hadn't stopped since he had entered the Sword Castle. When he looked up, he saw a group of house elves who were poking their heads out of the upstairs balustrade, looking down with excited expressions. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 701.